It all kicks off when the protagonist introduces himself as Mao, the king of a labyrinth that devours emotions by conjuring brutal dungeons. The moment someone says dungeon, your mind instantly screams demon horrors or the brutal certainty that you'll die in despair and fear before you even reach the exit. Every word of it was dead on. But the dungeon he crafted wasn't built to crush hearts with fear. It turned into a whole city. His dungeon ran on hope and bright, unstoppable smiles. Avalon was born as the one place where humans and demons finally shared the same ground. Right back at the start, a man stumbled into a silent room, staring up at towering walls. He blinked through the chaos and demanded to know where he was, and even more, who he was supposed to be. Suddenly, a woman popped into view and said he'd finally woken up. Then, a fox-eared lady strode right up to him and he jolted in shock. She slipped out of her shadow. A colossal lion-like monster tore through reality and materialized right in front of them. Panic exploded in the man's chest as the beast barreled toward him. Then he crumbled onto the ground. It clipped past him at the last second, slicing just a few strands of his hair. The monster snarled, then came charging back at him with pure fury. In sheer panic, the man frantically tore through his surroundings, trying to find a way to protect himself without even thinking. He breathed out the word create, and in the blink of an eye, a gun materialized right in front of him, leaving him stunned. He shot his hand out on instinct, grabbed it, and blasted the monster's face with rapid-fire shots. It shattered into nothing right in front of his eyes, and his whole body shook as he stared at the weapon, stunned like, "What in the world is this?" The fox-eared lady leaned in and told him, "Create is your power-spend magic in proportion to how heavy the thing is, and you can yank objects out of your own memories. But there was a catch. He couldn't make living beings or anything already soaked in magic, because his memories were the only blueprint he could use. He tried to dig up memories he never had, yet a lonely nostalgia still crawled through him, stubbornly refusing to leave." The lady leaned in and told him he'd cleared the trial, then erupted with congratulations, declaring that a new Demon King had been born and slapping the name Demon King Prosol on him. Next, she introduced herself as the Demon King of Beasts, Marcosius, but insisted he could just call her Marco, and made it clear she wasn't just some stranger, she was a Demon King too. Blindsided, Prosol demanded, "Do you know who I am?" But Marco shot back that she didn't. She'd only been told by the people above. Prosol kept pressing, asking what a Demon King even was, and Marco just smirked and decided to show him instead of talking. She dragged him into the room, and there, waiting like a trap, was a crystal ball. When he stared at it, he froze in shock. There was his own reflection staring back. Just as Marco lunged to grab it, he slammed the brakes and stopped him cold. A chilling warning hit him. This was the dungeon core, the very wellspring of her power. Break it, and she wouldn't die, but every ounce of strength she had would be wiped clean. Prosol shot back, asking if he'd won too. But Marco shook his head. Not yet. So Prosol had nothing to stress about, and she quickly started to explain what the Demon Kings, tamed of the demons, forged brutal dungeons, then reigned over every last one. They trap humans by baiting them in, then hauling them straight into their dungeon depths. Their wild emotions and raw life energy got forged into DP dungeon points because that was the Demon King's job. For 1 full year, Marco stayed in that nest and played the parent until the day he finally flew out. Marco then thrust a medal into his hands, and that moment lit the fuse for his dungeon-making journey. That's when the real job hit: crafting demons, the dungeon's guardians who drained every intruder's emotions and life force, because a labyrinth can't run without them. These demons were forged by mixing 2 metals, and the Demon King melted them down and produced them once a month. The demon type wasn't random. It was forged by the metal itself. Beast metal summoned beast-governing demons. Fire metal birthed fire-governing ones, and every other metal pulled its own nightmare out of the shadows. Prosol wasn't like the others. He could forge his own metals and twist their traits like magic, and he could even pick the exact demon to summon from a sea of options. The only catch? His ritual demanded 3 metals, not 2. But that price bought him power. His demons were on a whole other level, far beyond ordinary summons. Marco was blown away, saying he could summon demons worth the power of 3 metals. And excited to the core, she promised she'd help him steal metals from other Demon Kings too. To prove he really had it, Procel summoned a lucky new being showing off the beast, fire, and create metals, then shot a raised hand spell straight into the air, synthesize. A blinding beam erupted from Procel's hand as his mind raced. So, what did he really want in this brand new life? He mulled it over again and again. What he truly needed was a friend, because on the very day he was born as the Demon King, loneliness hit him so hard he shivered. All he wanted was a partner who'd grow with him, someone who'd stay by his side forever. Right in front of him, a girl suddenly appeared. A rank S celestial fox opened her eyes right at that exact moment. She spotted Procel and Marco staring at her, like they'd been waiting for her to notice. Smiling brightly, she lunged straight into Procel's arms, wrapped him up tight, and blurted out, "Daddy!" Procel went rigid the second she called him that, shocked out of his skin. Yet some part of him whispered that maybe it wasn't totally wrong, even though he'd always wanted a friend, not a kid, and that tangled his thoughts. Watching it all, Marco figured that deep down, the truth of what he really craved had been a connection like this. Exactly like this. The girl shot a smile and called herself a Tenko, then confessed she didn't have a name yet, and begged Procel to give her one. Before Marco could even answer, he lunged in and clapped a hand over his mouth, cutting the words off instantly. She grabbed his attention and warned him, "Don't get reckless with foxes." Then she broke it down. The first 3 demons the Demon King personally names become contracted demons, sealed by a special bond that ties straight into the Demon King's soul. Once that connection snaps into place, it can't be undone, so you don't toss out a name like it doesn't matter. Procel got it, and promised he'd only give her a name after he studied what she could do and who she truly was. Then the fox girl beamed, swore she'd push herself to the limit until Daddy finally decided she was worthy of being named. And just like that, it was settled. Marco ordered Procel to step straight into the storm of chaos, a hellish nest where endless low-level demons kept birthing themselves non-stop, perfect for putting the girl's skills to the test and racking up brutal combat experience for both of them. Ripples tore across the dark sea of chaos, then bubbles shot up like fireworks, and a colossal monster finally crawled out. The fox girl didn't hesitate. She leapt straight into the fight, unleashed her gold dance skill in dazzling moves, and cut the monster down in a single heartbeat. Procel stared in awe at her power and praised her to the skies. Then she lit up and cheerfully waved back, feeling like he couldn't afford to lag. Procel shoved his skill to the front and conjured a rifle from nothing. Then he lined up the shot and fired, dropping another monster that crawled out from the world from far away. Marco's eyes bulged at the weapon's ruthless efficiency, and the fox girl, pure excitement, pounced back into Procel's arms, staring at the rifle like it was magic, but insisting a long-range gun just wasn't her style. Instead, she craved something that went kapang, and in the blink of an eye, she summoned a shotgun right into her hands, and then he blasted a monster square in the face, grinning as the chaos tore through it at arm's reach. Marco stared in total shock, because earlier she'd actually wondered if this could happen during Procel's test. But she never expected results like this. She admitted she didn't grasp every technical detail of how these weapons worked, yet somehow she still had enough skill to use them like a pro. And honestly, that was exactly what made Marco feel safe. Once the trial wrapped up, Marco leaned in and told Procel she'd be back later. For now, she said that if he needed anything, he should run to one of her acquaintances. And before she stepped out, she warned him point-blank, start thinking about what kind of dungeon he wants to build. Once she vanished, Procel muttered under his breath, totally unsure. So what kind of dungeon was he supposed to build? His eyes snapped to Tinko, and she beamed back at him with pure trust. Then he reached out and softly ruffled her head, and the future hit him hard. Once he opened his dungeon, she'd have to fight for her life against every intruder that came barging in. But he never built her to be a weapon for war. He built her to be a friend. So he had to carve out a dungeon where kids like her could finally stay out of fighting. Priscilla jolted awake, determined, no doubt he was the Demon King, a dungeon master who hungers for human fear and drags despair out of every terrified soul. But even with that fancy title on his name, he still couldn't figure out what kind of dungeon he wanted, because deep down, He craved something totally new. A safe spot where Tenko could finally make friends. A dungeon that wouldn't hurt a single soul. He slid into the kitchen and spotted Marco already cooking up breakfast, and she greeted him with a bright smile, wishing him good morning and declaring that breakfast was ready. She told him that because she was his guardian, she figured she should do something worthy of the job like cooking. Prosto peeked into the pan and saw the food was totally incinerated. He shot her a question like, "Is this some kind of punishment?" And Marco exploded in protest, shouting that it was cruel, while the other girl nearby hissed that this was exactly why she'd warned Marco not to touch something she clearly wasn't trained to handle. At breakfast, Marco dropped the news that Procel had already been awake for about a month, and she demanded to know right then how his progress was going. Procel shot Procel a look and demanded if this whole setup was meant to prep for the evening party where every demon king would soon show up. Marco straight up confirmed it was all about building strength before that gathering. She said tonight's party wasn't for dancing, it was to show off the 10 brand new demon kings to everyone, including him. And if Procel even looked even a little weak and got mocked, then if he wanted to shield Tinko, he'd better show his strength right there, or he'd be targeted instantly. Marco said it looked like something was cooking, an idea forming inside his skeleton army, while he watched those bony figures, and Procel leaned in, thinking hard. Just yesterday, Marco dragged them to the Crimson Cave to grind battle experience for both him and Tango. Inside the cave, Tinko snapped that there were way too many enemies and the heat was crushing him, and Prozo just shrugged. "The Crimson Cave for you, a dungeon where no demon king rules the throne anymore." He leaned in and told her the crystal powered every demon king, and it was the heart of their dungeons too. In a way, the demon king just guarded it. If that crystal ever shattered, the whole dungeon and every demon trapped inside would fall apart. But if the demon king vanished while the crystal stayed put, then the dungeon could still survive. The crystal starts spiraling out of control, endlessly flooding the cave with demons just like this Crimson Cave is doing right now. Proso went on to say the Crimson Cave used to belong to the late Demon King of Fire, and ever since he died, Marco, just as an acquaintance, stepped up to guard the place herself, showing raw duty and iron will. Right then, Tinko let out a blood-curdling shriek, yelled for her daddy, and screamed that her weapon had shattered. Prostel told her the truth, using it non-stop with zero maintenance had doomed it. Then she snapped, "Hurry," because they didn't have time for repairs, and she needed a brand new weapon right now. Prostel leaned in, soothed her worries, and reminded her why they'd truly come to the Crimson Cave. Then he roared for the skeleton army to rally, and Tinko blinked hard, utterly lost at the sound of his voice, until rattling bones started to echo from the shadows. Skeleton soldiers surged out and Tinko yelped in terror at their ghastly faces, while Prosel stayed cool and told him it was part of a real-world combat test. He forged a rifle for every skeleton soldier and barked, "Prepare yourselves," and when his order hit, the whole skeleton army snapped their weapons up in unison, and unleashed a storm of gunfire on the monsters flooding the cave from every side. Prosel realized this plan would crush them even if those skeletons weren't metal-made monsters, because once they grabbed the weapons he forged, they turned into something way more terrifying. Tinkle barked at him in sheer panic, screaming that monsters were closing in from a whole other direction. Prosel barked orders to the skeleton army left, as they snapped into position and raised their weapons for whatever came next. Gunfire thundered and bones clattered inside the cavern as Tinko shrieked in pure panic, still reeling from skeletons that kept fighting right beside her, while Prosel just sipped his tea like it was nothing, saying there was still plenty left to do. Marco stared at the chaos, stunned, and wondered how Prostel had somehow made it this far. Prosel snapped that his skeleton army would collapse without a monster that could deliver razor-sharp commands. Marco grinned and slid him a planche, pressed the earth metal into his hands, and told him it matched the undead perfectly, then flicked it his way and warned him that once he used it, with his. After creating metal for the month, he now had two, but create demanded 3 metals, so they still had to hunt down one more. Tinko groaned, miserable as hell. She asked if he planned to whip up more of those terrifying skeletons, then blurted out that she hated them and ranted that Marco and Daddy kept tossing out fancy words she couldn't even follow until Marco snapped at her for being selfish. Prosel softly rubbed Tonko's head, and Marco, still sighing, brushed it off as nothing and told him to keep going. Procel leaned in and demanded to know about the imitation metal, so Marco told him it was a fake copy of the real thing she could only forge once a month. Even if the quality and the rank of the monsters it spat out dropped by one level, the real win was that, as long as he had enough magical power, he could summon as many as his heart desired. Prostel swore he'd give it a shot. He studied the metal up close, and when the details snapped into place, he realized it wasn't a copy or a cheap imitation at all. It was made by humans. He wondered if, back when he synthesized Tenko before, he'd accidentally twisted the creator and turned it into a tribute meant for a human driven by his burning need for a friend, which is why that eerie imitation finally took shape. Grinning at Tenko, he told her to stop sulking because he was about to unveil what he'd create next. Would be her tiny little sister. Prosel invokes the synthesis creates, mimics a human, and forces that imitation to synthesize. In a burst of light, a girl stepped out and right behind her stood an elder dwarf, ranked at 5. Marco froze in shock, blurting that this wasn't undead at all, it was an elder dwarf. Prosel Connolly leaned in and bragged that he'd built a master blacksmith on purpose, one who could clean and fix their weapons without him having to summon another every single time, and the undead. He'd tackle that later. For now, the old dwarf just stood there, silent as stone. Marco hissed that this was a Lobelcell problem, warning Prosel that if it happened again, excuses wouldn't save him yet. Prosel shot back fast, swearing it was just a misunderstanding, and even admitting he'd made her a child on purpose so Tenko could finally have a friend her own age. Tenko gripped the elder dwarf's hands with pure joy, like the happiest moment of his life. Introducing herself with proud confidence as Tenko, the older sister, she snapped that this new nickname, El-chan, now had to obey her. Then Elzai's eyes flicked straight to the weapon Tenko was carrying. She lunged in and snatched it straight out of her hands. El leaned in close, murmuring like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. This thing was a weapon that blasted metal projectiles with gunpowder, simple in shape but brutally smart in function. Yet Tenko snapped back, swearing it belonged to her. El ignored her completely, aimed true, and fired a shot straight into the sky. She shoved Tenko aside and blurted out her realization. She didn't just want protection anymore, she wanted stronger weapons. More weapons. With her imagination blazing, El swung toward Prosel, eyes glowing, and demanded her new master leave it to her. Marco fumed that Prosel had cooked up yet another weird character, and Prosel just grinned, saying he figured it was a good thing for her to be so wildly enthusiastic. Prosel clocked it right away. Elder dwarf and master of blacksmithing was leagues away, way beyond reach. It was way bigger and far more powerful than he ever dared to imagine. Ever since El was born, she'd locked herself in her room and barely stepped outside. Then somehow, before anyone could react, the mining area got swarmed with golems she'd built. Prostel and Marco had tried, off and on, to talk to her. But El stayed shut down and distant until Marco joked that she should at least come eat with everyone sometimes. And she responded by leveling a gun straight at her. Glaring through him as she warned Marco to stay out of her way, El made it crystal clear she meant business. Watching that, Prosel could only shake his head and admit El was a seriously strange girl. Just then, Marco snapped her focus to Prosel and asked him straight up what day it was. He hesitated for a beat, then snapped out that it had to be the day of the evening party, the night when every demon king would finally gather, meet, and clash. Marco threw back confirmation with pure excitement. Then they handed him formal wear like it was a weapon, announcing it was the Demon King Proso's own attire. She told him she'd built it on purpose so neither the fresh demon kings nor the battle-scarred veterans could ever look down on him. Then she leaned in and basically asked, "So, how's it look?" Prosel admitted the outfit was a little too flashy and a pain to move in, but it never felt uncomfortable. Then he spun to Marco and praised her, saying she was way too beautiful, and Marco practically glowed, singing with joy about how kind he was. Tenko snapped her attention forward and blurted where her dresses were, so Marco shot back, "No demon needs one." Then he jerked his eyes right back to Prosel. He kept pressing for that girl, and Prosel snapped back that El was just the same as always, then admitted he wasn't sure she. Tenko grumbled, saying this was going sideways fast, like it was all about to fall apart. they just couldn't make sense of. El Hanso Marco nodded along, saying Tinko had been sneaking into El's workshop a lot and asking if she'd learned anything. Before Tinko could even speak, the wall shuddered, and an explosion ripped it open. Through the smoke and rubble, a giant golem erupted into view, clutching a heavy crate like it was nothing, and Prosel nearly jumped out of his skin when Elle stepped behind it. She shot back an apology, saying she'd wrapped up the upgrades, kicked off mass production, and checked every piece of maintenance was ready to go. Then Prosel cracked open the crate, and it was packed to the brim with guns. He stared in disbelief at everything she'd pulled off in that tiny window. And it clicked, this was the reason she'd been locked in her room the whole time. Tinko lit up with pure delight and announced there was even more. She thrust the weapon into the air, and Prostel's eyes snapped wide in shock. It was the shotgun he'd first created, and Tinko grinned as she told him she'd begged Elchan to tweak it just for her. With a happy squeeze, she clutched the new 4-gauge model and bragged that it was insanely cool, built from a mountain of mithril, then tripped over her own words because it was just too magnificent to describe. Right then, Elle popped up behind Prosel and started explaining. The weapon was called E001S and she built it from the original master shotgun like it was the blueprint, but she boosted it with 4-gauge ammo, turning its firepower up to insane levels, then reforged the whole frame in mithril so it could shrug off the weight and hit harder, lighter, and tougher. She even built in a magazine and a semi-automatic firing mechanism as a bonus feature. Marco stared at the weapon, stunned, and asked what it all actually meant. Prosel said it plain. In other words, it could keep firing rounds so brutal they could tear people apart. Elle puffed with pride as she thrust the gun into view, calling it her greatest masterpiece, the final proof of everything she'd learned, then urged Prosel to grab it and inspect every inch. But right then, she stumbled out an apology, saying she got carried away because she just couldn't resist talking about weapons, and Prosel brushed it off as okay, even as he realized he'd been wrong about her. It was her first time doing it this way, and she'd been fighting to meet his expectations with everything she had then. He crouched down and told her, right there, that she'd done great. Elle shot him a flirty smile, called him daddy, and blurted out that she was over the moon. Tinko showed up right then, grilling Elle for calling Proso that. Elle went rigid with fear, mortified she'd been overheard. When Tinko repeated, daddy, Elle snapped into panic, yanked her gun up at Tinko, and yelled that she hadn't said a word. Tinko cut in fast, warning her to stop pointing the muzzle that way, it was deadly. Prosel then blurted that he was ready for the evening party, he'd done everything he could, and now it was time to go have a blast, while Marco just tilted her head at that word. Prosel said he saw a golden chance to study the dungeon crafting tricks of the older demon kings, and to reach out to the 9 other brand new demon kings, all of them stuck in the exact same situation. Long friends. Marco let out a faint smile, like she was hiding something, saying it felt nice at least for a moment then. Like the universe flipped a switch. Monsters burst out right behind her. Proso and Tinko froze in shock. Tinko snatched a gun and yanked the trigger. Then he realized the monsters were gone. In the blink of an eye, she was yanked tight, bound and tied up. Marco's voice turned icy as he said that if Prosel meant every word of what he'd just claimed, then reality hit hard. He was still way too naive, because just like that, more monsters burst in and grabbed Prosel and Elle by the back of their necks. Prosel froze at their sudden arrival, and when he felt that crushing magical pressure on his skin, he knew it instantly. This power was the same as Marco's, and the truth hit him like a punch. Marco's had 3 contracted demons on his side: Arachne, the armored brute, the traitorous Karayemi, and Garogina, the lion griffin. Once Proso hauled Tango back onto her feet, Marco admitted the night had gotten rough, but that's just what an evening party demanded. And right then, a voice boomed across the room shouting, "Children of Stars!" Marco muttered that the timing couldn't possibly be worse. Of all things, it was right then the evening party invitation hit. In the blink of an eye, they got yanked away into the unknown. Prosel gawked as the world flipped into a massive garden under an insanely blue sky. Marco shoved him, shouting, "Look behind you!" He spun around, and what he saw hit him like a punch, leaving him stunned and rattled. Marco leaned in and told him this was the evening party's stage, the home of the man who'd forged every demon king. Ahead of them, the demon king's palace rose like a dark nightmare, towering over everything. Marco confessed that she'd been. She couldn't tell him sooner, but Prasol shoved his way in saying he got it, that he understood her demons, and now, right in front of this castle, he felt it all come rushing back. He snapped to it. Marco's friendly, straight-shooting vibe had completely lulled him into forgetting. But the truth hit like a gut punch. An actual demon king doesn't just sit around. It drags its victims into a dungeon to feed on their fear and despair. Any group like that could never be normal. Even an evening party, the moment you let your guard down, they'd come rolling in like a threat. This whole spot was, in truth, a hunting ground. Marco confirmed it with a steady, calm voice. Prostal told him this was his first make-or-break step, then shoved him forward with pure urgency. Chapter 4 opens within the Demon King's palace, the evening party, in full motion. A voice greeted Prostal warmly, expressing gladness at speaking with him, and he tossed over an imitation medal like a friendly handshake, and Prostal matched it right back, saying he felt the same honor, then slapped his own imitation medal into the other's hands. Marco, right beside him, said he was holding his own, and Prostal went quiet, eyes sweeping the area like he was hunting for trouble. Even while the smiles and sweet talk kept spilling, he could still feel a cold, murderous edge lurking in every corner, and he couldn't stop thinking how different this would have gone if Marco hadn't warned him to stay on guard from the start. Yet for Marco herself, it looked like nothing but a cozy reunion for old friends. But she was genuinely amused, like the whole thing was right on cue. Besides El and Tinko, Prostal hauled along a bunch of skeletons too, exactly like Marco told him to, and then he asked them, "Were you?" Marco waved off his worry, then kept it moving without drawing any more attention. He's saying it's like fine dining. If you don't have real taste, you can't tell a high-class dish from a low one. And that's exactly how clueless demon kings would mock El and Tango's skeleton disguises, totally missing how good they are and proving they're the inferior ones. Still, you'd better stay on guard for anyone who can see past their identities. She reminded him that his creation skill was irresistible and that demon kings would come for his crystal, trying to rip that power away. This was the moment to decide who stood with him and who came to hunt him, because anyone who shattered his crystal would instantly take the power to create metals. Prostal let out a heavy sigh at the thought, but Marco snapped, telling him not to wear that face, while she promised she'd back him every step until he could finally stand on his own. Remark. She couldn't shake the worry. Was Marco actually trustworthy? Prostal froze, totally thrown by what she'd just said. Tinko flat out told Marco that, yeah, he was one of those demon kings, and if she ever snapped and turned hostile, she'd be the deadliest of them all, because Proso was always hovering right beside her. Marco let out a quiet laugh and admitted Tinko was sharp, but then she waved it off. Don't worry, any demon king picked as a parent is basically locked in, unable to betray like that. That's how they're built. Still, Proso didn't like the way those words landed. He felt uneasy. He froze mid-thought, stunned. Meanwhile, a long-eared girl slipped through the party like she owned the place, her gaze razor-sharp and her smile pure mockery. She muttered that she didn't get it, yet somehow admitted the whole event was put together really well. A mysterious voice from nowhere told her to just enjoy the evening party, so the long-eared girl broke into a sly, knowing laugh. As Marco and Proso were talking, a loud crack whipped through the air and yanked their attention to the crowd. Then a voice burst out laughing, asking what on earth they were seeing. They spun around and caught sight of two skeleton heads getting casually twirled on someone's hand. The long-eared girl stalked forward, sneering at the whole scene, and snapped that if those were the attendants, then their demon king had to be nothing but pathetic. She tossed a skull into her palm, cackled again, and basically lost it. She couldn't believe a demon king, the Wind Demon King himself, was born in the very same generation as Strauss Summer. Prostal froze as the truth hit her. She'd become a brand new demon king, too, while the long-eared demon casually kicked the skull aside and stared straight at El and Tango. She hissed that something about them felt off, like she couldn't quite see through who they really were. Then someone nearby snickered that they were just the familiars of some pathetic demon king, dragging around skeleton servants, probably nothing more than a lowly Yako and dwarf. Pathetic, the girl spat. Useless kids. Procel's angry glare landed on him. He snapped out in fury, but right before he could take a step, the long-eared demon king raised her medal. She declared it a medal forged from wind, thrust it into his hands, and promised she'd give it to him as one of their own, then told him to forge it into something strong, proud, and unstoppable. Contracted demon after demon, like they were her own kids, and the second she spoke, 3 different types of demons burst into the venue, summoned and ready. From behind, I watched her narrow her eyes, and I felt it instantly. The magic pouring off this girl was unmistakable. This wasn't some fake act. She was the real deal. The long-missing demon king of wind, back from the dead. Maybe she was still green, but the aura screamed truth. And then boom, she stepped right into the skeleton trap. Marco snapped her gaze to Procel, holding her breath, silently waiting to see what choice he'd make next. Procel forced himself to take deep breaths, urging calm like it was a lifeline because he couldn't stomach her insults at Elle and Tinko. But he knew those words weren't random. They were a calculated jab meant to rile him up, and he needed control more than ever. Procel swallowed his rage and forced himself to stay calm, then thanked Strauss for the medal and tried to hand her one back only for her to shut him down cold, saying she didn't need it. She warned that if she ever touched his medal again, it could spark failures like the one standing right beside him. Procel's eyes snapped shut with a sharp, cutting intensity. He demanded to know what she'd just said, and Strauss shot back with a sly, mocking, in. Rage surged through him, and he snapped back that from his side, her demons were a total flop compared to his. Strauss went still, her eyes blowing wide in shock, and he barked back at what Procel had just said. Procel surged, screaming that if she ever insulted his kids again, he'd never forgive her. Strauss snapped that she was only telling the truth, and Procel, burning with rage, shot back that it made her a failure too. Their eyes slammed together, and Strauss grabbed Procel's shirt in trembling fury. A half-finished accusation hung in the air, but just as the tension was about to explode, a voice boomed over them all. Children of the stars. New little kids have arrived, so grab the joy and celebrate like the world's lit up with fresh stars as the crowd explodes into roaring cheers. The voice kept rolling, promising that the banquet would finally get some life, with entertainment, and Procel's blood turned cold as he recognized it. The very same voice that had yanked them to the Demon King's palace. Strauss just stared and said it belonged to the creator. And honestly, Procel had no clue what entertainment was supposed to mean. The creator's voice crashed like thunder, and every demon in the crowd inhaled in shock, then leaned in as they explained it. The new Demon Kings would fight each other on the spot, smashing and wrecking each other's battles to the ground. Marco's color drained from his face. What? She blurted, stunned. The creator went on, announcing the first round would kick off with the 2 who just couldn't hold themselves back. Strauss, the Demon King of Wind, barrels toward Procel, the Demon King of Create, and the clash is about to explode. Strauss's lips curled into a wicked grin as she declared it flawless. Now she'd finally expose who the real failure was. The creator pumped them up, yelling for them to go all in and wipe the competition off the map, heart and soul. In the blink of an eye, Prozo, Marco, Tenko, and Elle got yanked into a blank, white waiting room, and Marco's voice shook with pure fury as she spat that this was insane. Demon Kings weren't allowed to build dungeons before independence, and the whole point was that no one interferes with anyone else's dungeon, yet somehow they were shoved into a war just for entertainment. She screamed that the creator hadn't. Stop right there. After that night's party, every Demon King would have to jump into at least one fight, and she couldn't help but think it was all just to keep the creator from getting bored. She let out a heavy sigh and blurted that this was pure madness, while Procel stood there and said it was already too late to fight it. In those fights, they only swung at pseudo-crystals, not the real deal. And if anything got destroyed, the Demon King of Time would bring it all back after the dust settled. For now, he treated like a practice run for the real war that was coming soon then. He leaned in and asked Marco if she hadn't seen this outcome coming. warning him to stay ready for that evening party. Marco wrapped her arms around him from behind, admitting in a soft voice that she'd heard rumors from the elder demon kings, and she asked if he'd already cooked up a dungeon plan. He just awkwardly admitted, no. But the truth was, his mind went totally blank because he never wanted to fight in the first place. He only wanted to build something that didn't even deserve the name dungeon, a place that felt safe and warm. But that dream couldn't survive here, especially not with Strauss standing in the way. He replayed her vicious sneer and the way her words crushed Elle and Tinko, and fury hit like a hammer. He tightened his fists and swore he'd protect them no matter what. He wouldn't let them get hurt. And he sure wouldn't lose to someone who dared belittle them. He needed a combat dungeon. Procell yanked open his system window and his face went stone cold. This game lets you dive into just one dungeon, but it's packed into 3 brutal floors. The more twisted and detailed the dungeon was, the tougher it'd get. But in his current state, building it would gulp down magical power like crazy. Trying to build something super strong but way too complicated was a total waste, so he started weighing his options. Elle and Tanko hit like a storm, but his skeleton army fought like a robot, stubborn, unchanging, and only marching to orders. Elle's golems could tank anything, yet they moved too slow to pivot. So yeah, maybe they could choke a narrow hallway and buy a breath of time, but that's just a stop sign, not a win. He did have more tools too. The fresh create metal the creator handed him for this game, plus the death and wind imitate metals he picked up during the party. But the problem was brutal. They just wouldn't sync, clashing instead of harmonizing. Marco muttered to himself, flicking through the system interface when his eyes snapped wide. Wait, that's it! He leaned over toward me like, you seriously just figured it out? She shot a glance at his system window and pure shock hit her face like a punch. Then she snapped, take this seriously. But Prostel just smirked like he already knew the answer. This is it, he declared. Elle and Tinko stared, totally thrown off by his wild excitement, yet Prostel's eyes burned with pure determination. This is my dungeon. Demon King of Creation, Prozo, and Demon King of Wind, Stolas, agreed to jump into a fake war just to hype up the evening party. And when Prozo remembered the creator's words, the children of the stars, the whole scene turned electric because the battle was about to start. The rules were simple. Every Demon King had to carve a dungeon inside this white void, 1 level, but split into 3 brutal floors. Victory would be snatched in one of 2 ways: smash the crystal core buried deep in the dungeon, or bring the Demon King down themselves. So the demons who were sent to storm the opponent's dungeon. The demons, their guarded questions would decide the whole fate of this contest. Tinko leaned in and watched as Strauss opened the dungeon gates outside. She clocked how gaudy it looked and how perfectly it matched her personality. Then her mind snapped back to her father's dungeon. No fancy decorations, just plain walls, and she was convinced that bare simplicity was the way to go. But she couldn't look away from the sheer monster of Stola's army, more than 100 soldiers. No doubt, and Marco had warned her that the wind could whip up clones like they were nothing. Tinko told Prusel, this looks like trouble, what's your move? But Prusel just shrugged and said they'd sit back and watch. Strauss jabbed at Prosel's side and sneered that his dungeon was pathetic, just like the man himself. Then the creator snapped that both sides were ready. The war is about to ignite, he roared then. He pointed at the Starborn kids and declared, this new generation will fight. Strauss slammed the teleport spell the moment it hit, popping into the throne room where the crystal core sat waiting, and she instantly clocked the terrifying rule: smash that crystal or beat the Demon King, and it all ends in total loss. Normally, people would have chained up defenses around the core in the dungeon's deepest chamber, but this time, it was anything but normal. But she didn't stop there. She built a perfect clone of herself and launched it streaking outward. With her wind powers, she could throw her spirit into battle and call the shots from the front lines. And when Strauss summoned the demon Rosalite, it popped in grinning like it already knew her name. Rosalite told Strauss the assault was ready to go. Then Strauss immediately pressed her about Prosel's team. She hesitated for a second and finally pointed them out, saying they hadn't shifted everything yet. Rosalite reminded her that fighting was banned outside the dungeons in the white space, and Strauss exploded, cursing the unfair rule because she couldn't swing at Prosel directly. She had to go after the crystal instead, even if it felt completely cheap. Rosalite calmly pointed out that it looked like Prozel didn't mean to defend his dungeon, or attack theirs so. Strauss pressed him hard. Was he just not driven? Or did he simply trust his defenses that much? With doubt gone, she shouted for her forces to surge ahead. She ordered every copy and half the main troops to smash the enemy dungeon in one brutal, unstoppable strike, wiping them out on the spot. With arrogant fire in his voice, Strauss declared that Prozel's end was coming. Then Prozel roared for the first squad to charge. Demons came charging for the cave, but the moment they hit the entrance, their bodies slammed hard into the walls, pain flashing across them so tight only a few could squeeze inside at once. Strauss narrowed her eyes at that bottleneck. Then he spun around to Rosalite and swore, no matter what, that the invasion had already started. Rosalite nodded and promised she'd keep telepathic contact with the demons inside. But Strauss cut in with a smug grin, telling her to call in reinforcements only when the situation demanded it. One way or another, the crystal was going to crack soon. She shot one more glare at Prozo's side, seething that he still hadn't moved an inch, and snapped that he was acting like he was frozen. Rosalite huffed that at this point, it wasn't even a real contest. Then Strauss leaned in and asked if anyone inside the dungeon had finally spoken up. Rosalite's face flashed with surprise. But when she called again, there was nothing. Not a single reply. Strauss and Rosalite locked eyes, totally stunned, Strauss's voice shaky as she demanded whether Rosalite's forces had been wiped out. Rosalite shot it down instantly, saying it was impossible, because if they'd fallen, at least some kind of message would have found them. Rosalite urged summoning the second squad for safety, but before she could finish, Strauss shot straight toward Prozel's dungeon, leaving her behind. Rosalite shouted after her, yet Strauss never slowed, and right as she neared the entrance, she muttered, "Something's wrong." She shot Prozel a glance, and he didn't twitch, not even once, like he was too broken to feel her spirit at all. Then, she slipped through the dungeon wall without a single guard noticing. Outside, someone demanded answers. What just happened? Prozel, calm as ever, shot back that it sounded like Strauss had slipped into his dungeon. Tinko cut in, saying it wasn't Strauss at all. This was her spirit form. She asked if he could see spirits, and Prozel admitted he couldn't. But because the dungeon was wired to his mind, he'd still felt her there. Inside the dungeon, Strauss stumbled into a long, narrow hallway that felt like it stretched forever. She snapped at Prozel with irritation, roasting his design as lazy, then seethed at the low ceiling and cramped passage that couldn't possibly fit her massive demon. Bored, so she whipped her gaze around, furious and asking where her demons had vanished. Then her eyes snapped to movement at the very far end of the hall, right where trouble was hiding. A corridor stretched ahead, and shadowy figures stood there with weapons raised. She froze in place. They weren't just guards, they were golems, sunk deep in the passage, each gripping something she'd never seen before. Before she could even take in what she was seeing, the corridor exploded into full-blown chaos. A massacre erupted in front of her, and her demons were torn to bloody shreds. Blood sprayed across the walls and ceiling as corpses piled up in twisted, grotesque heaps. Strauss stammered, shattered by what he was seeing, screaming in pure horror and total confusion. Then she heard footsteps closing in from behind. She spun around, and it was the second squad, reporting that they'd arrived. Her whole body shook as she recoiled, dread clawing at her ribs. Then she blinked and the corridor looked spotless, like the horror never even happened. The gore, the bodies vanished. At the far end, the golems finally groaned to life, and two massive constructs trudged forward, heavy, grinding, utterly mechanical. One lunged forward, lifted its weapon, locked on, and tore loose a furious storm of gunfire. Bullets ripped through the demons looming behind Strauss, dropping them in an instant before Strauss could even react. She snapped her head around, her voice cracking as she stared, repeating the same words with raw disbelief, like her mind couldn't process reality. Panic turned to a burning rage, and she let out a furious scream, trapped and helpless while the slaughter kept going. Outside, Prozel felt a sudden shock hit his chest, pure energy flooding through him, straight from Strauss's terror and despair, pumped through their bond in his dungeon. He pressed a hand to himself, read the sensation like a warning, and nodded to what he'd just realized. Tinko saw that look and snapped, alarmed. But he brushed it off with a quick, easy reassurance. Then he shoved his gun right up near his face, smirked like trouble, and glanced at his allies as he spoke in a low, confident voice. It was their turn now, and they'd be the next ones to move. Strauss stood over a demon's corpse, utterly stunned, fear and confusion gripping him at every beat, right until the clapping cuts off his plans for good. Asteros called her test a success born under the demon king of dragons. She was Strauss, and everyone knew her as Stolas, the demon king of wind. Was a ruler who once couldn't tell her left from her right. She wanted to throw it all away again and again. But her contracted demons didn't just show up. They fought beside her, ripping through every struggle with her. For their sakes, she swore she'd become the kind of person they could stand behind, never slipping, never falling behind, not even once, to become the great demon king for them. Yeah, that was the road she chose. No turning back. As Procell's power surged higher and higher, Strauss could only gawk in shock while her demons got wiped out one after another until their lifeless bodies littered the blood-soaked floor. Her order was a deadly mistake. She truly thought his brutal, high-powered strikes would burn out, and that if she flooded him with sheer numbers, she'd win. So she threw nearly her whole army at him, and watched every single one get wiped out. If only she'd taken everything seriously before the war even started. She still remembered the talk she'd had with Asteros. How he warned her odds were better than those filthy creation bastards. So why she couldn't stop despairing? Was she being mocked by someone who could command nothing but skeletons, when Asteros had once trusted her dungeon strategy? A terrifying gorge maze where the ground tried to trap them with deadly pits and raging lava zones. On her monster's mobility and flight, sure. He'd said it wasn't bad, but Strauss shot back, insisting it wasn't just about that. Asteros pushed her to pour everything she had into it, no matter if she won or lost, because even getting defeated would turn into priceless experience. Back then, she snapped at him, claiming he spoke like he'd already decided she'd lose, and now she just sat there, bitterly sighing, wishing she'd actually listened to those words. But it was already over, way too late for regret. Suddenly, Rosalit's desperate scream ripped through the air and hit her ears. Strauss, clutched in the arms of that contracted demon, snapped to it she'd been hauled out. Around her, her loyal companions stood ready. So why were they waiting outside Procell's dungeon? Rosalit snapped that she'd heard Strauss's scream, then she and the others rushed to gather everyone around her. Masamune, the next contracted demon, blurted that the demon king of creation was finally moving in. Then Rosalit said, as she was rescuing Strauss, they finally spotted the dungeon's first floor, and what she saw down there was pure nightmare fuel. That floor was Procell's killer move, so if they could smash through it somehow, she truly believed they could win. Strauss went wide-eyed. Then Masamune snapped. Instead of clones, should our real cells go in? Could they actually pull it off? Strauss slammed the idea down on the spot. No way could even their real forces survive a floor like that. Rosalit pushed harder. Tell me there's another option. Strauss froze, her face darkening as she hesitated. Masamune told her to trust it. Anything this war took would be rebuilt afterward. So if that's true, then unleash them now and scare the enemy to the bone. Wasn't Strauss their future great demon king? Tears shimmered in Strauss's eyes as her contracted demons stood there, proud and unwavering. Right before her, she brushed the tears away, moved by their faith, because of course her loyal companions would stake their very lives on her. She finally realized she wasn't meant to just stand there and watch them die. There was still a sliver of hope left, and she already had a plan tucked away in her mind. Her eyes locked onto the golem's steel pipes, and she jabbed a finger at them. Attacks raining down from above might be brutal, but they missed their mark, and that bad accuracy stops them from becoming truly unstoppable. Rosalit warned that the distance was still a brick wall. Strauss nodded, then pushed ahead anyway. And right there, in that exact weakness, she finally forged her formation. They mapped the whole plan to the last detail. The real Masamune and his copy would slam into place as a wall of wind to stop every enemy hit, while the real Phobos and his copy would rocket forward at full speed because the Phobos copy is bait. Then Strauss would hang back behind the decoy Phobos, and Rosalit would bring up the rear, casting strengthening magic over the whole crew. Strauss laid the formation out for Masamune, and warned him that the farther forward you got, the slimmer your chances of living became. Masamune didn't even flinch. He nodded, locked in, and committed to the fight. Rosalind pushed the plan forward, insisting they'd march not only for Strauss and for the comrades who'd already fallen too. Their resolve never wavered. They charged straight into the cowardly traps, smashing right through them. The golems spotted the oncoming crew in an instant and snapped their weapons up to attack. At Strauss's signal, the whole operation erupted. Masamune yanked the wall of wind into place, and Rosalit wrapped everyone in protection, juicing the magic strength. Strauss figured her dungeon guardians were just bait, and while the golems stalled, they couldn't decide who to hit, so they pushed forward. Then boom, a violent explosion ripped through the air behind them, and Strauss snapped around, fully startled. Rosalit snapped that even the ground under them was rigged to trap them, and once the decoy troops were wiped out, the golems turned all their attention straight on them. A hail of bullets screamed through the air and grazed Strauss, and then Masamune lunged forward, roaring that he'd block every last shot with his wind wall. Like one bullet punched through his head straight down to the core. Strauss screamed his name like pure panic. Rosalit's voice cracked as the truth hit her. And that wall of wind, yeah, it didn't stand a chance. They pushed ahead, then Phobos suddenly staggered. Foam gushed from his mouth. Strauss roared for Phobos and Rosalit to stop, then the decoy Phobos crumpled to the ground as a sickly yellow haze hung in the air. Poison. He summoned the last shred of his strength. Phobos unleashed his wind magic to tear the toxic miasma apart. Then his body turned black as he crashed down, and the group sprinted right past his fallen corpse. The path ahead looked clear, but every loss weighed more and more. Then a bullet whistled past Strauss's face, and she snapped with a curse because they had. They tried to move, but the timing betrayed them. There was no way to dodge it all. Rosalit shot across the room in an instant, throwing herself in front of the attack and stopping the barrage dead in its tracks. Strauss screamed her name, and with blood spilling out and strength slipping away, Rosalit rasped that the rest was now all on her. She clenched her resolve and unleashed a brutal gale, sweeping Strauss upward and blasting him past the golem's line. She got slammed, and the second zone tumbled hard and collapsed. Strauss stood there, utterly alone, trembling as grief crushed him. Masamune, Rosalit, Phobos gone, like it never existed. That first area was pure nightmare, but she somehow clawed her way through, powered by their fearless sacrifices. She snapped her gaze forward, and there it was, waiting for her down the road. 3 full floors, just as brutal as the first, until the towering golems finally crushed in. Something inside her snapped, her heart cracked wide open. Meanwhile, Proso, Tingo, and El barreled forward. No one stood in their way. He burst into Strauss's base, and when Strauss sat there on her throne, she gaped in pure shock. How did he get here this fast? Prossel said someone as easy to control as her was a sure thing. He already knew she'd sick the demons guarding her dungeon into wild, reckless strikes at his side, and that meant he could smash through without much trouble. Tinko scoffed that it wasn't that simple, but Prossel pushed forward anyway. He boasted that he'd swallowed every last ounce of Strauss's feelings, her love for her comrades, and the gut-punch sorrow of losing them. Once the cycle snapped shut, everything would crawl back to normal because the battle was already finished. Strauss just stared, face turning grim, and the only thing left was the crystal's destruction. Then she screamed, defying fate. She wasn't about to go down that easily. She gripped the dragon metal tight, an ancient relic that supercharged every power, yet shoved her into a raging berserk frenzy the moment it kicked in. Then, with her final trump card, she'll crush Prossel and rain revenge on every last death. She unleashed its full power and screamed, "Synthesize, berserk, emerald dragon!" Her voice cracked like thunder in the chamber. She demanded everyone witness it. This was the real final showdown between her and the Demon King of creation. All the other Demon Kings huddled in, their voices surging with thrill as they watched Strauss go head-to-head with Procel. Because to them, this wasn't just a fight, it was a full-blown show, and Strauss had finally flashed her secret trump card, and Procel, still young, had already carved out his name by taking down powerful demons of his own, so nobody could say who would win this fight. Marco watched the moment twist and turn. Interest drained away into unease and finally he snapped, calling out to Proso. The Emerald Dragon let out a thunderous roar that rattled the battlefield as it slammed down on Prostel's forces. Because this beast wasn't just dangerous, it was something else entirely. Forged from the wind metal and the dragon metal, it rose as a jade colossus, one of the most unstoppable creations anyone could ever make. Berserk shoved it past every natural limit, slamming it with power that even outgrows S-ranked demons, but it pays in brains. Finko's eyes twitched with panic as she snapped to Prosel, and Prosel shot back, hard and clear, that they already locked in their plan. Now's the moment to clash. Tinko exploded forward, and Prosel and lundered right behind him. Their guns erupted in a storm of flames, so they rode straight up on the dragon. But the bullets slammed flat against the monster's scales, totally useless. El cursed again, still nothing worked. Prosel finally admitted the same. Even its scales felt wrong, rock hard and brutally tough. Still, he forced himself to remember. To win a war like that, you only had two paths: crush the Demon King or break the dungeon's crystal. You didn't have to charge the dragon head-on. Tinko sprinted to the dragon's back, right where Strauss's throne sat. Then she screamed for help and found it empty. Strauss was gone, and Prosel snapped his tongue in frustration. And, yeah, anyone who unleashed a demon that wouldn't sit still wouldn't stay planted on her throne. Especially since the dungeon's crystal was already gulped down during the Emerald Dragon's birth, leaving one brutal choice: take down this beast. The dragon's enormous tail whipped through the air at terrifying speed. Procel and El were slammed hard. Both of them got flung into the wall with brutal, bone-jarring force. Tinko screamed into the sky, racing above the dragon as she tried to strike back with everything she had. She snapped her gun up, fired straight into that open maw, and whoosh, the attack just disappeared as a brutal torrent of dragon breath slammed into her. The blast ripped through the air, and she got flung into the ground, tumbling like a rag doll. He landed hard beside the battered Prosel and El. Tinko unleashed the gas and it did nothing. Every hit they landed bounced off because those scales were built like armor. El clenched his jaw and said the real nightmare. The dragon had wrapped itself in wind armor, and that shimmering barrier turned every bullet into wasted air. But there was one shot left. She told Tinko to unleash the full true power of EO01SS, because in full auto, that weapon might finally smash through. Tinko froze. Wait, was he really sure? El admitted the gun was a gamble, a real risk. It wasn't finished using. It would almost certainly shatter it, which is why she'd dodged it until now. But in this nightmare, it was their only shot. Prosel snapped his eyes open in shock, because he hadn't even realized the weapon could do that. Tinko clenched her nerves and charged for the dragon, but the beast had somehow already read her move. Its tail lashed through the storm, spraying scales into the raging wind. Prosel's eyes went wide, because the Emerald Dragon had ripped its own armor to shreds, unleashing a storm that hammered the world, turning the scales into deadly projectiles. Tinko got slammed, her body crashing down, and Prostel screamed her name with a voice that cracked while El choked out the truth. The thing had spawned a storm that hurled its scales everywhere. They got cut off before they could even get close. Prosel's thoughts spun out of control. What were they even supposed to do? His heart stumbled in his chest until Tinko's voice snapped through the chaos, shouting for Master. Then she crashed straight into Prosel's arms, battered and barely standing, but still grinning as she looked up, making sure he was okay. El snapped into the conversation. This was their one shot and they couldn't waste it. Prosel had no choice. He had to slap a name onto Tinko. If she pledged herself as his contracted demon, they'd finally have the power to win. Tinko jolted back and yelled at El to stop, but she wouldn't, not for a second. From the start, she swore she'd keep her promise to Prosel. He'd name her only when he truly trusted her, and nothing else mattered. If she couldn't even take down this lizard, then she didn't deserve that trust. Prostel's chest clenched as he stared at her injured back. He replayed Marco's warning in his head. Yeah, you didn't just summon demons on a whim. Sure, they bowed to their kings without question, but they weren't stupid enough to follow anyone blindly. Dozens of demon kings got stabbed in the back by the very ones they bound, losing their power and crowns to usurpers. So Tinko's kind of clever demons lived by one rule: Never trust the leash. As Procell watched her battle, bleeding and still refusing to quit, he finally knew she was someone he could trust for real, not just hope for. Marco's warning hit him again, but this time his resolve smashed through every last doubt. He screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice blasting across the battlefield. Quena! Tinko's eyes blew wide with shock as Prostel bellowed again, louder. Kuina, that's your name! You're my first contracted demon! The girl shook with fear, then flashed a smile, tears spilling as she fought to breathe while Prosel's roaring voice demanded she prove herself, the one he trusted, his very first friend, and the mightiest demon he carried. Kuina's face lit up like a sunrise. She burst into happy tears. Yeah, Daddy, she cried. Then, right there, a blinding white light exploded around her and swallowed the battlefield whole. Her body shifted, reshaping itself mid-moment. Then, the glare faded, and Kuna stood reborn. Her aura flared hotter than ever, and this wasn't just a change, it was the real start. The real fight? It begins right here. Prostel stared at the freshly transformed Kana, her power flaring like fire, and then he barked his command with steel in his voice. Kuina flashed a grin, shouted pure confidence, and surged forward ready for his contracted demon to strike. The emerald dragon tore through the sky again, unleashing another deadly storm of razor-sharp scales. But Kuna sliced through the attack like it was nothing, tossing the wind-borne blades aside with ease. Then a contract. The demons, the king's deadliest weapon, pure terror forged in flesh. By naming them, the demon king flooded each demon with brutal power, and Kuina's transformation, now fueled by Proso's energy, shot past every limit she'd ever had, leaving even the emerald dragon in the dust as her body fully matured into her adult form and radiated pure, overwhelming might. She snapped her eyes to Elle, whispered an apology, and thanked her with real sincerity. Before blasting high over the battlefield, she raised her weapon and unleashed a rain of full-auto fire. Then the emerald dragon roared in agony. The demon kings who'd gathered went dead silent, stunned so hard it showed in their eyes, and Marco's mouth twitched into a grin. Because this war was finally over. Way up high, Strauss stared down at everything, watching Kuina unleash her final attack. The golden dance ripped through the emerald dragon and finished it for good. A thunderous announcement ripped through the battlefield. War over. Procell, the demon king of creation, had won. Before anyone could even blink, they were all yanked onto the stage's center stage, ringed by the other demon kings' roaring applause. Procell barely caught what was happening when Marco burst forward. She threw her arms around him in pure joy, praising his performance like it was absolutely incredible. Prostel fumbled as he tried to slip away, mortified that Kuna had clung to him in front of everyone. Kuna shoved Marco aside and snapped, "What a shameless move!" Marco pouted, sick of it, grumbling that it was boring. Prostel steadied himself and turned to the crowd, then declared that the victor, 3, didn't just happen on its own power alone. With Kuna and Ellen pulled into his arms, he told them it was all thanks to his friends, and Marco's face instantly softened. Prostel only doubled down, saying Marco, who'd stuck by him the whole time, deserved credit too, and Marco just laughed, admitting the fight had cooked her to a blazing sweat. She waved them off, insisting she'd go chase the cool night breeze, and left the two battle buddies to finally make up. Prostel just blinked at what she'd said. Battlefront's Strauss, yeah, that guy. Indeed, the demon king of time rebuilt her contracted demons, and Rosalit snapped to Strauss, pushing her to move. Strauss nodded hard and stepped up. Her eyes locked onto the Prostels, and even with doubt choking her, she still forced herself to start talking at the evening party. She finally admitted she'd looked down on him, then apologized, her voice weighed down with raw, honest truth. Procell told her he never thought she'd muscle through his first floor after seeing it with her own eyes. And when his emerald dragon clued him in, he got chills. She should be proud of what she pulled off, and proud of her demons too, because she treats them like real friends. Beaming at her, he admitted he was grateful she'd been his first opponent, and then he reached out his hand, inviting her to step ahead with him just as friends. Strauss blinked, caught off guard. Then she flashed a tiny smile, and he actually sounded kind to her, more than she expected, while Prosel held his gaze rock steady. Strauss let out a quiet chuckle and basically said, "If you want it, then fine, I'll go along." She threw out another heartfelt apology for humiliating him, then admitted, with a shaky smile, that her first real loss finally came from his hands, and that meant everything. Their hands were locked tight, sharp, angry, and perfectly matched. Strauss snapped her smile on and agreed right away. Thrilled to finally have a friend like him, Asteros closed in and planted both hands on their heads, then looked straight at Prossel and thanked him, because when Prossel handed his daughter the bitter taste of defeat, he was secretly forging a stronger version of her. Strauss snapped in shock, then Asteros handed Prossel a brand new dragon medal, plus a pigeon demon to ferry their letters back and forth. Strauss fired up too, promising him her own original wind medal and swearing she'd write all the time. Prossel accepted without hesitation. Nodding with a tiny grin, he stared at the loot he'd snagged and realized that all his fretting about the evening party was worth it, because this had turned into a priceless experience. Astros studied him one last time, voice heavy with solemn conviction, saying that helping him grow into a demon king like Prossel was the real calling. Marco has to be proud of her final work. Prostel's eyes went wide as he stared at Asteros in pure shock. Then final. Asteros tilted their head like, "Wait, didn't you hear me?" Prostel sprinted through those endless corridors, heart slamming in his chest as the truth finally punched him in the gut. Every demon king's life is capped at 300 years, and when the clock runs out, they vanish without fail. Every 10 years, when new demon kings are born on the same day, the task of raising them gets passed to the oldest demon kings, the ones whose own time is almost gone. Marco was 299 years old, and Prostel hadn't known, not a word, not a hint, which meant her remaining time was under a single year. His voice shattered as he screamed her name. Marco showed up in front of him, flashing her usual warm smile, but when he snapped out of nowhere and blew her cover, she tilted her head like, "What's wrong?" And her question hit the air as she practically shouted, shocked by his raised voice. Prossel's chest clenched as anguish burst out of him. Why? Why didn't Marco tell me about her lifespan? He pressed harder when her answer stayed calm. He never asked. Then his voice cracked again, demanding, "She's healthy. She can't just vanish." Marco only shook her head, gentle as grief, because once a demon king hits her lifespan, it's over no matter how strong she looks. And then, they simply disappear. Poof, just like that. She gave him a gentle smile, light in her eyes because her last duty as his parent was finally done, and now she could vanish with zero regrets. Then her mood brightened as she leaned in and asked, "Wait, have you heard yet what your dungeon's supposed to be? Did you pick up any clues during the evening party?" Prostel slammed the brakes in place, his thoughts snapping into focus. Then it hit him. He lifted his head and declared it to everyone. Marco blinked in shock. His dungeon was a whole city? "A city," Prostel said. He'd been wrestling with the idea for ages, building a dungeon that would never hurt his friends. But even that still wasn't enough to settle his doubts. He'd seen firsthand how losing precious companions can crush the soul. The gut-wrenching agony of watching your loved ones get ripped from your life. He refused to let those feelings crawl into his dungeon, so he had no interest in what was already there. He wanted to forge something totally different. A dungeon that flipped the script, where despair and sadness got kicked out, and happiness and hope burst in instead. If a dungeon really steals power from emotions, then why not let it feed on joy? Marco locked eyes with him in dead silence, then exploded into laughter because a city. She definitely hadn't seen that coming. Not even a little. Still, her eyes lit up as she told him she was beyond words, thrilled that her last job was to be his parent, and with the time she had left, she'd guard him slowly, steadily, and with warmth. With that blazing declaration, Prossel was reborn from the ashes. Now he ruled as the demon king of town planning. To spare his friends from pain and swap despair for real joy, the demon king of creation ditched the dungeon and built a whole city instead. And as he scratched his head, pure frustration burned through him. Prossel stared at the mess ahead and knew it was going to be brutal. Then Marco cut in, demanding to know how the city-making was going, and Prossel let out a heavy sigh, admitting it was flat out going nowhere. He grabbed Marco's library, devouring book after book, but every dungeon guide screamed how to build traps. Nothing showed how to raise a whole city, and he didn't even know where the thing was supposed to stand. The library was built from the writings of past demon kings, but it still couldn't give him what he needed. If Marco and the others could help, it would make everything way easier yet. Kui immediately sulked, flat out refusing, while Elle grumbled that she wasn't interested unless it had something to do with weapons. Marco then pushed them to stop guessing and go check everything for themselves. Prosol and his crew sprinted up, and right there loomed the massive settlement gates ahead. Kuina's eyes popped wide with pure awe at the sheer size, and Prosol nearly froze too, stunned that any human city could stretch this far. This was Eklaba's commercial hub, packed with around 100,000 people, the biggest in the whole region. It felt absolutely perfect, as a reference like the universe lined it up just for him. The instant they lunged for the gates, a storm of arrows rained down and drove them scrambling back in panic. Prosel's clothes snapped and bristled with arrow shafts, and with a bitter sigh he admitted it was only natural humans would unleash on anyone who marched demons into their city, because sure, dwarves could be tolerated among human tribes, but demons? Those were a whole different kind of enemy. Marco's old disguises sparked a plan, and Prosel used them and slip in through a different gate. But once Kuna pulled on human clothes, her ears and tail betrayed her instantly. Prostel muttered that it was unavoidable, but Kuna snapped into action. Her animal features vanished on the spot, and Prostel couldn't help praising her for reading the moment so fast. Inside the city, the group staggered through endless streets, drowning in the sheer scale of everything. Prosel stared in awe at the scene before him. Then he clocked Kuna and Elle's dark faces, both bristling at the sea of humans around them. Kuna asked if they should crush them, and Elle stammered before snapping that her gun could wipe them out, their eyes blazing with fresh, savage bloodlust. Prostel's stomach dropped at the thought of what they might do, and he hissed, "Maybe I should have left them behind." A guy strides up to the pair, gushes about how adorable they are, and straight up asks if they'll come grab food with him. Daijun runs left them with plenty of cash to spare. Prostel blurted fast that they were with him, and the man just chuckled, joking about how Prostel was acting like daddy, and asking if it was really okay to flirt with them right in front of their guardian. A woman's voice rang out, "Daddy," and the man snapped his head toward it, grimaced hard, and tried to look away until he spotted Boobchan, the one he always nicknamed that way. His buddies immediately surged over, buzzing with excitement. Kuna was seething as she demanded Prosel handle those guys. So Prosel said to play it safe, and even while she wanted to unload her gun and fill them full of holes, Prosel admitted he felt the same. Then he stopped it. Then it hit him. Those guys were wearing adventurer gear, just like they'd said, the kind people get when they start raking in cash from a dungeon. He spun around and froze. There were way more of those same lame fighters around, and Elle was already ripping into their weapons, sneering that they were dull and pitiful compared to what dwarves could forge. While he grabbed food from a street vendor, Prosel casually slipped in a question, and the merchant told him the adventurers were marching straight for the Demon King of Time's dungeon up north. Shocked, Prosel realized this had to be the same Demon King who'd revived the fallen back at the evening party, yet he'd never once laid eyes on the guy himself. They say the Demon King of Time can bend time itself, and yeah, he's one of the deadliest around, with a dungeon no one can break into, because the moment you get inside, the treasure doesn't just shine, it overflows. Adventurers surged into town, and merchants trailed right behind, hunting for profit, so the city kept booming, all because the Demon King of Time held the clock in his favor. Prostel sat there thinking hard, because if they were already this close, he figured it was time to show up. He called out to Elle and Quina and told them to get going. Not to battle, of course. He wanted to welcome him with open arms, because locking in a deal with the strongest Demon King could only boost their city's future. Quina huffed and complained that it sounded dull, and Prostel lightly scolded her for it. As they trekked across the fields, he couldn't stop staring at how barren and starved the land looked. Night finally crashed down, and with a tired sigh, Prosel realized the dungeon of the Demon King of Time turned out way farther than anyone guessed, 80 kilometers out. Quina shrieked, "This is too far!" while Aside grimaced, her legs feeling like nothing but sticks. All around them, tons of adventurers had already thrown up their camps, so they set up their own. Prosel started to build a tent. But right as he reached for it, a voice suddenly called out to him. A man driving the wagon pulled up and greeted them with a sharp nod. Prosto quickly clocked the truth: no weapons, no armor, and it made his gut twist with how weird that was. He swaggered in and introduced himself as a merchant from Eklava's biggest and most trusted business, the Kurtward Company. His job was simple: hunt down adventurers and sell them supplies before they charged straight for the Demon King of Time's dungeon. Prosel's gaze snapped to a bottle stamped 30 years, and the merchant leaned in to warn him this stuff was insanely expensive, even pricier than the bottle in the city, where it was sold for less than half the cost. But the extra travel costs, the escorts, and all those other expenses shot the price sky high, so Prosels just stared at the bottle in silence. The merchant kept pushing, insisting the adventurers had no choice but to buy. Because if you got hurt in that dungeon and didn't have medicine on hand, your odds of surviving were basically next to zero. Getting back to Eklova 80 brutal kilometers away would have been near impossible for someone injured, with demons looming on every stretch. But compared to life itself, the cost was nothing. Life won, money lost. Prostel hissed that it was pure greed. But the merchant snapped back, saying he was just filling the demand. Yet the moment that another city between the dungeon and Eklaba was mentioned, Prostel's face shifted like a switch had been flipped. He shot back a quick thanks, and the merchant vowed to keep him in good standing with the Courtauld Company. The very next day, Proso and his crew marched straight into the Demon King of Time's dungeon, and Kuinau stared at that massive entrance like it was a miracle. Prosel spotted the very same merchant from yesterday in the packed crowd, surrounded by countless others who were all there for the exact same reason. They pushed inside, and Kunal practically shoved the others along, grinning with pure excitement, because the moment they stepped in, everything was utter chaos. Adventurers tore through the dark, and demons clashed with them everywhere they turned. Quana stared at the sea of people. Elle pressed her hands over her ears to block the roar, and Prosel grunted that it was just like a packed city crowding him so hard he could barely move. Kuna snapped him back to reality. He'd come to greet the Demon King of Time, so was he really planning to wipe that dungeon clean all the way to the end? Proso slapped his own face, realizing he hadn't planned that far ahead. Elle just said it straight. With over 100 floors, that dungeon was flat out too brutal to clear. Out of nowhere, it all froze, every sound, every move, gone in an instant. Adventurers and demons alike stopped dead in their tracks, trapped mid-motion by the shock. Prosel whirled around, stunned to the bone. Staring in shock, he couldn't stop wondering what in the world was going on, until the earth shook hard beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, the world flipped upside down and they were somewhere else, with time frozen solid. A calm voice floated in, and the Demon King of Time revealed he'd heard from Marco that Prosel was coming for him, so he dragged them here while everything held its breath. Prosel then demanded, "Who are you?" He stepped forward and declared himself the Demon King of Time Dantalian, with a grin that said the clock was about to bend. Prostel narrowed his eyes and decided the Demon King ahead of him was one of the deadliest there was, the Demon King of Time. Dantalian, when he shows up, time itself starts to tremble. Dantalian snapped his memory into place, spotting Prosel as the brand new Demon King who'd blown up the evening party, so he grilled him about why he'd shown up there, even though Prosel didn't look like he was coming for blood. Prosel said he'd swung by just because he was close, to send greetings and thank Dan for the evening party. Then Dantalian chuckled at the manners, telling him he didn't mind polite youngsters one bit. Dantalian abruptly turned the conversation and told them that, after the evening party, the creator handed over new Demon Kings like Prosel official permission, but really it felt less like a choice and more like a forced mission: build dungeons, jump into the wars, and take the spotlight. Prosel already had his dungeon's location and setup locked in. Then Kuhina butted in to say they were still hunting, and Prosel snapped back and corrected her. He'd already made his choice. Quinat looked shocked, and Proso snapped that his dungeon would. A massive bridge is set to be built to connect the bustling city of Eklaba with Dantalian's own dungeon. Dantalian's voice snapped to a whole new mode in an instant. Eklaba was his turf, those city adventurers were his bread and butter. So when Proso tried to set up a dungeon along that same route, was he really daring him? Without a single warning, Dantalian snapped time to a halt and blinked in behind them. Kuina and Elle both snapped into action, ready to throw down until Prosel barked for them to stop. He spun back to Dantalion and snapped, "This is a misunderstanding. I never meant to hurt your profits." Then he leaned in and promised the truth. The dungeon he was imagining wouldn't be just a dungeon at all. It would be a whole city. Dantalion snapped his grip loose. They burst into laughter, shrugging it off like it was no big deal. Marco hit him with a heads up, so he already knew what Prostel was planning, until Prostel finally realized Marco had read his moves like a prophecy, and he stormed back to his throne stunned. Dantalion told Prostel to march on without a leash because it was a city, and in a place like that, he figured adventurers wouldn't start any trouble. Prostel threw his thanks out there, but Dantalion cut in fast if the deal still paid him in his territory. Then compensation had to be paid, no exceptions. He set his sights on Prostel's creation, metal, and when he said it, Prostel went completely stunned. Dantalion leaned in and said that this metal one-of-a-kind, deadly, and capable of birthing S-ranked monsters was too irresistible to ignore. And Prostel remembered Marco's warning. Since he'd turned heads at that evening party, everyone would come hunting for the truth behind his metal and weapons. Exactly like Marco said. Dantalion told Prostel that if he refused, Prostel had no choice, he'd have to build somewhere else. After deliberation, Prostel nodded and promised he'd hand over the creation metal. El's heart dropped with alarm, so Prostel bit back his instinct and decided it was smarter not to stir up trouble right now, especially since his city could gain everything from Dantalion too. If that truth kept spreading, an alliance might even become real. Kuina feared the worst, but Prostel snapped back that the older demon kings weren't allowed to step in for the younger ones until they'd fully matured, and since Dantalion was from Marco's generation, once he finally reached that point, his lifespan would already be running out. So yeah, the odds of a fight stayed low. His companions bought his logic, and once the deal was locked in, Prostel demanded to know why Dantalion had snapped so violently even after Marco's earlier contact. Then Dantalion admitted the rage had just been pure frustration. When Prostel pressed him for answers, Dantalion snapped forward and ate up the distance in an instant. Because Marco was Prostel's parent, that meant Prostel lived with her same roof, same room, every second from morning till night right by her side. To him, it was pure paradise. Then it hit him. Horrified, Prostel stumbled back, suddenly understanding what Dantalion was feeling. Dantalion finally admitted he'd never even held Marco's hand. Then his voice shook as he asked if Prostel might have once shared a bed with her. So Prostel panicked and shot back a hard denial. With a huge sigh of relief, Dantalion nodded and said it was great, because Marco had gushed about Prostel in her message. Prostel just prayed he wouldn't bring up her habit of roaming around half-naked, because if Dantalion found out, he'd probably end up dead. Dantalion admitted he'd at least try to tell Marco about the meeting gently, even though he hated it. Then Marco's grin hit like sunshine, totally overjoyed. Dantalion handed Prostel his time medal and even a water medal, insisting it wouldn't be right to call it anything else. Then, when Prostel pressed for the compensation, he waved it off and said the medals were a tender senior's gift, meant to push Prostel forward. With one last wave, Dantalion told Prostel to pass Marco his regards. Then Prostel realized he'd just landed both a new ally and the green light to build his city, even as Dantalion's real nature still felt like a locked door nobody could open. Right before Prostel could slip out, Dantalion stopped him cold and fired one last question. "Are you really sure your city belongs right there?" Prostel and his bound demons loomed in front of the swamp, ready to unleash whatever came next. As he inched closer to that puddle, his foot slipped and he dropped straight into it. Kuina snapped at him in panic, because right beneath their feet, the whole area was soaked in poisonous swamps, and he'd never seen it yesterday when the darkness swallowed everything. Building a whole city here felt downright impossible, and he couldn't stop thinking it through. Because building a dungeon means you can override the land, it should work right. But a city always takes the hit from what's around it, and if the land's basic conditions are wrong, no amount of overriding can fix it. With all that heavy traffic, it was no surprise. Nothing got built here. So I stepped in and asked him what he was planning next, and whether he'd hunt down a new location. Prostel snapped his head side to side too, still wanted to build it right here. They'd tested the route yesterday and, wow, the distance from Eklaba to the dungeon hits different when you feel it for yourself. Build a city at the dungeon's midpoint, and you've got a full-on inn and supply base for adventurers heading in and a safe place to crash when they come back with treasure. Dragging a heavy load for 80 grueling kilometers was brutal, and by the time it was over, that city could turn into a bustling trade marketplace. Soon he wanted to launch specialty goods, and even now, he swore it was the right move. Especially after the merchant they met yesterday said a city here would be a huge win. Procel stared the problem down like it was a monster he had to beat because they'd tripped the second they hit that very first step. And while he could fix the land with his Earth authority, the real nightmare was the air and water that still wouldn't cooperate. Kuina suggested that they could use they'd just grab that metal from the Demon King of Time. So Prostel snapped back that he'd already considered it, but the harsh air and the local vegetation still kept messing everything up. They realized they needed something way bigger, power enough to command nature itself. Then, out of nowhere, a tiny demon fluttered right around his head. Kuina snapped to attention when Prosel said a communication demon from Strauss brought it because it had a letter. Prostel swung the note open and read her message. She wanted to know how he'd been after the night of the party, and if he was okay. She told him she'd forged a brand new demon with the metal he'd given her, then admitted Astra Osama had been whining about the price. After that, she leaned in and asked if he'd made a damn thing with her metal, warning him not to waste it. Proshel shoved the letter into Kuna's hands and kept reading, letting the words hit harder as he went. During the evening party, she stumbled on a postscript. Several of the new demon kings who'd felt threatened by Prossel's power were quietly banding together. And she'd even gotten an invitation too, which means Prosel better watch his back. Then Prostel snapped and vowed to synthesize, build, twist, and even mimic humans. But the moment he thought it through, he knew wind wasn't going to cut it. He needed something bigger, something born from nature and the stars. So he ordered the synthesis to change, to create, and to make it star. An ancient elf was born right out of legend. Like fate itself just cracked open the world. A demon who could command nature itself. And with that kind of power, the massive problems standing in their way were about to get smashed for good. The ancient elf clocked Kana and El the second they came into view, then burst over to scoop them into a hug, gushing about how ridiculously adorable they were. While Prostel tried to speak up, she flat out ignored him, gushing over El's fluffiness while spooking the girls. He'd gone and done it again. Prosta sighed, forging yet another wild, off-the-wall creation. Could she just listen to him for once? She soothed him, begged him to trust her, called him master, and swore she understood. Then he snapped. Wipe that drool off. Afterward, the ancient elf turned to El and declared, "We'll fix everything together, starting now." El nodded hard, saying it was all for their master. Side by side, they unleashed purification and restoration, and in the blink of an eye, that deadly swamp burst into a gorgeous field. Prosoil and Kuina stared, completely stunned, as the city's foundation finally locked into place. In Marco's dungeon, Marco hung on every word as Prosel told her he'd just talked to Dantalion. She stared at him, eyes wide with curiosity, when she heard he was planning to build the whole city near Dantalion's dungeon, and that idea sent chills straight down her spine. She couldn't believe it could be done without a single incident, but deep in her gut, she knew that place was perfect for raising the best city. At first, she figured the whole city idea was just a joke, but now she's buzzing with relief, because the plan is actually moving. Prosel even admits he only just decided on the location. Marco then shot her a question. Was he really walking out of her dungeon that very day? And with Kona and El in his corner, he finally said he was ready to kick things off. Building a city, he figured, was basically the same as forging a dungeon because at its heart, it was still the Demon King's job. At the creators' evening party, each fresh Demon King got a crystal in their hands, and they had to bury it in the darkest, deepest corner of their own dungeon. Once a crystal was set, it stayed locked in place, so when a Demon King carved out their dungeon, they couldn't just up and move it, because abandoning it would open the door for an attack. With a spotlight on him from that evening party, the danger hit way harder, and for someone like Marco, the only move was to lock down his dungeon, make it solid, and make it defendable. He realized his leaving wasn't just leaving, it was his signal that his time to break out of her nest was finally here. Something he always knew it would hit sooner or later, but still somehow loneliness swallowed him whole. She spotted that weird bird perched behind Prossel and blurted out, "Is this one of Dantalion's?" Prossel then explained it had flown in from the very gift he said he'd received, and it was almost certainly built for spying, since he was raising his dungeon right in Dantalion's backyard. He didn't doubt for a second that Dantalion would go that far. Prossel stared at the demon bird without blinking, letting it do whatever it wanted, because he planned to use it to prove to Dantalion that he wasn't a threat, all while keeping his secrets locked down. Marco nodded to her logic with a grin, and she even teased that the connection could be the key to teleportation, then pushed him to build a teleportation circle right inside her dungeon too, so he could drop by anytime he wanted, with zero hassle. Kina's bright, cheerful voice burst through the room. Everything was ready then. Elle chimed in that they'd rounded up every golem mining the dungeon, and Prossel shot back that he'd catch up with them in just a bit. Marco caught her glance and said, yeah, she'd love to hand him a farewell gift. Those Demon King limits on her parent role strangled what she could offer, and when Prossel shoved his box aside, he figured he'd hear her out then answer his own way. Ripping his power free as light flared from his hand, he forged it with his own hands, and right around Marco's neck, a necklace snapped into place, flashing a jewel like it was alive. She'd never seen anything like it before. They called it a diamond one stone that kept glittering forever, so he leaned in and told her what it meant. Their bond would never crack, and he'd never forget her kindness, as steady and unchanging as that shining diamond. Marco's heart got yanked, her voice cracked, trembling with raw emotion. After more than a century, he finally realized how brutally unfair it was to make her cry. Proso let out a huge breath of relief, thrilled that she loved it. Marco leaned in and said, I can't hand you anything material, but I've got the perfect gift in my head. And right before he could even answer, she crashed her lips onto his in a fiery kiss. Prossel was left speechless and swamped with shock, and Marco just grinned as if he'd planned it. As she teased him for an answer, he suddenly felt a wave of jealousy lurking nearby. Dantalion was watching, teeth clenched tight at the scene. Marco pinned him to the bed and demanded if he wanted to keep going. His cheeks burned as he stammered out her name, like it slipped through his teeth in pure shock. Kuina's voice ripped through the air, and she shouted for her father right then. Prossel, blushing hard and flustered to the core, shoved Marco back and told her, I'm grateful for the invite, but I've got to go real soon. Marco steadied herself and nodded, agreeing it'd be unfair to make the others wait. Prossel hauled his luggage up, then swore before he left, once my city finally blooms, I'm bringing you there. Marco grinned and told her, I knew you'd see it coming, then shoved him forward like he couldn't waste another second. Kuina's impatient voice snapped again, grilling her father about being slow, and Prossel hurried after them, spitting out apology after apology while Marco stayed behind, fingertips on the diamond necklace as he sank into thought. That jewel Rosal had poured into her gifts kept shining forever, yet she knew her own time was about to run out, and she couldn't help but wonder, was it just a cruel twist to hand someone a light that never dies? Prossel gathered his contracted demons at the spot where their future city would rise, clutching the crystal in his hands, the one that represented the first. They kick off the build. Every major project starts right there. The second he announced he'd chosen this place to be his dungeon, everything changed. The crystal erupted in a blinding flash, unleashing a wave of magic that surged through the entire area. Kuina's eyes snapped wide when she saw that crystal light blaze, because just like that, this land was officially stamped as his dungeon in this world, and from here on out, everything would run exactly the way it did during the evening party he'd lived through. Prossel tapped into his magic and started carving the dungeon into place, building a one-level structure with 3 floors, and realizing that to go beyond this, he'd have to stack even more layers. His big plan was simple. Make the first floor the real heart of the city, and thanks to Elle and the ancient elf scrubbing the land and clearing the air, everything finally turned livable. So he tagged the dungeon as a, then it spread out across the land and ballooned to a massive 10 kilometers in every direction. On the second floor and everywhere below it was all about the city's lifeblood, the resources fueling its growth and the homes people would live in. and when Prossel spotted their luggage, he knew they'd have to start unpacking right away. He scanned his options, figured out what he truly needed, and since the first floor could already deliver clean water and produce, he pushed the mine to the top of the list. At his decision, a massive mountain erupted beside them, towering like the backbone of their whole resource system. And just like that, the dungeon's core structure was finally set. From here on out, a brand new nightmare awaits. Even though that crystal can forge brutal, dangerous dungeon layouts, it can't build houses, and it can't keep the roads, walls, or basic infrastructure standing. So if anything had to be done, it would land on them, no shortcuts. Building a whole city would take their own hands and grit. Kuina, buzzing with energy, stepped up right away, ready to help without a second thought. With his buddies on board, Prossel decided it was go time and their real work was about to kick off. Their city-building mission kicked off at last, not long after he slipped out of Marco's dungeon. Prossel and his crew were already hammering away, building the city, but the non-stop grind crushed their energy until Prossel let out a tired sigh, thinking maybe it was time to finally take a break. Kuina, exhausted to the bone, she hoisted her shovel high just to prove how wiped out she was. Elle stared at the numbers and realized they didn't have nearly enough, and Kuna backed it up instantly, groaning that they were short on manpower. Prossel weighed the chaos in his mind sure. They had golems, and he'd already summoned a handful of demons to back him up. But the moment he and Elbeth stared out over that endless grassland, the truth hit like a hammer. They pictured a city that would claim the entire first floor of the first level, stretching 10 kilometers, max size, no limits. Building a whole city with just their tiny crew? That was impossible, so he squeezed every last bit out of what he had. Kana got a Yuko. Elle got a dwarf smith, the ancient elf, a high elf, and each of them was handed 2 compatible demons perfectly tuned to keep their roles standing strong. But even with those new reinforcements, it wasn't nearly enough. Prossel had already burned through every last dungeon point, and now he couldn't summon a single demon more. If this were a normal dungeon, he'd have crafted anything he wanted as long as he had points, but this wasn't that. It was a city, so the system slammed restrictions on him, and every single thing had to be built by their own hands. Prossel had no idea the mission would hit this hard, but he still had one more plan ready to plug the manpower gap. That skeleton army he once built then ditched because they were wild, unruly, and impossible to rein in still felt like a disaster waiting to happen. But he realized one brutal truth: more hands weren't the answer. Without real command, that power would turn into a clumsy mess instead of a help. He dropped into a seat and tore through what was left, only to realize he had just 2 imitation medals remaining. And at first, disappointment hit hard, because one more demon felt pointless to synthesize. Then his eyes snapped to a single medal, the death imitation medal he'd been given. At the evening party, right before his showdown with Strauss, he swapped items. One was a human imitation medal, and that wild idea had been cooking in his head. Death, the seal of immortality, and humans, the spark of intelligence, put them together, and you might finally summon a demon that can command the skeletons. No hesitation, he slammed the 2 together and fused them into existence. The moment it hit, it rattled him to his core. This time, he couldn't get a grip on the demon forming inside him at all. Then it hit him. His power to shape demons came from the very creation metal. Without it, there's no way to steer the outcome. Then panic hangs in the air. He can't stop imagining something lethal taking shape. Rebellious skeletons with gangster attitudes, running wild beyond his control. If that's born, his dream of building a city dies before it ever gets off the ground. Suddenly, a violent burst of wind slammed him backward, and right before his eyes, a dark swirling mist swallowed the summoning circle. A skeletal figure crawled out from within, wearing a brutal crown and draped in dark, ominous robes. Prossel sucked in a breath and stared like his life depended on it. Then the thing raised its skull-like face, and relief hit him hard. Spoke with crystal clarity, and the figure introduced itself as White, an underworld duke, then pledged its loyalty to him. Prossel's eyes widened as he realized this wasn't some run-of-the-mill spawn, it was a jackpot, pure gold. Sure, it was low rank, but the sharp intelligence pouring out of that white creature was unmistakable, and Prossel couldn't resist. He asked if it could understand the speech of skeletons. White shot back and proved he didn't just understand them. He could talk to lesser undead and even inherit their memories. Then he flicked his bony hand, and the skeletons that were just standing there jolted to life, hollow eyes flashing faint light as they snapped into formation. He followed White's command with ruthless precision. Then White, swollen with pride, revealed just how perfectly he could command those skeletons, bragging that he'd done it. Prossel could only stare in shock as the formation snapped into an acrobatic troupe, something that left him completely blindsided. While the skeletons put on their show, White's eyes snapped to one of them. A skeleton woman, and he practically melted on the spot, showering her with grand, gallant moves, kissing her bony hand and gushing out exaggerated admiration. She got all flustered like she was truly charmed. And from the sidelines, Prossel just stared in shock, realizing White wasn't seeing that skeleton as a skeleton. At all, he was treating her like a woman. When the noise finally died down, White's mask of theatrics dropped, his eyes sharpened as memories of what Prossel said earlier about building a city came rushing back, and Prossel laid out his plan. That wasn't some dungeon built to cut down intruders. It was a home meant to let people live in peace, a whole new idea for a demon king's job, and White locked eyes on him, saying nothing, prompting Prossel to stare in disbelief at the sudden surge of intensity hitting him. White stared at demons and felt their wrongness unlike living things. They burst into the world already fully formed, like someone yanked them straight off the pages of a book. The moment they were born, their fate was already carved in blood, trained and ready to slaughter humans, chained in the dark as pawns for their demon king and his dungeon. Prossel finally got at White's words, peeled back the mystery of why Kuna and El left bloodlust in the human city, and then White admitted the real horror. After countless rebirths under different lords, he couldn't escape the cold loneliness that stacked up with every single cycle. After I tore through the memories, people just like him. He finally got what it felt like to be tossed aside again and again. But when Prossel held them, when everyone else would have treated them like disposable trash, they were met with kindness anyway. Prossel looked away, too ashamed to admit the mercy wasn't real compassion at all, just fear and hesitation dressed up as leniency. White's face lit up, and he blurted that Prossel's city-building dream was absolutely magnificent. With his arms flung wide, he declared that this was the long-awaited haven they bled for through endless battles. A sanctuary for their own, and right then, White dropped to one knee and swore his loyalty all over again. Not just a demon king anymore. He finally bowed to Prossel, the one he now recognized as the real king, worthy of his devotion. El stayed cool as this unfolded, but Kuna couldn't. Two knees swallowed her, and terror flooded her eyes at White's wild intensity. White swore he'd give everything for this cause, even if it meant breaking every bone in his body. Once White threw his skeleton army into the mix, the city started exploding into existence fast, like it couldn't be stopped, and it wasn't just their relentless labor that mattered. White went even further, grinding through dwarven books and other sources to teach himself architecture and how to build a city from the ground up. By forging new contact with the demons Kuna and the others had left hanging, he tied every group together and synced their moves, boosting their efficiency beyond Prossel's wildest dreams and making White feel like a second commander. While the golem was being built, it slipped and slammed through the earth, and the ground erupted, water blasting up from underground. Kunao's face lit up the moment he saw it. He knew it instantly was an onsen, a hot spring, and he blurted it out with pure joy. That wild discovery didn't just change things, it gave the city a brand new feature, and it might even turn into the thing they brag about to sell it. Prossel took it deadly serious, already realizing the baths had to be split by sex, men here, women there. And as White was crushed by emotion, he tried to cover his empty eye sockets, whispering the name of the skeleton woman who had stolen his heart. Prossel and his crew stood together, staring at what their hard work had built, foundations locked in, systems humming, and even wild surprises showing up. At last, the city was right on the edge of its final stage. For the most part, the city was finally standing. Kuna screamed in triumph as every building wrapped up, and El flashed a confident thumbs up, swearing the infrastructure was perfected. The ancient elf stepped forward and swore the housing was already done, and that the elves had blessed every inch of the field. So, with that, The city was fully ready to welcome its very first applicants. White noticed that the moment everyone poured their hearts into building this place, their love for the city only burned hotter, and Procel agreed, because now their last job was simple: get humans to come live here. But White couldn't shake the doubt, since during the whole construction, not a single human ever even looked their way. Procel said the dungeon was hidden by camouflage, so from the outside, all anyone could spot was the entrance. Then, the moment the city officially opened, the disguise would drop at the same time, and the whole city would reveal itself for everyone to see, pulling crowds in like a magnet. He declared that this day, the anniversary of the city's completion, needed to be celebrated. They all agreed, then vanished to grab lunch under the shade of a tree. The moment construction kicked off, they planted a tree on a hill above the city, watching everything from up there. The apple tree of beginnings, where destiny starts to ripen. On day one of the build, Procel fired off his creation power and summoned an apple tree, only to learn, right then and there, that apples didn't exist in this world at all. After that, he doubled down, growing them again and again, until the tree in front of them was the very first of its kind. He even remembered Kana leaning in, breathless, sniffing the fruit like it was magic, while the ancient elf admitted she'd never laid eyes on something like this before. Right next to the steamy hot spring, they had. Procel lit up at the fruit like it was the city's next big moneymaker, and the ancient elf let out a gentle smile. She swore she'd poured her power into that tree. Then Elle added that the potatoes had ripened too. Right then, an apple plummeted from the tree, and Prostel snatched it out of the air with his bare hand before he shoved it into his mouth. Juice flooded his mouth, and he went on about how sweet and refreshing it tasted. Then a weird rush hit him, like his fatigue just melted away while fresh power surged in, and he realized it was the ancient elf's blessing doing its work. He shoved another apple right into Kuna's hands. Kuina took a bite, lit up with pure delight, and then, just like that, handed hers to Elle, and then bit into it too, eyes widening as the flavor hit. Kuina swore she'd never forget the taste of that apple, and Prostel nodded along, feeling the exact same way. Prostel stood tall and swore the city was going to make it, no doubt, no fear. He barked for everyone to slam the last bits of prep into place tomorrow. The opening hits for real. Quana screamed her yes with pure fire, and Elle leaned in, asking if Proso had finally picked a name for the city. Prostel grinned and declared their city would rise as Avalon, the city of hopes and smiles. The next morning, a ragged crew of adventurers dragged themselves across the land. Then one of them suddenly let out a terrifying scream. He crumpled to the ground like the fight drained out of him, saying he was done while the others kept marching on. They shoved forward and left him struggling in the dust. Then another man snapped, "Hold on, try to walk," while a woman finally admitted the terrifying truth. They'd completely misjudged what Dantalion was capable of. The man snapped at the lizard, spitting insults like it was stupid, even as its power dwarfed his, and the woman shot back that whining wouldn't fix a single thing, while the witch beside them nodded along, warning them that at this pace, their food would run out long before they ever reached Ekloba. She only asked for one thing: a place to rest, and then things might finally change. Then boom, every last one of them screeched to a halt, and someone gasped. Wait, was there really a whole city here before? Kuina let out a frustrated shout, drowning under the nonstop rush of customers and an avalanche of work. As the adventurers walked into the store, Proso fumed and screamed accusations at them, and everyone had to watch her tantrum firsthand while she and Kitsun, stuck working the shop, hustled like crazy to keep things running. One of the adventurers blinked in shock and asked if it was really safe for a kid to be working there. Then his voice faltered as he wondered if she could even handle it, until the witch smirked and said the shop was thriving. Behind the counter, a demon cashier grinned and calmly asked a customer if they wanted potatoes with their order, leaving the adventurers stunned, because the little kid behind it followed the rules so naturally it felt unreal. Prosel strode through the city, and after half a day since the grand opening, the crowd already smashed every expectation. He grinned to himself, sure he'd picked the perfect spot. The adventurers' reviews were all praise, their goods hit hard, building real trust, and even the demons, still green, were studying the manuals like pros, but it was obvious they were short on hands. And just as he started to think, An adventurer's shout of pure amazement cut him off. Still reeling, the man blurted, "Is this really just ordinary water?" And the other guy stared back like he couldn't believe it because their thirst had vanished. Then another adventurer took a bite of fruit, went wide-eyed over the incredible taste, and felt his energy snap back while the fatigue just disappeared. A woman took a bite of the bread and practically gasped this sweetness was nothing like she'd ever tasted. Then another adventurer bragged that he snagged a mithril sword for only 2 gold coins, saying the dull steel blades they'd used before cost way more, and that cold, bright shine was proof it was the real deal. Another adventurer jumped in and asked if they'd seen the sword sitting out front of the store shore. It wasn't for sale, but the thing was so unreal it looked like divine craftsmanship. Turns out it was crafted by a dwarf who lived right in the city plus, right there, they ran a full workshop to fix gear and build custom orders. The group huddled and whispered, "A dwarf city, right?" But the shop had humans working inside, and they'd even spotted an elf. So what kind of place was this? Prossel stepped forward and declared the truth, calling it a city he himself had built for. Humans and demi-humans living side by side somehow, it all managed to coexist. With a bright grin, he thanked them for showing up. Then he stepped up and introduced himself, Prossel, the head of the city, and the adventurers went completely quiet, stunned. With that same calm smile, Prossel confessed he'd caught their earlier talk. Turns out he thought they were the kind of adventurers who could spread the word, so maybe they could team up and do some real business together. He pulled them in and asked for permission, promising he'd show them around the whole city himself. He marched them into the inn, and the adventurers couldn't help but stare. Everything looked stunning, crafted with care down to every last detail. White, cloaked in white and hiding his face, loomed in front of them like a giant. And when he announced he was the innkeeper, he laid out exactly what he could offer. The inn lined up both cozy private rooms and huge shared ones, private beds for up to 4 people at 2 silver coins, or big rooms that cost just 1 silver coin per person, plus warm blankets you could rent. But the meals? Those weren't included. One adventurer blurts out, stunned that it costs practically nothing, and White just keeps going saying they don't even charge for meals, because you can use the inner gardens well for free and get access to the onsen. The 2 women in the party squeal in pure excitement at the word, while their male buddies stand there baffled, demanding to know what an onsen even is. The women sank into steaming hot water, and to them it felt like a dream, finally soaking in warmth without a second thought. One of the women gushed that she loved this city and pushed to make it their home instead of heading back to Akloba. But her male partner tried to cool her off, even admitted the place was incredible, until he warned her that if they didn't return to Akloba, their supplies would run dry. Prossel replayed the conversation in his head and realized one thing: if adventurers wanted to stick around, the city had to give them a fast way to pull in real money. Just as he'd imagined new residents moving in, he never saw this mess coming, and his thoughts were snatched away the second Kuna came barreling toward him, shouting in panic and crying for help. Prossel just stared as Kuna crumpled to the floor, dead tired, worse than after they fought the Emerald Dragon. She rasped that there were way too many customers, and even with El's manual steering them, they couldn't stay on top of it. She begged him to build even more demon subordinates, and Prossel snapped back, trying to soothe her. He warned her not to blurt that out or she'd expose his identity as the Demon King. The witch nearby clocked every word and stared. Inside, Prossel knew they were in big trouble. He hadn't banked enough DP yet to spawn more demons, and those skeletons terrorizing the bread workshop in the basement couldn't show up above ground or they'd send people running, so they were stuck doing underground work. One of the women blurted out, "If you're short on workers, then just hire some." And the witch snapped with shock, insisting she'd been counting on at least 1 day of rest, then firing off a scolding at her companion Rixa for being rude. S.A. brushed it off, and Proso stared like, wait, money mattered, but only if their pockets were empty. A part-time job, and he'd totally forgot that was even an option. So he asked, "Would you take 6 silver coins a day?" The witch blinked, stunned by the offer, and Rixa snapped it up without hesitation. Because with that deal, they wouldn't have to rush back to Isalaba anytime soon. Prossel watched the 2 adventurers stride off, grinning and ready to start, and let out a heavy breath. Guess they could push through this mess for now. Then he spun to White and demanded, "What's your manpower look like?" White shot back that the bread workshop was humming like a well-oiled machine, with the skeletons proving the most dependable by sheer numbers. But then White's voice cracked a little as he asked the real fear, "How are people liking our bread?" Prostel smiled and promised, "They love it. Responses are fantastic." White practically burst with pride. Procel realized the opening went way better than he ever expected, and for now, they could finally breathe without fear. But they couldn't afford to slip up, because in just a few weeks, rumors would fly, hordes of new adventurers would pour in, and the city would explode into chaos. They'd have to scramble to expand part-time work and boost their demon workforce fast. Still, he knew that wouldn't cut it. More bodies wouldn't keep the service quality afloat forever, so they had to find another way. He figured if he could swing it, he'd pull in a real pro from the service world, a solid, trustworthy person who could run things, oversee management, and keep order from slipping out of control. A professional merchant would have been perfect then. Like the universe heard him, a long-haired merchant swept into the city. He leaned in and swore the rumors were real. This was the city that popped up overnight, and it was already booming like it never even blinked. But he demanded a real inspection, no shortcuts, not a second later. Avalon rose from the Demon King Prosel's own hands, and inside its crowded shops, adventurers packed in so thick they left the demon workers swamped. Orders came flying non-stop. Someone yelled for a sword, someone else begged for bread, and the rest were furious the moment they realized the shelves were empty. Kuina screamed in pure desperation, while Yuko could only shriek in terror. The female adventurers finally burst in, clapped hard, and snapped at the rowdy crowd, telling everyone to line up straight and not to scare the kids. Kuina gaped at what she was seeing, watching the women juggle customers with total confidence, and she couldn't help thinking these humans they hired were crazy good. Elle told them they even showed up to help in the workshop, and Kuina shot back, "Does that actually work?" Elle said, "Yeah, it really does." Because dwarves were built like stubborn craftsmen, they constantly butted heads with customers, and the human staff had to smooth things over. She still remembered an adventurer who complained about being charged, only for the dwarf smith to snap, "If you don't like it, leave." After that, the humans calmed everyone down again, and Kuina nodded, hooked. Elle then spun the conversation back to the real point, asking if Kuina's transformation was okay. She was meant to stay in human form while she was inside the city. Kuina grumbled that it felt cramped and totally unnecessary. Nobody was supposed to show up here at all. Then, out of nowhere, a woman popped in and asked if they had more shop stock. Kuina sprang back in pure shock, while Elle just stood there totally unbothered. The woman stared at them as Kaz scrambled to change forms, but Elle cut her off because the moment was already gone. The woman blurted out that the shop's so-called workers were secretly fox demi-humans all along. The adventurers froze, staring in shock. Demi-humans, maybe even demons. Swords and blades came out in a flash, but the witch snapped into action, steadying them fast and shouting for everyone to put their weapons away. She leaned in and swore these ones were harmless, then pointed out just how hard they'd been working. "And tell me, wasn't that fox demi-human in those frilly clothes downright adorable?" The thought hit fast and spread even faster, and the adventurers snapped back to life, gushing about how cute it was. She snapped that it was plain unfair. Dwarves and elves could show up in the open, but fox girls had to stay hidden. "So tell me, what's so hard about revealing themselves?" Kuina said it truly helped, and the woman burst into laughter, all pleased and getting overjoyed. In a city built for peace, he knew this messy, brutal way was the only thing that would truly work. Kuina finally flipped the script in her head. She'd always treated humans like nothing but dungeon snacks, but now she was starting to see them in a whole new light. For real. The woman tilted her head. Was she teasing him with a compliment? "Queen." I chuckled and basically told her, "Yep, that's exactly what I mean." The woman flashed a grin and cheekily demanded the decorated sword on display as her prize Kuina's eyes blew wide, while Elle's gaze snapped tighter at the audacity. Elle shot her down again, flat out saying the sword wasn't for sale. This was the crown jewel of her work, the soul of her craft, forged and dedicated to her master alone. The woman even called it a customer magnet, and Elle groaned at how clueless she was. The adventurer pushed on, convinced that a blade like that would make dungeon runs a cakewalk and the sales would set him for life. L's eyes sharpened because this woman clearly knew the value and still asked anyway. Shameless. Then Yuko snapped in, ordering them to stop messing around. But Queena shrugged and said it was fine if it was this kind of human. She didn't mind. Right then, a man's voice cut in. He yelled to his crew, letting them know they were ready to finally reach it. Antalia's tower got challenged, and before anyone could blink, the woman yanked off her apron and declared it was time to leave while Kurina blurted out protests and rang the alarm. But the woman waved her off, saying it was all good since the shop's stock was already wiped clean, anyway. And the witch leaned in, telling Kuna that people had been scooping supplies in bulk lately, even whole boxes. But they'd be back in a few days, so they'd come bearing presents. Then he hesitated, ready to ask what to call L only for LL to answer straight up. Elder Dwarf. Or just L. The woman blinked, thrown off by the name, and quickly decided it had to be normal since demi-humans apparently call each other by race. That would have made Queena truly special, because she actually had a real name, and when her words hit, L was caught completely off guard. She realized demon kings can summon up to 3 demons, seal contracts with them, and bind special beings that their master personally recognizes. She'd never been handed a proper name because without major wins like Tuna, she had nothing to flaunt, and no crushing power to back her up either. When would her master finally accept her as a contracted demon? She shoved that question out of her mind. She was a dwarf, born for one job, to produce, not to put on a show, so she stayed out of the spotlight, always working quietly in the shadows, determined to be useful to her master. White clocked her face shift and snapped, "Hey," to get her attention. He offered to hear her worries, but L just flashed a sad smile, then brushed it all off, swearing it was nothing. Then, right at that moment, someone stepped forward like they owned the spotlight, demanding to know where the city's lord had disappeared to. Inside Avalon, in Procell's very own residence, White and L burst into the room in a flurry, shouting for their master at the top of their lungs. Procell shot up, coffee splashing onto his face, and barked at them for barging in without knocking, practically scaring the life out of him. While White burst with excitement. One finally made it. A merchant. Later, inside the drawing room of Procell's residence, a merchant stepped forward and introduced himself in a proper, formal way. Konana Crotrudo Ecloba's humble. Merchant smiled like he was being modest, but Procell instantly knew it was all a front, because the Crotrudo company wasn't small at all. It was Ecloba's biggest commercial powerhouse, a titan so famous across the continent that everyone knew the name. His eyes snapped sideways, locking on to the long-haired merchant standing there, the exact same man they'd spotted on the road to Dantalion's tower. So Prostel wondered if he'd shown up because this whole area was finally under his thumb, or maybe it was because he trusted his capable bodyguard. Kanana lounged back in total comfort, grinning as she admired that amazing chair. He leaned in and said the stuff being sold in Avalon was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Then he demanded to know where Prostel got it. Prostel shrugged and admitted he'd sailed in from a far eastern land across the ocean. But he hid the name tight, insisting the goods all came straight from there. Outside the door, White leaned in through the crack and grinned. Everything was running smooth from the jump. Those from faraway places goods gave the perfect cover for how the city kept pulling off such wild advanced tech. L watched, too, and he knew it. Our master had clearly laid out countermeasures for the negotiations, and White even admitted he backed it up on his end. L nodded and said the truth was simple. No matter what, the momentum was on their side. If a merchant set up shop in Avalon, the whole place would explode with activity goods, would flood in. People would pour through the gates, and the city would start growing like wildfire. And then there was the Crotrudo company, Avalon's partner, more valuable than anyone else. Procell realized the only thing left was to finish this negotiation the right way, so he launched into his tale born with demi-human blood, hunted his whole life, and forced to flee his village. With fellow believers, he helped build Avalon, and Kanana clocked it instantly, which is why you can spot demi-humans inside the city. Procell cut straight to the point. He was almost sure Kanana had come to make a deal. But before anything else, he made one thing crystal clear. If they came for Avalon's goods to sell off the outside world, or to rip the secrets of the Maker right out of him, he'd slam the door on that fast. Kanana's face went rigid and it basically screamed. He's right, Prasai was onto something. The merchant shot back that calling it harsh was a brutal way to look at it. If avalanche swords were on the table, they'd buy them at triple price, then flip them through their whole company network and sell them elsewhere for 5 times the cost, easy profit. Or, if they just shared how to make them, they'd pay a gold coin for every sword sold, and with the Crututo network, that sales could explode to 100, even 1,000 times bigger. Russell ground his teeth and snapped that the whole offer was unbearable. His real mission was to pull people in and make his city thrive, and he had zero plans to sell Avalon's products beyond the walls. Kanana tried to jump in, but Proso bulldozed right through. So, he declared, if Kanana wants to start a business in Avalon, I'll back her all the way, full support, no hesitation. First, Avalon's shops went full duty-free mode. The merchants were left speechless. This was unheard of. Frostel told them the city's management costs were already paid for by the sales of its specialty goods. But deep down he figured it was only possible because demons had helped. Then he kept pushing. He'd give them a whole house for free as a store, and if they needed it, he'd even throw in a golem, because hauling it all would take more power than any horse could muster. The second the word golem hit the air, Kanana snapped with total disbelief, and Procel laid it out cold. The Crotrudo company only had to help the city grow, while the profits stacked high on top of their operations. Kanana couldn't believe the deal so generous for practically zero investment. Prostel flashed a grin and begged them to take it as his apology for blocking them from handling Avalon's merchandise, and the moment his words landed, White and L exchanged matching smiles. They'd hammered out terms so absurdly favorable the deal practically screamed, take it. And any merchant worth their salt would have jumped at it. Kanana flashed a smile and admitted, yeah, it sucked not getting those still. These conditions were way more than enough. Just then, the long-haired merchant cut in out of nowhere, shouting for them to stop. Every single eye snapped to him. He called out to Kanana, insisting he didn't have to swallow Prosel's terms. And Kanana stared back, baffled, demanding to know what that meant. Then the long-haired merchant leaned in toward Prostel like he was about to strike, his voice dripped with suspicion, and he snapped that this city was hiding its true face. Procel snapped, stunned, and demanded answers. Was his own city suddenly getting branded as suspicious? White, Anil stared on, worried stiff, while Kanana whipped around in pure frustration and snapped at the long-haired merchant for saying that right when the negotiations were moments from wrapping up. That long-haired merchant, completely unfazed, leaned in and said, negotiations are what matters, and I haven't forgotten. Then he turned straight to Prosel and pushed the question again, with Avalon's wholesaling ban on his products. Is there truly nothing we can do? Prostel's thoughts snapped into place, so it really was all about the trade after all. He started to answer, the same points he'd already hammered out 100 times, but the long-haired man slashed right through him and warned Prostel, don't you dare underestimate them. If they wanted, they could order Avalon's wares straight through their people or toss a coin to adventurers and then haul everything to Eklaba and sell it in other cities too. Turns out, they'd already tried it over and over as a real experiment, then went even deeper, tracking resale rates and dissecting how it was made. And L suddenly remembered the real kicker. Some buyers were buying in massive bulk. The long-haired merchant pressed on, warning Procel that if those shady practices spread, planting a shop in this remote backwater would be a total waste, so he shoved him to rethink it before things hit that point. Kanana shot upright, because he'd already pushed this too far. Then the long-haired man spoke in that calm voice, saying it was only insurance if the negotiations blew up. Insurance. Prostel clenched his jaw, but he forced his breathing to slow. And yeah, he already had backup plans lined up. He said the Avalon swords were still running low, so they'd slam a rule on it, 1 sword per person, no exceptions. Any buyer who looked suspicious got wiped from the list, and hard enforcement kicked in to stop them from ever getting a sale. When it came to how Avalon's stuff was made, dwarves forged its swords and elves blessed its crops, and copying it wouldn't be a simple job, not even close. Yet that long-haired merchant latched onto the challenge right away. Yeah, right there is exactly where his gut suspicions started to scream. Prosel's face tightened as the long-haired man surged ahead, Sure, elves and dwarves existed on the continent, but not like this. In Avalon, the demi-humans with all that rank and power mostly showed up only inside dungeons because, yeah, they weren't people at all. They were demons. Prostel's eyes snapped wide, the truth hit him. And suddenly it all made sense. That was exactly why they'd been turned away when they tried to enter a Kloba. That long-haired merchant wouldn't quit. He was relentless to the bone. Even Prostel had floated the idea of using the golem's manpower, and yeah, it sounded completely insane. Golems, demons, and all but name-hunted adventurers' lives, and nobody ever mistook them for labor, not even the long-haired man himself, until the accusation hit like a hammer. Prostel swore he built this city for demi-humans because it ran in his bloodline, but the truth was brutal. There wasn't a single demi-human among them. At first glance, Avalon looked peaceful until you realized it was the Demon Lord's dungeon, and El's heart hammered like crazy, with Prostel's racing right alongside his. The long-haired merchant locked eyes with Prostel and demanded the truth. Who are you really? Prostel's mind raced, because this was the kind of disaster you can't walk back from. If they uncovered he was the Demon Lord and realized Avalon was actually a dungeon, everything would fall apart. Even if there's zero proof, those rumors would still light the match, especially with that merchant company pulling strings, and the whole continent would fall for it. If that happened, Avalon's goods would turn into loot. Its people would be labeled demons to hunt down, and the whole city would be cursed like a dungeon that swallowed lives. He could already see the chaos crashing down, and since that dungeon crystal was anchored here, ditching Avalon and rebuilding somewhere else simply wasn't an option. When he looked down, he knew it, this city built on hope and happiness was going to crumble into failure. The long-haired merchant's voice yanked him back, and he admitted it there. Starting right now, this was no longer a debate. It was business. Prostel should lock up wholesale distribution rights, because the merchant would demand half the selling price, then flip around and resell it for 10 times the value, and Prostel's eyes shot wide open. Those merchants were even worse than he'd ever dared to fear. He couldn't believe they'd sink this low. The weight of his choices crushed him. Burn the city to get it back and risk everyone's lives, or swallow his pride and hand over a fortune to the merchants. His teeth clenched hard, cornered by the devil. It was time to choose or break. Right then, the door swung open. El and White walked in, quickly apologizing for barging in. They rolled in with trays piled high with merchants' favorites, Avalon's applesack, the city's prized specialty. So why did he apologize to Prostel and admit he'd felt something dark in the air and rushed in to stop it? Prostel said it did help, but the weight in his thoughts didn't lift. So now what? The merchants were chasing the goods. Not a battle, sure. They were only negotiating, but what they truly wanted was pure profit, plain and simple. If that's true, Prostel shot up from his seat, and when it came to the wholesaling rights, he didn't waver. He swore he'd turn them down. The long-haired merchant bent forward and taunted him. So was it all fine back then, sticking with that same disadvantage? Prostel just shrugged and said he didn't care because his real mission was to build a city where demi-humans could finally live in peace. And if this place couldn't make that happen, he'd pack up and move somewhere that would. Inside, bitterness twisted his thoughts. Dungeon rules made that impossible, so his words were nothing but a daring bluff. But he pushed forward anyway. Could this really be okay for them? If Avalon gets left behind, they're handing away a massive chance they'll never get back. A tariff-free city like that wasn't found anywhere else in the world, and if they were still begging for wholesale rights after digging into Avalon's goods, it screamed one thing: they couldn't make anything that good on their own. The long-haired merchant flashed a smug smirk and cut straight to the chase. So what's your point? Russell snapped his hands once, announcing a compromise, but he refused to let Avalon's special products get wiped out wholesale. They'd just turn a blind eye to the goods immigrants churned out after moving into the city. Even if one of them mastered how to forge blades down to the exact methods behind making those swords, Avalon wouldn't lift a finger. If the merchants led the charge and helped the city grow, they'd get full freedom to decide what happened to every item their own people brought in. The long-haired merchant's eyebrow shot up, and Kanana tilted his head, lost in thought. Helping Avalon rise and snagging entry to a tariff-free trade hub felt like a goldmine, an investment that promised crazy profits. And yeah, it absolutely sounded too good to refuse. The long-haired merchant nodded along to the compromise, but he wouldn't let it slide. He still had doubts, and the danger wasn't one-sided. So tell me, could Prostel show them again that he's truly trustworthy? Prostel seethed. Proof, he snapped. We're right there, one step away. So what else could I possibly give? Right then, Elle, who'd been sitting quietly watching, snapped out of the room at full speed. Just moments later, she burst back in. Gripping something tight, then she slammed a sword onto the table. Prostel clocked it instantly. The very sword in the shopfront. The one stamped, "Not for sale." Elle snapped that it was her own clone, forged from her being, and swore she'd hand it over as proof so they'd finally trust her master. Prostel's heart hit hard, like the truth just punched through. Kanana snatched the blade up, eyes blazing with awe like he'd just found treasure, and the long-haired merchant nodded right along. This wasn't some ordinary sword. The magic pouring off it was so powerful it felt downright holy. Russell whipped around to Elle and demanded to know, "Are you really the one?" Elle answered with a solid yes. Because she wasn't built like Kawina, she had to do the one thing she could and do it right. Kanana blurts out that if this sword hit the auction block, it'd sell for at least 10,000 gold coins, straight up enough to buy a whole castle, and even if the city gets twitchy or suspicious, she's sure it to be worth every coin. The long-haired merchant immediately nods in agreement. He stunned everyone, then handed the sword back to Elle and threw out a sincere apology for forcing her to pull a priceless treasure while Kanana and Elle were left completely speechless. Kanana exploded in protest. What was he thinking after they'd just snagged a treasure? The long-haired merchant stayed cool and said it plain. Don't get greedy with a client you plan to keep for the long haul. Kanana snapped back that he was the one who'd pitched the whole idea first. That long-haired merchant leaned in and said, the sword, if it landed in the right hands, could blast every last demi-human in Avalon into dust. They gave it up so fast, showing real grit to help the city thrive deserved respect. He even apologized again for doubting them, and Prostel finally let out a long, shaky sigh, completely relieved. It hit him. He was honored. They finally got it. The long-haired merchant broke into a grin, apologizing to Kanana for barging in. Then Kanana ignored him completely, spun toward Prostel, and with a blunt, weary face, spoke up honestly and started all over again with him. He shot his hand forward and sealed it. Those contract terms were exactly right. From this point on, both sides moved forward together, side by side, matching every step. After the merchants dashed off, Prosel, White, and Elle crumpled to the ground, utterly spent, every ounce of strength drained from what they'd just survived. Prosel finally spilled the truth, white heat rage boiling in him as he realized the long-haired merchant had been toying with them the whole time, and that he couldn't have pulled this off alone, not with both of them, especially her. It was her rock-solid resolve that sealed their fate at the very end, so he couldn't help but be deeply grateful while Hell stared at him, shocked, in the middle of everything. Prosel kept going, because for a long time, gratitude had been baked into every breath in her chest. At that evening party, she cranked up their firepower, then stood at the center of it all, building the infrastructure that kept the city running. She's been essential all along, and he should have praised her victories ages ago. So let him finally say it right now. His second contracted demon, her name was going to be. Before he even finished, Kuna exploded through the door, shouting that she was back. She halted mid-step and clocked it. LL looked different, and that soft smile on his face was way too calm. Quina tilted her head, confused, wondering why L was suddenly so happy. Murmured back that Quina was totally mistaken. She didn't just change, she vanished. The girl everyone knew as L was gone, and in her place stood Rorano. Kuina and that ancient elf shouted her name in perfect unison, like the forest itself was answering back. The ancient elf called Kuinao's name Lovely, and Kuina lit up as she praised her back with warmth. Rorono's cheeks flared red as she clutched the name Master Prozo had given her, swearing she'd cherish it with all her heart. The ancient elf shot Prozo a smug, teasing look, pretending to feel jealous as Ka and Rorano stood there, and then she smirked that it was lonely being the only one left out. Still grinning, she claimed the two of them had absolutely earned their names through hard work. Prozo fired back, joking that maybe, A could end up hers someday, and the ancient elf burst out laughing, swearing she'd been keeping the city thriving. 2. White blurted that the high elves were already complaining, saying she kept slipping out of her duties to roam the town, and Yuko snapped that she'd even been hit with their flirt bait antics herself, leaving the ancient elf stuck awkwardly standing there, caught red-handed. Procel gaped at her in total shock, blurting her name and steaming with frustration. Then the ancient elf snapped the truth into place. She wasn't just roaming around for kicks, she was handling troublemakers who had tried to swipe the city's prized apples, and White confirmed it. But then he cut himself off mid-sentence, muttering that he'd rather not talk about it here. Procel spun toward him, totally thrown off by the sudden hesitation. The ancient elf kept talking, and with a heavy sigh, she confessed she hadn't done nearly as much as the other two. Still, she pushed. "Once I pull my weight on your level, you'll give me a name too, right?" And to prove her point, she casually tossed out the idea of taking down the enemy demon lord, making Prostel jerk back in alarm. He stammered that she was blurting out terrifying stuff with that ridiculously cheerful grin, but he admitted that if she truly pulled off something that huge, he couldn't ignore it. The ancient elf lit up, clapped loudly, and swore it was a promise. He practically cheered because after what Prostel proved at the evening party, nobody would dare start trouble with him. Rano just nodded along, praying that this promise stayed solid. A bit later, Prosel leaned outside with a burger in hand, chewing between bites as he warned White that AE was nothing but trouble, unpredictable, maddening, and impossible to read, like the wind itself. But White just smirked and said that even with all her chaos, he could feel in his bones that she was a good person deep down. Then the dwarf smith stormed right up to him. White stepped in and called her attention to what they'd been talking about, and she nodded at once. Then White replied in a respectful tone, calling her, "My lady." While Prosel watched in silence, impressed by how hard he pushed to help everyone. He went from supervising the making of food and supplies to running the skeleton army that cooked and processed everything. White had turned into the city's real backbone, and even among the dwarf smiths, kitsunes, and high elves, they trusted him with their lives, maybe even more than Prosel himself. Despite the fact he was their demon lord, Prostel watched from the shadows as a man strode up to White, mistook him for the city's chief, and begged for advice about the new immigrants, while Prostel just let out a tired sigh, because it hit him hard. People might genuinely think White is the real lord. He couldn't shake the feeling it was his own fault, because he barely ever left the heart of the city, where that crystal was locked away, spending his days keeping its magical flow running like clockwork. Prostel stepped over and snapped that there was something he just couldn't figure out, and when White turned back confused, he admitted it. No matter how she was made in his own image with create metal, he could never truly understand White, somehow born more by fate than by plan, still ended up being someone Prostel could trust with his whole heart. So Prostel straight up told him, "I'm counting on you." And White bowed low, saying it was an honor to serve his lord. As Prosel watched him, guilt slammed into his chest like a punch. White busted his guts for the city so hard it looked like Prosel was pushing him way past his limit. If only White had been handed the same strength this guy gave to his other three subordinates, White might have finally unlocked his true full potential. After a tense beat of silence, Krozel burst in and straight up asked White, "Want a name?" He told them that White was the only demon worthy to be his final contracted one. Prosel then leaned in and admitted there was one thing he still hadn't told anyone: this special power he'd been handed by the creator as a reward for winning the evening party. Only twice could he do it, and only if everyone agreed, turning a person into a metal without ripping away a single memory. White gently rested a hand on the dwarf smith's head, eyes locked as Prosel spoke on, spelling out how White could tap his special power to evolve into an even stronger demon, with every memory still intact. White shut his eyes, soaking in the moment, then bowed low to Prosel and thanked him from the heart for his kindness. Tearing off his mask, White spoke straight from the heart, swearing he adored the body his lord gave him, the very one Prosel had brought to life. Out of all of Prosel's companions, he was the only one who didn't have. With the creator's divine power pumping through him, this body still dragged him into countless fateful encounters. And that right there, he said, lit pride in his chest and filled him up. Then Prosel started to speak, but White cut in fast, firm and still respectful, and went, "My lord." White warned that Prosel was about to get hit with wave after wave of surprise trials, and he made it clear, the last name he was handing down and the divine power the Creator had bestowed would be the key tools to survive it all. With his head dipping again, White urged Prostel warned him, "Don't touch those things recklessly. Don't act on impulse." Prostel stood there frozen, blown away by White's wisdom and raw honesty, then finally cracked a defeated smile. He let out a quiet laugh and admitted that now, honestly, he couldn't even say who really came out on top between them. With one raised finger to snap the moment into place, he said there was still one problem left, and then he promised he'd reward White for all his loyal service and the grueling work of running the city. White paused, then replied that if his lord wanted to reward him, he could be the perfect matchmaker for his upcoming marriage with Saxanso. When the dwarf smith heard it, he froze for a heartbeat, then exploded with shocked joy. Prostel blinked at White's words. Then his eyes snapped wide and he blurted out a shout of pure disbelief. The dwarf smith, cheeks blazing, blurted out if White was really tying the knot, and White totally flush-nodded, confirming he really was. His feelings had finally reached the person he loved, and Prosel practically lost it, stunned by the wild idea of an undead getting married. He let out a chuckle and shrugged, saying if White was happy, he wasn't about to argue while the dwarf smith just stood there, stunned, unable to get a word out as the news hit him. White, though? He was shaking with pure joy, calling it the greatest honor of his life, then practically bouncing on his feet, asking when the ceremony would be. The dwarf smith roared out Prosel's name, stunned to the core, while Prosel just watched the chaos with a faint smirk saying he didn't mind demons getting along, but admitting this was exactly the kind of surprise hardship White had warned him about. As Prosel headed back toward the village, he replayed how smoothly the city's growth had gone so far, and he prayed that nothing big would strike next. But that spark of hope got crushed almost instantly, and the fallout hit fast. Prostel suddenly found himself staring down 3 demon lords right in his face. Morex, Zagan, and the other demon lords of evil aligned like a nightmare crew, each one more terrifying than the last. Viscosity. Ran away. One of them lunged to the front and called him by name. Demon Lord of Creation, Prosel, then declared, "We're here to start a war with you." Prostel's face went rigid the moment it clicked. Oh no, this wasn't a fair fight. It was a 3 versus 1 war. Sometime earlier, Prosel slumped in his office chair, drowning in piles of paperwork as he muttered under his breath. Sorting proposals for merchants and welcoming new residents to the city, then groaned, because ruling felt way more brutal than he ever dreamed. As he kept digging through the documents, one strange detail snapped his attention. He stopped cold, furrowed his brow, and found an envelope in his hand, faintly shimmering with magical power, like a letter laced with magic. Kuna clocked it and bolted over, shouting that only another demon lord would dare send a letter like this. Raurono leaned in, trying to guess if it came from Marcho or Stolas, but White immediately shook his head and said those two already had their own ways to reach Proso, so this had to be from an unknown source, and everyone better brace themselves. In the noisy commercial city of Ecloba, Prosel planted himself in the middle of a packed street, clutched a paper in one hand, and scanned every face like he was hunting a clue, muttering that the meeting spot had to be around here. A voice suddenly snapped from nearby, saying it was right there. So Prostel whipped around. A calm man stood waiting, wearing a composed smile, and greeted him by name, the Demon Lord of Creation. He thanked Prostel for coming, and without wasting a second, Prostel demanded to know if he was the one who'd sent that letter. The man didn't hesitate. He confirmed it was Zagan, the Demon Lord of Steel. Zagan flashed a smug grin and motioned him to sit, then waved a waitress over and ordered Prosel the exact same plate as his own. When Prosel slid into a seat, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zagan oozed pure, rehearsed confidence, like this was something he'd done 100 times so. Zagan lifted his coffee, cut the small talk, and pushed them straight into the real business. His face twisted dark, and his voice cut like a blade. He told Prosel this was all about the war coming next, and he hurried to make it crystal clear he'd already forged an alliance with 2 other demon lords. Alliance. Prostel tasted the word, And in that moment he finally understood how crazy cooperation between demon lords could be. Zagan pressed on, admitting Procell of creation was terrifyingly strong but warning him to think this through. How was he supposed to take on 3 opponents at the same time? Everyone already knew how dangerous he was, and they'd seen the beastly power of his subordinates at that evening party. Prostel demanded to know if Zagan was ordering him to surrender, and Zagan let out a mocking laugh. Yeah, surrender would have been easy, but it wasn't what he wanted, because he hit Prostel with a curveball. A brand new alliance. Prostel blinked. Totally lost then, Zagan told him his 2 allies were stuck waiting somewhere else right now. If Procell said no, Zagan would flash the signal, then all 3 of them would hit the war button on him right away. If Procell signed the alliance, then the moment those 2 moved to wage war on Procell, Zagan would flip sides, instantly declaring war on his own allies. Russell went speechless at the sheer audacity of the plan, and Zagan leaned in, saying that this way they'd turn a brutal 3-on-1 fight into a full-on 2-on-2 war. He told us his 2 current allies were seen as the weak link among their demon lord generation, then grinned and said he and Prostel could steamroll them both with 0 effort. They could crank out medals at top speed and finish the creator's mandatory war before the 1-year deadline. Proso just sat there in silence, his face giving nothing away before. Finally, Zagan asked why they should even bother with this whole arrangement, and Zagan hit back, dead simple. It was the smartest move, way more advantageous. To earn the right to fight for the creator, he had one job: shatter the enemy's crystal. Even if all 3 demon lords join forces, the 2 survivors will still end up tearing into each other later. Procell fired back, saying it was way easier to cut down a weakling than to plot circles around monsters. And Zagan pushed again, arguing this setup would keep Procell safer too, instead of him getting thrown into a brutal 3-on-1 fight. He said the alliance stood on one rule only. Procell had to swear he wouldn't start another war once his 1-year duty was done, and Procell just sat there, silent. Finally, Zagan's real motive snapped into place, and it was brilliant, cleanly negotiated, ruthlessly efficient, and ice-cold to the bone. Zagan just smirked. Just as he thought he had the deal in the bag, Procell snapped in and cut him off before another word could slip out, cold and steady. He refused. Zagan froze as Proso flat-out shut him down, staring him dead in the eye and reading the doubt burning on his face. Why? Because I can't trust you, Proso said. How could anyone trust a guy who flips on his allies so casually? He could just as easily snap on his next partner and stab them in the back the moment they drop their guard. Proso said it best. Maybe this whole alliance talk is just a trap waiting to spring. Zagan tried to shoot back a denial, but his words tangled and broke in his throat. Proso just stared down at him, dead calm, pointing out that right this second, Zagan was doing exactly that to his 2 allies. Zagan's face contorted, sweat beating at his temple as he clenched his teeth and spat out a bitter sound, then shot to his feet, rage and humiliation exploding in his voice as he swore Proso would regret this, and with a sharp raise of his hand, he barked for the other 2 demon lords. Out of nowhere, 2 more demon lords slipped in behind Zagan, and with a cold, wicked smirk spreading across his lips, he spun around to face Procell. The air suddenly felt like a weight on your chest. On his left, Ranov, the rotund demon lord of viscosity, and beside him stood Morix, the demon lord of evil, his sharp, intimidating eyes cutting like daggers. Zagan's voice dripped with a sneer as he mocked Procell for having 3 demon lords looming over him at once, but Procell said nothing, his face a blank mask. That silence only lit a fuse under Zagan, and he slammed his fist on the table, barking why Procell wouldn't answer. Prostel finally lifted his eyes to the other 2 demon lords, calmly pointed at Zagan, and said the truth. Zagan had tried to betray both of them just moments ago. Renoba and Morix went rigid with shock, their eyes snapping straight to the Zeeble, and Rizamito Bimen, is Brenneming Coffin, Deramring Kroppen, Inaberzethen. Rayfenthing couldn't possibly be fooled. He shot his voice up, begging them not to start tearing at each other, warning that any bickering right now would shove them right into the Demon Lord of Creation's trap. Then his desperation boiled over as he yelled for them to hurry and make their move, officially declare war on Proso. Renova scratched his head and pointed at himself like, "Wait, what do we do?" Morix folded Yezd and Wade. Edrolt Wade Youd. They blurted their challenge to the demon lord of creation. Prossel then the moment hung there, because none of them got to make their next move. A commanding, otherworldly voice thundered straight into their minds, and somehow the air itself carried it, spelling out absolute words. Challenge approved. All 4D. Demon Lord's frozen realm. Prostel's eyes bulged as he shot his gaze up, instantly locking onto the voice he'd been dreading, the creator himself. The verdict had officially been accepted, and with divine thunder still ringing, the creator's words boomed through the ice. The war between the demon lord of creation and the allied forces of steel, viscosity, and evil starts in 4 days. You've got just 24 hours on the clock, and whoever grabs the most crystals before time runs out wins. Prossel snapped, his composure shattered, and he blurted out, in total disbelief, "Why does it have to be like this? What's the explanation? And what about the crystal count victory? I've never heard a rule like that." The creator didn't dodge a second, confirming it instantly, saying this was the very first time a condition like this had ever been used, then added that the war would play out in a space that mirrors the white world from the evening party. But juggling multiple dungeons at once crushed him, so a strict time limit had to be set. Procel grit his teeth, rage roaring in his chest. Panic slammed through his mind. This was worse than anything he'd imagined. A brutal setup stacked completely against him, because in a normal dungeon war the defender always has the edge, and his whole crew was built to hold the line, not break through. Zoggin stared at the situation, clocking it instantly, because usually he'd lure the enemy into his dungeon and crush them with its layout, using a no-breach, defensive plan. But this rule ripped that option away, sealing his best move for good, and Zoggin knew it the moment the faint realization hit. That knowing smirk flickered back onto his face, because even the creator, divine and all-powerful, decided the burden of running multiple dungeons was just too much. Prossel snapped his gaze to the sky and bellowed at the creator, demanding to know why he saddled the young demon lords with the duty to wage war in their very first year. The creator's answer hit like ice cold, dismissive, and ruthless, saying it was a stupid question. He didn't care what sparked it, war or anything else, because he only wanted them to tear each other apart for the crystals, and as long as the battle kept roaring, his wish was satisfied. So Prostel dropped his gaze, his face turning grim. Then it hit him, this struggle wasn't anything to the creator at all. He was just sitting back, laughing as the demon lord tore himself apart. Back at Procel's mansion, the air practically crackled with tension and total disbelief. Kuina yanked at her hair and screamed in pure frustration, blasting, "Why do I have to face a 3-on-1? Rarano's voice turned bleak as he added that a timer was ticking too. Prozo looked tight with worry and said it wasn't something they could dodge. This was a decree from the creator himself. Everything looked bleak and stacked against them, and the timing was pure cruelty. His next creation, the metal, wouldn't be ready until hours after the war kicked off, and getting reinforcements was straight up impossible. Unlike that evening party, she warned, every demon who falls in this war stays dead, no revivals, no second chances. Rorono's voice snapped firm, telling them to pull every possible move to make sure not a single comrade is lost. Then Prostel's eyes snapped wide because someone he never saw coming had stepped into view. He demanded to know who she was, and the figure said she'd come to check on him, right then, right at the perfect moment. She'd heard the rumors about what he was going through. If their enemy was about to forge an alliance, then so would they, right on cue. The demon lord of wind, Stolas, stepped forward and declared she'd fight at his side. Dawn broke and the war finally slammed into the world. Prostel burst out of his residence and stretched like he had just woken the world up. But he abruptly stopped dead when something strange popped up in the distance. Others saw it too. Some human had just blurted that the sky was whitening, and when Kanal snapped her gaze up in shock, the mage standing next to her vanished into thin air before she could even react. Procel bolted straight to his companions, yelling for Kuna and Rorono. Rorono snapped his head up and told him to check the sky, while Kuna broke down, screaming that every single human had vanished. When everyone finally huddled up, Prossel barked that the whole crew had been ripped through teleportation straight into the white room built by the creator himself, and it was the exact same kind of space that got used in the last war during that evening party. When the white room kicked on, it yanked everything out of the world, except the demon lords and their demons, dumping them into another dimension where time froze solid, so their cities could run without civilians getting caught in the blast. Quina spun her gaze around the dead quiet emptiness. Procell then added, "I swapped the city and the dungeon with floor swap, because if I hadn't, the moment the war kicked off, the city would have been wiped out, and with everything else stripped away, there was only one goal left to chase, to end this war once and for all." Then the players stepped in and stared each other down. Proso, demon lord of creation, stood one side, while three ruthless demon lords faced him across the gap. Zagen, the demon lord of steel, Morix, the demon lord of evil, and Ronoff, the demon lord of viscosity. And the creator's voice boomed through the air. Through the blank, glowing sky, this was the first war of their generation. A once-in-a-lifetime storm whispered about among the children of the stars. It's a brutal throwdown creation alone versus an alliance of viscosity, evil, and steel. A one-man fight against three forces. But with Demon Lord of Windstrauss backing Proso, it turned into a brutal 2-on-3 while the creator practically couldn't contain their excitement watching such a wild first-round matchup. The rules were dead simple. This war would burn for 24 hours. Then when the clock hit 0, whichever side had the most crystals won. Fighting inside the white room was a hard no. Violence was allowed only in the dungeons. And just like that, the creator fired back. "Show me how bright you can burn." Then the creator slammed the final word. "Let the war begin." Zagen clenched his fist, knuckles tight as if he was about to snap the world in half. He'd been craving this day for ages, and it finally felt like it was about to explode. Prostel brushed off his earlier offers, and now the bill was coming. Zagen wanted him to spiral into real despair, to watch everything slip away, and the rage didn't stop there. He still nursed a grudge against the Wind Demon Lord Strauss, rejecting his proposal too, so he swallowed his pride, convinced she'd judge him for only making B-ranked demons, even though his whole plan was to smash her crystal in a sneak attack and grab her wind metal-making ability. Strauss locked onto his brutal glare, but Zagen never caught it because in his head, everyone was already counting him out. Still, he vowed he'd flip the script, and soon, they'd all be moving to his tune, right in the palm of his hand. He smirked with pure darkness once Prossel's crystal was shattered. He'd make Prossel drop to his knees, then end him without mercy. Stola took the floor first, and the room instantly went still. As soon as she realized the war was finally underway, panic hit. She wished she'd linked up with Prosso officially way earlier, because now that the fighting had started, it was already too late. All she could do was focus on guarding her own dungeon, so all she could do was stand by him with her personal support. Prostel flashed a smile and told her, "That's more than enough." Stola's clone-making power didn't just boost them, it doubled their fighting force, letting them lock down every area they feared most, and with Stolas also wielding the mighty emerald dragon standing guard over his crystal room for emergencies. The weight finally lifted off his shoulders, and Stolas just stared at him, totally speechless. Russell laid a hand on her shoulder and told her that Strauss joining them was a huge help too, because once the war was over, he fully intended to thank her the right way. He swept her up with an invitation to his city and swore that if trouble ever found her, Stolas would show up and help. Strauss just smirked like, yeah, she'd be waiting right there for it. Stola's arm wouldn't budge, so he snapped. "Prossel, what's your plan?" Prossel shot back that the victor would be picked by how fast they finished and how many crystals they still had, so they had to smash at least 2 enemy dungeons. As soon as they launched their attack, the enemies would rush back to his dungeon, convinced his defenses were flimsy, so he leaned into that mistake and turned it into his advantage. They'd snap up both dungeons as fast as they could, and the moment one of the enemy demon lords tried to hit his base, they'd slam in from both sides and crush them flat. His core attack squad would be stacked with him, the Ancient Elf, Kuna, and Rarano 2 Blazing Strike units ready to tear in. Each crew got one of Dentalion's demons able to teleport and copy magic, and right then a clone of that demon dropped onto Rorano's head. With the teleport marker anchored in his dungeon, They could vanish back the moment the job was done, though setting markers inside the White Room would have been perfect. And Stolas knew it, nodding like, "Yep, that's the snag." Procell kept talking, saying the dungeon's main defense line would be held by the very same golem they used to beat Stolas, and if any enemy slipped through, White and his undead army would snap into place and become a wall no one could break. Prostel knew their enemies might be smart enough to guess the plan, but he still had faith they'd pull off the win anyway. He barked the order to kick off the operation, and the others roared back together, screaming with pure, unshakable resolve. Q pouted anyway, insisting she wasn't bothered by her dad's plan at all, but she still hated being torn away from him. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord of Viscosity's dungeon, Kuna and Rorono were shoved into a pitch-black cave. Rorono said this proved just how much Proso trusted them, and pride lit up her face. Kuina grinned and told her straight up that Rorono finally sounded and acted like a real adult. But right before they could push any farther, they slammed to a halt. The tunnel ahead was crawling with monsters, at least 50 of them, packed in like they were waiting to hunt. Rorono clocked it instantly. Proso nailed it. The enemy had packed themselves right at the entrance, ready to stall them and spring the counterattack. Krina snapped her head side to side. No, this would only slow them down, and they didn't have a second to waste. Her dad barked, "Finish it now," and she snapped her eyes forward as she launched her spell. Rorono snapped when she saw Kana yank a few fur strands from her tail, each one crackling with magic, strong enough to square off with a rank B monster, and Kuina admitted she'd been quietly charging those strands with power over time. She could only pull that off because they'd been living calm in the city. She'd hoarded 120 strands total, and here she was, ready to burn 30 of them. Kuna screamed at Rorono to back off because she was about to unleash her father's power, the Demon Lord of Creation. With a ferocious roar, she blasted the spell name, *Golden Flame Purgatory, and a brutal explosion ripped through the cave as flames swallowed everything in their path. Inside his dungeon, Ranov, the Demon Lord of Viscosity, stared through his crystal in sheer terror as his entire first floor, every single monster he had, got obliterated by one brutal blast. His mind couldn't process it. He gasped and panicked, trembling like crazy. He'd never heard of power like that. And the worst part? He was terrified he was about to die. Tears flooded his face as he crumpled, sobbing and begging anyone, even a stranger, to save him. A brutal 3-on-1 war got declared on the Demon King of Creation. The fight is going to drag on for 24 brutal hours because the Demon King's power is tied to the crystal, and the winner is decided by whichever side has the fewest crystals left when the clock runs out, a wild rule that forces the teams had to smash at least 2 enemies' crystals to lock in victory. So the Prosel faction bolstered their defenses, but their rivals crashed into the dungeon right away, trying to overrun it before they could even breathe. They wanted to lure the attackers into Prosel's turf, then hit them from behind to trap them in a pincer attack while Rorono pushed deeper, reading every move, knowing they had to be blazing fast if they planned to wipe out the enemy's dungeon before their own got breached. Then she slammed on the brakes, eyes locked on the cave entrance up ahead. Deep in her gut, she felt an intense power surging up from somewhere below, and her instincts screamed that the crystal was buried in the deepest chamber. Kuina whipped their head around, grinning. Somehow they'd blasted through and hit the final floor way faster than they ever expected, because the enemies and traps were barely a challenge. And even with both sides' demon lords, the power gap was so massive it felt unfair. Rorono flicked her eyes to the weapon in her hand like maybe she wouldn't even need it at all. And yeah, it wasn't just some ordinary gun. The moment she got her name as a contracted demon, her ultimate weapon, her trump card, this power finally sparked to life, and right then Kuina's face twisted in shock. She felt danger hit like a truck and screamed for everyone to duck. And Rano snapped into action just as something crashed down from the sky. Both of them dodged the ambush at the last second. Kuina whipped her weapon up and let it fly, but their bullets missed every mark, flying wide like they couldn't find a way in. A pack of monsters burst in and closed in around them, and Rorono instantly recognized their shaped gargoyles. The first attacker rose up in cold, calm orichalcum armor and almost indestructible metal that felt impossible to break. Kuna gaped in disbelief as the ore-made creature moved like a living thing, straight up fluid. Just like Rorono's golems. Yet Rorono shut it down and denied the comparison. This wasn't some fake construct at all. It was a living demon, way stronger than any golem she'd ever built, and it hit her like a punch. Frustration snapped through her mind. There was no way the demon lord of viscosity, whose dungeon is usually packed with weak little things, could have spawned something this powerful. Something was off, really off. Just as she started to think, the gargoyles exploded into motion. Kuina snapped back. She realized her guns couldn't touch her, and then she flung her flames into the air, turning them into a vermilion gold dance that roared forward. He slammed into the creature, but its metallic body refused to budge. The gargoyle lunged again, and for a split second it looked like it might finally catch her. Rarano ripped the trigger and blasted her weapon, sealing the gap so nothing could get through. He tore down several of the weaker gargoyles. Kuina regrouped at her side, and Rarano snapped, "I knew it!" The regular gargoyles, easy target down in seconds. But the white one, the oracle-cum-demon, wouldn't budge. Even flame attacks slid off like nothing. Then the air changed. The Moor held its breath. Kuina crashed through the massive wave of magic over their heads, while the white gargoyle drew in power, building up a spell to unleash. Power surged until it hit a breaking point. This thing was calling down a meteor. Kuina saw the threat and snapped into action, because guns and fire couldn't scratch that white gargoyle. So she dug in and tweaked her gun's mechanism. With a snap, she released the safety lock. Then a meteor slammed down from the sky. She lifted her aim and unleashed full auto fire, and the explosion ripped straight through the dungeon, rattling the walls like they were about to collapse. Dust swirled through the air as bright light blazed inside the chamber. Rarano snapped her arm up to block the blast as smoke swallowed everything, and Kuina yelled for her partner. Rarano hacked through the haze, coughing out that she was totally fine because the meteor spell finally buckled under the brutal power of Kuina's weapon. Just like that, they barely escaped being erased. Rarano stared at the explosion's wreckage. Everything around it was burned to a crisp, the floor ripped open by the blast's raw fury, and she couldn't stop herself from realizing just how brutally powerful that magic was, because every gargoyle caught in its reach got wiped out instantly. And that kind of destructive power wasn't something any regular A-rank demon could pull off until the white gargoyles. Its power was in a whole different league, like some battle-scarred creature that had survived countless wars. Its strength sharpened until it could match even an S-ranked demon. Rarano narrowed her eyes, plotting her next move like it was already decided. She took one hard look at Kuina's power after the last attack, and from that missed shot, with half the enemies already wiped out, Kuina probably had enough firepower left to crush the black gargoyles. But the moment the white one came up, even she admitted her confidence was gone. Rarano finally made up her mind she was going in for that white gargoyle herself. When that bombshell hit me, I couldn't believe it. Rarano wasn't the kind of fighter you send straight into the front lines. It was way too risky. Still, she calmly dropped her bag to the ground like she already knew what would happen next. She'd said it before she had a trump card. And once Kuina got the message, she stepped aside, believing every word her companion said. She braced herself for the last wave of enemies and snapped their focus on her, shouting for the gargoyles to charge her way while Rarano started blurting out, almost like she couldn't stop, what that new power meant since her master gave her name, the power that sealed her contract, her ultimate ace, and she was done hiding. She'd show Kuina exactly what she could do. Then bits of machinery and armor tumbled out of her pack with loud clanks onto the ground. Rarano snapped one command, mount, and a brilliant light erupted around her, swallowing her in pure radiance. Energy sparks erupted around her as the machine parts kicked off the ground, then snapped into place piece by piece, armor plates, boosters, weapon systems all locking with a heavy click until Kuina spun around, eyes bulging when she saw Rarano's transformation. That once quiet little craftsman now stood in gleaming armor, an insane blend of spellwork and steel fully transformed into the mechanized Valkyrie, a living weapon built for pure precision and power, and Kuina stared in total disbelief, her shock blazing across her face. Rarano, now fully armored, shot a confident grin as if she owned the battlefield, and just like Kona's fierce, mature form had arrived when the fighting began, Rarano's own battle form was finally here, built for the real thing. With steady fire in her eyes, she lifted her weapon and stared straight ahead, because that first fight was just a warm-up, And now it was time for round 2. Kawina slammed her fist down and declared the next battle was about to begin. Her voice rang across the battlefield again, as she and Rorono squared off against the swarm of gargoyles. Meanwhile, miles away, deep in the guts of some other dungeon, a lone chamber swallowed the dark. Demon Lord Reino of Nult knelt before his crystal, shaking all over as desperate prayers tumbled out of his mouth. His face went paper white with terror and despair as the chaos of the battle flickered inside the crystal surface, and he crumpled there, pathetic, begging for mercy. Memories of his parent demon's betrayal crawled back into his mind like Lord Shadow resurfacing. Just moments ago, Reinov had faced Zagan, the demon lord of steel, and now he demanded that Zagan give back every contracted demon he'd borrowed. Those demons were insanely stronger than anything he could even hope to face. Zagan couldn't take it anymore, but he refused to back down. He said the demons in his contract were the key to smashing the golems they'd talked about at that evening gathering. He let out a soft laugh and said it'd be great if Ranov could somehow pull through in the meantime. Zagan even bragged that he'd snatched gargoyles using forbidden tricks, an act that shattered every rule in the book, then promised those monsters would crush Prossel's forces. And right there on the battlefield, Quina dropped her vermilion gold dance and blasted flames that wiped out most of the black gargoyles. Heat from her strikes tore the creatures apart, melting them down to nothing. And Rorono couldn't help but stare. He knew he was watching real power in action. But she refused to back down. Rorono gripped her weapon, then surged straight at the white gargoyle. The creature shredded through the air like a flash of silver, but Rono stayed locked in, tracking every single move. Then she fired. Her bullet slammed straight into its wing. It tore straight through the auric alchem like it was paper. Wham, and the wing shattered. Quino rocketed upward from below, stunned that Rorono had actually cracked something that strong. But the white gargoyle refused to go down. It snapped into action, diving at Rorono and whipping a massive fist toward his face, and when they collided, both of them slammed hard toward the dungeon floor. Rorono snapped her armored up to block the strike, skidding backward across the stone as her gun barrels whirred into place and locked onto the gargoyle at point-blank range. Her mech armor buzzed with power, and then roar she blasted straight into its head, tearing the white skull apart, freezing its body for a heartbeat before it cracked into cold, clattering fragments. Deep in his dungeon, Ranov erupted into a scream, absolutely stunned by what he was seeing. He couldn't wrap his head around what he was seeing. He'd trusted Zagan. Zagan had sworn he'd be safe, and promised they'd win for sure if Reinov just cooperated. But now everything was collapsing, and Zagan's cold laughter kept ringing in his head, mocking him for falling for it all so fast. Thanks for believing in me so easily. Fools are the easiest to use. Ranov finally understood the awful truth. He'd been nothing but a pawn the whole time. And if he'd known how brutally strong Prossel's subordinates were, he'd never signed on to that alliance. He snapped his gaze back to his crystal in pure horror. It blazed with violent light. The images inside stuttered and flickered, and then, snap, the crystal split wide open. A second later, it shattered into pieces right before his eyes. Ranov erupted in a scream as blazing light flooded the room. Rorono burst out of the smoke with her massive gun still sizzling, the shot that shattered the crystal still blazing in the air. She and Quina stormed into the chamber together, only to find Rono on the ground, trembling like she'd just barely survived. Rorono closed in, raised her weapon, and aimed it straight at him. Her mechanical armor shimmered in the dim light as she snapped, "Explain it right now. What was that white gargoyle? And why was a high-level demon trapped in a dungeon that was supposed to be helpless?" She stared him down and said, ice cold, that if he didn't answer right now, she'd start shooting. Ranov wouldn't say a word. Then the earth started to roar, the walls split wide, and the ceiling crashed down, because the dungeon was collapsing the moment that crystal got destroyed. Ranov clenched his fists in agony. Why did fate always pick him, and why did everyone else leave him behind? His own parent, the demon lord, tossed him aside like trash. Zagan and Morix, comrades in name only, used him up and threw him away. All his so-called demon friends were dead, and now his dungeon was crumbling, brick by brick. He dropped his gaze to the ground, defeated and resigned. He finally understood why it all went down. Zagan was right, and the truth hit him like a punch. He'd been a fool. Only a fool hands over everything to someone else. And that's exactly what he did. Now he's paying for it. Forced to face the punishment that seals his fate. Rano's razor-sharp voice cut through his thoughts, demanding again that he finally answer. Ranov snapped his gaze upward. His face snapped into a whole new look. With pure determination burning in his eyes, he swore he'd spill every last detail to them. Rano leaned in and listened when he spoke. Alarm ripped through her, and her eyes flew wide. If Ranov's words were true, then something way worse was already unfolding somewhere else, so she spun around without hesitation, and they had to bolt back right now. But the moment she glanced back, Kuna was already sprawled on the floor, sound asleep, her transformation broken, and her strength drained until pure exhaustion crushed her. Rorono tried to shake her awake, but Kwa only mumbled in her sleep soft, useless noises. And it pushed a deep sigh out of Rorono as anxiety knotted her chest. She stared at the ceiling and whispered a quiet, desperate plea. Master, please stay safe, because right that instant, deep in the dungeon of the evil demon lord Morix, Prostal stormed up to a crumbling wall, fury blazing in his eyes. He clenched his fist and smashed the stone, yelling his frustration like a wildfire. Then Moritz hit them with a total sucker punch. Across the room, the ancient elf, one of Procell's most trusted lieutenants, was locked in place, hemmed in by Morix's monstrous creations. Closing in from every side, Morix flashed a wicked grin, his eyes sparkling with ruthless triumph as he licked his lips. His voice shook with raw excitement, because the last shred of restraint was finally slipping, and he couldn't hold himself back anymore. One day in Avalon, under a soft breeze that smelled like apples, a lonely hill held up just one apple tree, and White was right there, shouting for someone. He'd come hunting the ancient elf, but she was nowhere in sight, until her voice cut in from just a few steps away. White whipped around at the sound, freezing in pure embarrassment, then spun like he'd been caught mid-mistake while the ancient elf kept bathing in the sunlight, her form glowing as she let out a soft laugh at his panic. She didn't seem bothered at all, even as he blurted out endless apologies and tried to cover his eyes. This wasn't a one-off spot either. She often stayed on this hill, where the winds curled gently upward him. After everything she'd done, purifying Avalon once, then continuing to bless it, this place felt it was made for her. She understood the pull of living among humans and demons in town. But every time the world got loud, she still slipped back to the quiet hill. Once White steadied himself, it hit him. This is why he came. He warned that suspicious travelers had been spotted nearby, probably hunting the apples, and the ancient elf shot him a knowing look before motioning. Go on, see for yourself. White leaned in, eyes wide, hungry for answers. And then he froze on the spot, eyes bulging as something totally unexpected snagged his attention. Far from Avalon, deep inside Morix's dungeon, an ancient elf was sealed in chains while Morix watched her, grinning like he'd already won. She was insanely powerful, but she got careless, and that was her downfall. With wall mimicry, he tricked her in seconds and snatched her up with barely any effort. Still, he couldn't deny it. Procell's crew was way stronger than he'd expected, and watching his gargoyles get wiped out, even the ones boosted by Rano's viscosity, rattled him to the core. He licked his lips, practically buzzing with anticipation, because the word Procell lit a fire in his gut, but it also fed the hunger for power in his veins. If he could just survive the brutal days ahead and make it through the war raging on, he'd snatch the crystal back and rise as a brand new demon lord. But before anything else, he stared at the prisoner in front of him and admitted, right there, that what he was about to do was downright unforgivable. Then he flashed a dark smile and decided he didn't care anymore. His desire swallowed everything. If he could corrupt this ancient elf and force her to obey, the whole power balance would flip overnight. He found dirty new ways to bulk up his army without begging for DP or metals, methods that crawled out of his own disgusting power. The ancient elf went deathly silent, and Morix knew she'd been crushed by his trap, this slick, glistening mess crawling over her, loaded with a brutal aphrodisiac and a muscle relaxant. The kind of strongest concoction that could shatter even the toughest female demons. Within a minute, their bodies would seize up in paralyzing weakness, and scorching heat. Morix grinned and lunged forward, reaching to take her, and then a jolt of pure agony ripped through him. He shrieked in total disbelief as he stared at his own hands being cut clean off. Blood burst across the dungeon floor like a firework of violence. From the depths of the pit, the ancient elf's voice cut through the air like ice, because he'd finally crossed the line into her attack range. She surged upright, power blazing off her like fire, and stared down at him with merciless eyes. Morik stumbled back, gripping his stumps as if they were the only thing holding him together. The drug didn't even touch her, no effect at all. Impossible, because as the mist thickened, he watched her step forward like it meant nothing, completely unshaken. Panic hit, so he snapped his creations to attention, his own children coming to life. Unlike ordinary demons that crawl out of metals or DP, these ones came from a totally different place. Those weren't just random monsters, they were the offspring of his personal power, Asterisk's superior seed. By knocking up female demons, Morix forged kids stronger than their own mothers, living weapons of pure corruption. His dungeon was packed to the brim with these vile abominations dead loyal to him, and nothing else. He thought if he could subdue the ancient elf, the child born from her would level up past even rank S while his wounds bled red, dripping to the ground. Morix screamed in rage and desperation, then snarled orders for his creations to unleash their attack. The ancient elf slammed into the fight at terrifying speed, then drove a brutal punch into one of the creature's stomach, sending it rocketing across the dungeon. Morix could barely follow her anymore. She was faster than ever, razor-sharp, and ruthlessly relentless, her eyes blazing with predatory delight, and, with a brutal yank, she tore yet another one of his children clean in half. Blood sprayed across her face, and she inhaled deep like she was savoring it. Then the others shrieked and charged. But she moved like a storm, snapping one by the head. She slammed it into the ground with enough force to crack stone then. With her magic, she yanked the next one out of midair and throttled it tight, watching the poor thing thrash in terror as it gasped out broken pleas for air. Then, with a wicked smile, she hauled it by the slid along the jagged wall until it finally ground to a stop. Her laughter ripped through the dungeon, wild and unstoppable, bursting with a manic kind of joy as blood stank in the air, flesh tearing, bones crunching, each brutal sound fueling her grin. In the middle of the slaughter, the ancient elf glowed under the flickering torchlight, beautiful as a nightmare, her smile pure terror. Back on that hill beneath the apple tree, White returned with a warning. He told the ancient elf that apple thieves had been spotted nearby. She stayed calm, already knowing, and ordered him to look. White spun toward the direction she pointed, and what he saw hit him like a punch, freezing him dead in his tracks. The ancient elf loomed in the middle of the river, smirking faintly as corpse after corpse floated around him, and the water that should have been clear had turned a dark, deadly red with blood. White's eyes went wide with pure horror as the truth finally hit, and he stammered, desperate to make sense of the nightmare in front of him. Was she bathing to scrub the blood off those bodies? It couldn't be. But the truth hit like a hammer. The ancient elf snagged one of the severed heads by the hair and lifted it up like it was nothing, her smile never wavering. Then she coldly said, these were the villainous travelers who'd come to steal the apples. White froze, struck dumb, and couldn't squeeze out a single word. His mission was simple: help her survive Avalon, teaching her how to live alongside both humans and demons. But this moment turned into a slaughter, and he begged inside himself for restraint, praying she wouldn't drag needless war into their fragile peace. The ancient elf stared at him like he was a far-off thought, her face almost unreadable, and then, with a calm voice that felt icy and heavy, she laid out the truth he could never really grasp. Demons weren't like everyone else. They didn't grow into who they were born already complete. Instincts and fate locked in from the start. And even then, among demons, power and temperament could swing wildly. Like night and day, her instincts roared louder than anything else. The craving to kill, to dominate, crashing over her the second she was born. She stared at the far-off town of Avalon, where humans and demons crowded inside her master's reach, and if she ever stepped in there, she'd lose control completely. Murder would claw up from her bones until she couldn't stop. So she stayed on this hill, away from everyone, not because she wanted solitude, but because she had to. Now, in the present, she strides straight toward Morix, her footsteps slamming through the dark chamber. That day's memory and the terror on White's face kept slamming back into her mind. Yet she stayed calm, almost cruelly honest with herself. She knew she was the least fit to stand beside her master's Avalon. Then a slow, icy smile crept across her lips, and she breathed. Playtime's over. The peaceful air vanished in an instant, replaced by a choking wave of bloodlust. She wasn't a saint or some guardian. She was the monster. And now, the monster had chosen to haunt. To haunt. As the ancient elf pressed on with her explanation, her face finally softened, but her calm voice carried a heavy grief that wouldn't let go, and deep inside her burned a ruthless, primal killing instinct, aimed at humans and even monsters, because that's what she was born as, a complete demon with destruction wired straight into her blood. She spun to face them and snapped that, out of all their master's creations, she was the one Avalon couldn't afford to keep alive. Avalon, her master's world, glowed with beauty and perfect harmony, every corner sparkling like peace itself, while its people laughed under warm sunlight streaming through the trees. The ancient elf had always watched from afar, aching to step into that warmth, to live among them, breathe the calm that covered the land, and share that gentle life in the same sky-lit glow. But she knew that dream was doomed from the start. Her blood-soaked instincts would never, ever let it happen. White's face went cold and hard, because her killings, the blood-red rivers, and everything she'd done couldn't stay buried forever. He told her straight up that he wouldn't keep hiding her anymore, not even for her sake. The ancient elf tilted her head a little, smirking like she already knew the answer. Then she pushed. So if it comes to that, would I really get banished from Avalon? White shook his head hard. No, he said. I don't see you as evil. You're a kind soul, even with your nature. I'm not abandoning you ever. But deep down, he braced for the day fate caught up, when her instincts would finally snap and turn her against humans, maybe even burning Avalon to the ground. He promised to team up with her. Yeah, she'd even lend him her strength too. And before disaster crashes in, they'll figure out how to choke her bloodlust, so she can finally rein in the monster living inside her. The ancient elf let out a gentle laugh, then shook her head and said, White was just too kind this time. Her smile turned real. That faint hope sparked again. Maybe, someday, she'd finally learn to control those instincts for real. Hope, trembling and far away, finally burned into her life as her only light. Now, in the present day, that same ancient elf stands right in the middle of pure chaos, blood-soaked ground under her feet, fear choking the air while before her tremble the Morax, sent by the demon lord of evil. She leaned down, flashing a soft smile, and in a calm, silky voice, she laid out his 3 fatal misunderstandings. At first, he thought he'd finally trapped her, but she'd seen the whole thing from the start. She could practically feel his dirty gaze through his crystal ball, that vile predator hunger rolling off him like pure danger. The second he teamed up with the other demon lords and built that ridiculously huge dungeon, she tracked his every move while he burned his strength on defenses, clueless as she let herself get captured just to walk right up to him. Her smile sharpened into something cruel, her eyes sparkling with vicious amusement. Then came the second mix-up. He'd actually thought his little liquid trap would get to her, a pool laced with powerful aphrodisiacs and muscle relaxants. But after someone who once cleaned an entire swamp of poison and miasma, that pathetic concoction didn't stand a chance. Morix's face contorted with terror as she leaned in close, her voice dripping like ice. This was the third, deadliest mistake. He'd seen her as a woman, but she wasn't. She wasn't just scary. She was a full-blown monster. And the ancient elf's smile went razor-sharp as her powers came roaring to life. She leaned in and whispered, So, how do I kill him? Morix's scream ripped through the air. He panicked, spun to run, and stumbled backward. The ancient elf stared at him with icy amusement and laughed that his escape was pointless. Then Morix abruptly stalled mid-run, doubled over, gripping his stomach as brutal pain hit, and his body ballooned into something grotesque. His knees buckled under him, and the ancient elf's voice cut like ice. While he'd been gawking like a fool, she'd already jammed compressed air into his body. Pick your fate, she warned. If he didn't do something, he'd die with an internal explosion. In full panic, Morik started pleading for his life, saying he'd always worshipped the great creator, Demon Lord Prosel, ever since he laid eyes on him at the evening banquet. His so-called allies had shoved him into this rebellion, but deep down, he just wanted to stand with Prostel. The ancient elf sneered and chuckled darkly, her tone dripping with scorn. So tell me, did he really think her master would ever need some pathetic little nobody like him? Morix's mind spun in panic. There was no escape. Death was rushing toward her, and the ancient elf closed in with a face she couldn't read. She complained that his dungeon was a total nightmare, huge, twisted, and impossible to navigate. And it was that same mind-bending layout that had tripped her up earlier and gotten her caught. Then her eyes slid to his crystal ball, and in a calm, steady voice she asked, "Would you mind deleting it?" With survival on the line, Morik sprang up on shaky legs and snapped, "I'm in," without wasting a second. He spat out curses through clenched teeth, seething at the humiliation, swearing that one day he'd get revenge and force them to kneel before him. He flashed a fake smile and said the dungeon was totally gone. Then he practically begged her to spare his life, only for that ancient elf to soften into a sweet grin and murmur, "What a good boy." Morik blinked, and confusion hit like a wave. In one brutal flash, Morix's world spun sideways, his vision went fuzzy, and his head tore free, tumbling across the blood-soaked floor as the ancient elf loomed over his body, perfectly calm again, murmuring that she'd kept a promise to her master, and that she'd never let her enemy live. As darkness swallowed him, Morix's last thought hit like a lightning strike. She'd been playing him the whole time. The ancient elf's grin spread wider as his blood blasted across the room, and her eyes caught the crimson glow, beautiful as sin, terrifying as a monster. At the first layer of Morix's dungeon, Proselo let out a tired, defeated sigh, because every hallway he pushed through crumbled into another dead end, like the whole place was built to trap intruders and stall them forever. Before the operation even started, he remembered the elf's warning. She'd let herself get captured on purpose and pull off some plan. But all the trust in the world couldn't silence the worry burning in him. Was she really okay? He shook off every worry and charged through the twisting corridors. Then the floor suddenly dipped under his feet. The walls slid away like a trapdoor, revealing a giant chamber he'd never seen before. And his eyes went wide, because something that huge didn't hide by accident. And only one explanation made sense. A voice he knew by heart echoed in the dim light. Then he spun around, and there she stood. The ancient elf lingered in the dungeon core's wreckage, calm as ever, faintly smiling and waving like he'd finally come home. In her hand, she gripped Morix's severed head. Prostel went dead still, caught between pure awe and instant alarm. An ancient elf, calm as the moon, smiled and declared she'd crushed the demon lord. She stammered in disbelief, begging her to not show him the proof, so she let out a quiet chuckle, like she'd finally realized she'd pushed things too far, and exhaustion flashed across her face anyway. The aphrodisiac from Morix's trap still clung to her, even after her massive purification powers. Its power hit harder than anyone expected, and in her panic, she even stumbled out with traces of it clinging to her by accident. Prosel let out a long, heavy sigh, staring at her bloodied hands and the wrecked chamber, thinking, she's dangerous not because of malice, but because chaos follows her so easily. His eyes snapped to the smashed crystal ball that powered Morix's dungeon, and the sight made him recoil hard. Blood and rot soaked the room, and the air felt like it still burned from the last fight, yet ancient elf stood unshaken in the wreckage, telling Prostel to finish the job and shatter the crystal for good. He froze, trying to catch up, until she met his eyes again, soft, but steel in her voice, asking if he still remembered their promise. And then, right at that moment, he dug up the words they shared back then. How she swore she'd one day topple the demon lord, and once she did, he'd crown her with a name, a mark that meant she truly belonged. And in that moment, he finally understood just how far she'd already come. She didn't shine as bright as Kuna, and she never got the spotlight like Rorno or Whitebutt without her. Everything would have fallen apart. She had already cleansed the toxic miasma that once choked the land, turned filthy stagnant water into clear rivers, and built the bedrock of their thriving town. And now she was risking her life again, coming after an enemy that was about to ruin them all. Prostel couldn't stop hearing White's words in his head, how he prayed Prostel would never let a flash of emotion ruin his judgment. So he smiled, calm and steady, convinced White would approve of what was about to happen. He stared at her, the ancient elf who had light and darkness braided inside her, and then he finally opened his mouth in a solemn tone. "All right, so you're the ancient elf?" He shook it off. "No, you're my third contracted demon." Her eyes snapped wide with shock. Her whole body shook a little, and then Prostel steadied herself, warm, confident voice rolling out as she announced, "Aura." Long ago, the ancient elf Aura finally opened her heart to White, saying her deepest dream was to become a contracted demon. She swore this bond would fuse her soul straight to her master's, so that, through that sacred link, she'd become one with him. That bond carried his kindness straight into her, calming her bloodlust and silencing the savage urges in her, and let her stay among humans safely, without the terror of losing control. When Prostel said her name out loud, his eyes lit up like they'd just caught fire. She snapped a hand over her mouth as tears surged, warmth flooding her entire body and leaving her breathless. Prostel blinked hard, worried, like he'd just stumbled onto something wrong. "Did you hate the name?" he asked. She shook her head, smiling through the tears. No, she was beyond overjoyed. For the first time in her whole existence, something gentle and real finally filled her heart. For the first time, she stopped feeling like an outsider. She slid right into her master's inner circle, straight into Avalon. Far off, deep in Prostel's dungeon on its second layer, White suddenly froze mid-action, and the air itself shifted with a quiet but shocking weight. The dwarf smith caught it right away and demanded, "What's wrong?" White froze for a beat, then gave a weak, strange smile, because he could feel the surge of that fresh contract, and Prostel had finally picked his last contracted demon, and the one beside him was her right there in his space. Trusting her in the first place turned out to be the best move all along. Good for her. White let out a quiet murmur, like it was meant only for the moment. A worn-out but finally relieved Rorono and Kuna trudged back to Prostel, where Kuna greeted him with pure joy. Prostel breaks into a warm smile, relieved they're finally safe, while Aura scans their condition and realizes, yeah, they really did smash that viscosity crystal orb to pieces. Prostel spits that the Steel faction has already stormed into his dungeon, and vows they'll be hunted down, while Rorono stays cool and predicts they won't survive the first layer, wiped out like they were at that evening party. As Prostel and his crew push inside, their faces snap into pure shock, because the dungeon floor is covered in the smashed remains of destroyed golems. Prozo can barely believe what he's seeing. This can't be real. Rorono studies the scene and realizes the enemy didn't just slip in, they wiped out every single mithril golem. The second layer's guards are packed with vital working demons from the town, and even White's right there among them. Hours earlier, Rorono had breathed out and quietly said they were finally safe. Zagan kept staring as Prostel's party struggled inside Morgs's labyrinth, then a smug grin spread on his face, thrilled that Prostel was moving exactly like he predicted, right toward the dungeons of viscosity and evil. With his nerves sparking, he announces the moment has come, time to strike, and the thought of tearing Prostel's crystal orb apart himself sends a thrill roaring through him. Raising his steel army, he marched straight into Prostel's dungeon. Zagan taunts his rival seriously, the same stunt from the evening party? What a joke. While Prostel's golems get ready to clash, Zagan tightens his grip on confidence. When the golems unleash a hail of bullets, he doesn't even blink. The wall shoots up and slams the barrage to a stop. Then you see the demon lurking behind it, summoned by the Lord of Viscosity, an acid slime. That wild power lets it soak up the damage, so every bullet fired becomes completely useless. Zagan smirked and boasted, claiming this useless viscosity power was only truly usable by him. With fresh fire in his veins, he shouts for his men to charge as one. Then, in the blink of an eye, the slime wall suddenly evaporates, turning into drifting mist in the blink of an eye. Zagan screams, "Shoot!" but it's way too late. He spots the tunnel in the wall, and the fire comes roaring out of control. The slimes, burned and helpless, melt away fast. From the swirling smoke, Prostel's golems burst forward like a nightmare given legs. Zagan freezes in panic. This was never supposed to happen. He screams for retreat, But as he scrambles to get out, he trips and nearly goes down. The chaos swirling around him doesn't even compare to the evening party. This time, it's like death is already breathing down his neck. Suddenly, a gigantic white tiger materializes right beside him. Then the beast speaks, demanding to know if Zagan wants to live. Stunned to the core, Zagan sputtered out that this had to be the monster he'd borrowed from the demon lord of evil. The tiger stares him down, spits, pathetic, and Zagan fires back in protest. Still insisting, at least for now, that he's the tiger's master, he can't even finish his sentence before a bullet rips past his cheek. Panicked, he turns to the tiger and begs for help. The white tiger nods, calm as a storm, then agrees without a beat. In the very next instant, everything explodes into motion. It lunges forward like it can't wait another second. Zagan bolts out from the spray of ricocheting bullets, each one screaming off the dungeon walls like it's got a mind of its own. Its speed is straight up unreal. The tiger pauses, clocking the golem's deadly firepower, then shrugs it off as nothing more than a cheap, broken excuse to stop. In a blink, it rips straight through the front line, and the golems can't even catch up to its movements. The tiger's instincts screamed trap, and it dodged just as the floor blew apart, and Zagan just stared, stunned, because they've set traps too, yet none of them can touch the white tiger's insane reflexes. Thick white mist suddenly crawls through the air, poison gas. The tiger just chuckles, totally unbothered, then roars so hard the whole dungeon shudders. The golems freeze mid-attack, their gears stalling, then the tiger's power slams them apart into scrap. With the white fog drifting down, Zagan just stares, unable to speak. The white tiger flashes a grin, and the battle lights up his whole soul. It didn't just punch through the first layer with brutal ease. It snapped the mithril golem in a single strike, the toughest thing Prossel ever forged. With this monster riding shotgun, Zagan's sure Prossel's defeat is finally within reach. Dwarf Smith bursts in with her report. Every last golem is wiped out, and the enemy has already smashed through the first level. Those words hit like lightning, and a wave of shock ripples through the white crowd, then the others. She leans in and tells you the invader isn't just brutally strong, it can also read the fight before it happens, predicting and shutting down every strike with terrifying precision. And that means it's using foresight and reconnaissance magic, because there's no other way it moves that fast. Panic starts chewing through her calm, and the whole scene feels like a dead end. So how are they ever supposed to beat something like this? While everyone spirals, White stays cool as ice. He softly pats Dwarf Smith's shoulder, and you can feel the calm in his steady eyes. No panic. Not yet. Victory's out of reach for now, but survival and time are on their side. This mission isn't about crushing the enemy outright. It's about buying every last second, holding them back until reinforcements finally show up. If they can drag time out long enough, then just maybe they still pull off a comeback. Dwarf Smith stares at him, shaking with nerves, and blurts out how he can stay calm when power like that crushes everything. Yet White only lets out a faint smile and says it's because of the one he believes in. His confidence isn't ignorance, it's trust, and he's all in on his master's strength and vision. With that belief fueling him, he stands his ground, no fear, no shaking. He grabs Dwarf Smith's attention and tells her to do the same. Trust him, breathe steady, and hold her heart firm. Dwarf Smith buckles under the emotion, wraps him in a tight hug, and clings to the comfort of his unbreakable resolve. White steadied her with a gentle voice, warm as sunlight. Sure, the stakes were crushing and their enemy was terrifying, but they refused to fall. For the man who built not just a dungeon, but a whole town where every creature can live, smile, and breathe freely, White will throw down. Because for Prossel's dream of a world carved by compassion and harmony, he won't back an inch, even if it costs him his life. His resolve locks in. White steps forward to stare down the threat closing in, because now it's time to smash through this trial. A white tiger sprawled lazily on top of a heap of corpses, like it owned the night. His claws drank the blood of the foes he crushed, and the rush of battle was already gone. Now all that was left was a dead, empty silence. Victory. Every one of them crumbled, too weak, too pathetic to even stand as worthy opponents. The beast huffed in pure boredom, his golden eyes half closed with disgusted indifference. Then a familiar voice cut through the silence and asked if he'd hear a certain man's request. The white tiger snapped his head up, instantly recognizing that voice. His master was here. The demon lord right in front of him wasn't just anyone. It was the Lord of Creation. The white tiger froze, demanding, "Is that really you?" Then the demon lord broke it down. At the evening party, ancient kings had sparked a nasty feud, and now the three great rulers, him included, were stepping in to crush the new demon lord's war. The other two begged to wipe out the demon lord of creation right then and there, but he made a hard choice. He wanted the white tiger to stop it. For the white tiger, this pitch wasn't some wild gamble, it actually had weight, and if the creator lived up to the hype, his power would be more than enough to finally sate the old king's curiosity. But if the creators truly blew past every expectation, the white tiger would be slaughtered on the battlefield. And somehow his master sounded thrilled by the idea. That's what he said. Exactly what he'd been waiting to see. Demon lords, children of the stars, weren't built to unleash chaos, but to guide humankind. Yet if someone ever dared to break that fate, if a being could truly rewrite the road meant for them, then his life would be a small price to watch it happen. With a soft, faint smile, he leaned in and asked, what would the white tiger take? No, what would Kahaku choose? Kahaku didn't just stay a contracted demon anymore, he got a real name, a rare sacred blessing. While a normal contract makes two souls tangle together, a named monster drinks power straight from its demon lord, and most demon kings refuse it because the weight is brutal still. When they do grant it, it screams trust, like the king is saying, "I believe in you." Kahaku replayed his master's words in his head, the kind of man who could talk life and death like it was nothing. And now, he couldn't stop asking himself, how long had it been since he last fought with everything he had? If fate was going to rot him one day, then he'd pick the battleground, and the reason he'd go down while a faint smirk tugged at his lips. He was the only one who could unlock the creator's real power. And once that spark lit, he'd stride straight toward death's open arms without hesitation. Right in the middle of his thoughts, Zagan burst in with an excited voice, praising the white tiger's unbelievable feats. The beast ripped through the exact same golems and firearms that had caused chaos at the evening party like they were nothing. Victory felt right there in his hands. Just a moment, and the creator's crystal ball would crack until Zagan's voice snapped into panic, and he spotted a fresh wound on the tiger's side, blood seeping down its white fur. Kahaku shot it a quick look and scoffed, because even he hadn't walked away unmarked from the fight, and the strike had still ripped clean through his divine hide. That enemy's power wasn't small at all, and Zagan's hype instantly curdled into unease. If that kind of power can hurt the white tiger, then one slip-up, one tiny mistake could spell their total defeat. Right before he could even think, everything snapped. Then he realized the acid slime was gone because the crystal ball of viscosity got smashed to pieces. Zagan's army started to shrink fast. Most of his monsters were yanked to other dungeons, and he was left with just a handful: the R-demon, the contracted demon of evil, and the white tiger himself. If anyone tried to storm his dungeon right now, the whole place could fall apart in the blink of an eye. With desperation tearing through him, Zagan roared for every last unit to surge ahead and smash the creator's crystal ball right now. Kahaku's brow nodded as he snapped, warning him to calm down, but Zagan barked back for silence, because even if this was reckless and premature, Zagan was still his master, and Kahaku had no business defying him, not even for a second. Kahaku snapped his tongue in frustration, because monsters couldn't ignore their demon king's orders, and they definitely couldn't lay a finger on them directly. He'd once vowed to meet death with pride, but watching him march under a reckless fool made bile rise in his throat. Zagan even stepped back when Kahaku's cold, piercing stare pinned him, and the air turned thick as the beast's eyes burned with barely held contempt, like a warning of the deadly power lurking under that calm smile. Zagan and his forces finally burst into the dungeon's second layer, clean path ahead. Not a single enemy in sight, and pure confidence in their bones. Zagan roared and slammed the order for his army to charge before Kahaku could stop him. The steel soldiers exploded forward, and Kahaku's gut screamed that something was terribly wrong as he yelled, "Stop!" But his warning hit way too late. Right under their feet, the ground shattered. a giant chunk of earth caved in and a deadly pit yawned open. Zagan's face snapped into pure panic. A pitfall trap? He stumbled backward as steel golems slammed into him from behind, shoving him straight toward the edge. He yelled for them to stop, but their force was unstoppable. The whole formation tore forward like it couldn't be stopped, surging out of control. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Zagan caught its shadows sliding in the distance by that tombstone-shaped rock. Like someone was hiding and waiting. Kahaku narrowed his eyes and instantly got it. The enemy commander was dug in smart, using the land-like armor, and whoever was calling the shots had real talent. Kahaku started mapping a counter or a capture plan, but Zagan blared another reckless command anyway. White Tiger, Ardamang, obey the command right now. Adraman and Kahaku had no choice but to unleash everything they had, and their powers tore open the battlefield, shredding allies and foes alike until the destruction swallowed them all. Kahaku froze for a split second, fully realizing what was going on, but the Ardyman just coldly repeated one thing: his orders from the master were absolute. Rage detonated inside Kahaku, his roar rattling the ground as he unleashed his ultimate technique. A shock blade cut through the air, a white tiger surged forward, and a blinding light swallowed everything whole. The explosion tore through the dungeon, rattling every stone like it was alive. Then, when the dust finally cleared, all that was left were scattered chunks of steel and rubble. Zagan stood in the wreckage, laughing like he couldn't believe he was alive. Kahaku glared at him, murder intent thick in the air, then spat one word: idiot. Zagan's reckless command made him throw away his deadliest attack. That was the move he'd been saving for someone truly terrifying: the Shockblade, his trump card, ruthless enough to hunt down even S-rank monsters without breaking a sweat. And just like that, it vanished, spent on pure chaos, with friendly fire lighting the whole thing up. Kahaku bared his teeth in rage. If Zagan weren't his temporary master, he'd rip him apart on the spot, even as Zagan was still catching his breath. Kahaku lifted his head and spotted movement on the horizon. Enemy reinforcements were closing in fast. Without a second thought, he snatched Zagan by the collar and sprinted off at blinding speed, hauling him out of there. They ducked into a half-collapsed building as the battle noise finally died down behind them, and when Kahaku got a breath, he snapped, finally setting Zagan down like it couldn't wait. Safe, for now. Kahaku locked eyes with his so-called master and spat out the words with pure disdain. Getting past this floor, with a nuisance like him, was nearly impossible. Right then, Kahaku decided he'd act on his own. Zagan stammered and begged, claiming that since he was the master, he still had authority, and he ordered Kahaku to keep protecting him. The tiger's golden eyes snapped with deadly light. His fangs bared and Zagan went silent on the spot, trembling. Zagan growled that he'd wait for Kahaku's return. Kahaku snorted and turned his back, brushing him off. Then he marched on solo, itching to see just how far he could push his limits with nothing but his own magic. No ultimate power to fall back on. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon's darkest depths, White and his crew froze in tense silence, holding their breath for what came next. A grim dwarf smith snapped that the tiger-type monster had already smashed through the third Aegis rim and was pushing forward, and the pounding footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. Kahaku swept into view, towering and regal, then locked his eyes on White. "So you're the commander?" He seemed to think while White held his gaze and introduced himself without flinching. Kahaku gave a quick nod, keeping his cool, and admitted that White had guarded this dungeon with serious skill. Then he leaned in and asked if there were any other named monsters out there like him. Why did he know for sure? Because there were others out there with power that matched his every bit as dangerous. Kahaku gave a faint, confident smile, then called out his name. Kahaku, and made his goal crystal clear. As the monster guarding this gate, he was ready to clash with White in a real duel. Down in the second layer of that dungeon, echoes roaring around them. The two stood face to face, each one gripping their master's pride and stubborn will. The war's last showdown was about to explode into action right this second. Kahaku faced the gatekeeper, White, and the moment he sensed him, he knew this skeletal soldier wasn't a fighter at all. He was the dungeon's commander, barking orders to hold the whole place together. That left Kahaku stunned. Why would someone this important come straight to him? Even crazier, White slid into view in front of him totally alone, with not a single out at his side. Kahaku's instincts screamed that something bigger was coming, so what the heck was White really plotting? With a pale, cool smile, she told him to see for himself, then smirked. Why not read my mind? And it hit him. That might be the only shot Kahaku had left to steal his life. Kahaku's eyes narrowed with sharp interest. This commander had the nerve to praise his skills and still taunt him right to his face, and that made him dangerous. A predatory grin curled across Kahaku's lips. All right then. If White demanded a duel, he'd square up the way a man should, burning every last drop of strength into the fight. Kahaku's body tightened. He was about to spring. White answered by yanking out his twin guns and blasting away. Bullets tore through the air, but Kahaku moved with smooth, effortless grace. His body darted through the hail of metal like he was dancing through a storm. Gunfire couldn't touch him. His dense, magically reinforced fur shrugging off every shot. Flames roared as he swung a flamethrower across the battlefield, torching everything in his path. Kahaku's face darkened as that same unstoppable fury burned up by the acid slime turned its roaring hunger straight toward him. Even with magic shielding him, those flames could still carve him apart if they swallowed him whole. He braced to strike back the moment they came. A searing sting ripped into his side. Kahaku froze mid-breath as blood slipped down his fur. A sniper. Then he snapped his eyes across the distance and caught the high elf with her rifle raised. So this was the plan all along. Kahaku had even worried about long-range support, but he cut himself off, knowing it was worse than he feared. Seeing it carried out with that kind of precision was jaw-dropping, but now that he'd finally pinpointed the shooter, there'd be zero chance for a second strike. Before he could even swing back, the earth under his feet detonated upward. The trap detonated early, ripping open before he even set one foot on it. Then a second blast roared ahead, smashing the path and forcing him to scramble back. White watched from a distance and saw it. Those landmines had been redesigned with a wider trigger range, because plain traps couldn't snag Kahaku. He was lightning quick, his reflexes razor sharp, and every modified mine was basically daring him to move, so he had to constantly shift his timing just to survive. From far off, White taunted him, calling out, "What's wrong?" And the tiger demon went weirdly, unnaturally silent. In the control chamber, Yuko and Dwarf Smith stared through the scrying crystal as the showdown played out. Yuko's eyes popped wide, because White was really holding his ground against the tiger demon, even driving him back. Dwarf Smith was brimming with dread, and her thoughts snapped back to the talk she'd had with White before the battle. The moment she heard he planned to face the white tiger himself, she threw up her protests without hesitation. It was pure madness, a suicide mission. As his adjutant, she had pleaded with him to stay close to the crystal ballroom, where he could call the shots without getting swallowed. If the third-layer defenders and Strauss threw in their power, they might actually hold off the invasion together. But White refused. Strauss was his closest friend, and he wouldn't sacrifice her to the battlefield, because one injury would stain every victory they fought for. No, he didn't give up. He had a new move up his sleeve. He was going to be the bait. Drunk on his own power, the white tiger would never see it coming. They'd bait him with his weakness, baiting him straight into the trap they'd set. He understood the price. Most of his undead troops were already cut down, and sure, he could bring them back, but his living allies? They didn't get that second chance. He treasured them all, because they were chasing the same wild dream, a town where humans and demons could finally live side by side in peace, and for that promise, he'd gamble it all, no exceptions, because he refused to let anyone die. Dwarf Smith, driven by pure conviction, had demanded to step in and help him. White wore a soft smile and praised her grit, then nodded. "All right," he said, but when the moment hit, she'd slip back with the others and go straight to Strauss for his help. As the battle raged on, Dwarf Smith's heart slammed like a drum while White teetered on a knife's edge. One strike from Kahaku, meaning instant death. Still, he fought on with razor precision, reading every move, squeezing every trap and tool for all it was worth. Like a tightrope walker dancing over an abyss with his life on the line. She couldn't stop her nerves from shaking as she clung to hope, because White still had one last trap, his ace, saved for the moment that would decide everything. And if anyone was going to outmuscle that tiger demon, it was him. But before she could finish, A thunderous roar blasted through the chamber. Kahaku's aura detonated like a storm, slamming the air around him as if it couldn't breathe. White's body seized up his instincts, blared a full-on warning, and the beast was seconds away from unleashing its real power. Meanwhile, Yuko and Dwarf Smith are left stunned as the white tiger demon's rampage leaves them battered and badly hurt. Kahaku still had his ability, so he explodes forward, charging straight at White, right inside his line of sight, and in that exact moment, Kahaku finally cracks White's thoughts. Now he can finally spot exactly what the traps are and where they're hiding. Because up until now, he kept playing it safe, since White's thoughts wouldn't budge or reveal a thing. But once he's sure not a single trap could possibly trigger here, Kahaku makes his move. White smirks as Kahaku barrels in. Too late, Sir Kahaku. That was your mistake. Right before White, Kahaku suddenly freezes solid. His limbs lock up and his face twists in pure shock. Duh! How far ahead did White plan this? Without a second thought, White lifts his flamethrower and gulfs. Kahaku erupts in flames as the tiger demon's body burns to cinders. White calmly watches everyone like it's nothing, then tells you exactly who he is, because he's the commander of the undead. Other demon lords have to juggle connections, linking up with just one or two subordinates at a time, but White doesn't play that game. He can sync his mind with every single minion at once. More than 100 undead thoughts, memories, and awareness crash through him all at once, flooding his mind instantly. When Kahaku drops to the ground amid roaring flames, White and his undead soldiers raise their guns to finish him. Then Kahaku gasps that losing like this is something he never saw coming. If Zagen hadn't shoved him into blowing his ultimate way too early, things could have turned out totally different. Yet the truth sits deeper than that, because he knows exactly what he can and can't do, and still he marched straight into this fight. So, is this what defeat really feels like? Magic drained dry, his ultimate power finally spent, and not a single weapon left to swing. Did he really accept that fate himself? But if his magic power is nearly drained, then he just has to scoop up every scrap left, every last fragment. Every stubborn spark, pulling it all into one razor-tight point. Not a blade, but a needle that pierces and kills. And Kahaku's eyes blaze with light right then. His presence disappears like smoke. White and his allies go rigid as Kahaku vanishes from their sight, right before the Dwarf Smith or White even has time to react. Just as White turns, the tiger demon pops back behind him and unleashes his final move, Tiger God's Thunder Needle. So fast it turns the world white, splitting White's body clean in two, and Dwarf Smith can only shriek in horror as her commander goes down right before her eyes. For one breath, everything goes dead. Quiet White lies just hang there, frozen in place. He's left crushed, his promise hanging in the air, still unfulfilled. Then Kahaku's eyes suddenly snap wide. Something's terribly off. He jerks back in panic. Crucial and his crew arrive at the last second, then they lay eyes on something that crushes them. Right in front of him, his comrade White lies on the brink, gravely hurt and barely able to stay upright, while Prossel's eyes go wide in shock. Without a second thought, he barks orders to his 3 contracted demons to take down the white tiger demon. "You've got this," he commands, before charging straight to the White side. He drops to his knees and cradles White's fragile body in his arms. And when White weakly greets him, yeah, it's really him, he's quick to apologize, saying he never wanted to look this pitiful. Even though he got crushed for lacking the power to keep going, he's still relieved he saw his duty through to the end. But one regret haunts him. He'll never get to see Prostel's dream, this perfect town finally built. Prostel's face turns grim, and he snaps at White. "I'm not talking to some underling. I've got a precious friend, and you're my right-hand man. You don't have permission to die, so don't even think about it." White lets out a quiet laugh, because Prossel's stubbornness is honestly kind of funny. "Nope, that won't cut it," he says. His soul, his orb, the very core of who he is already shattered, and his body won't last much longer. Dwarf Smith erupts in disbelief. "No way, White." Prostel's mind spins at full speed until it suddenly clicks like a revelation hits him. He leans in and grills White, asking if he remembers the power the Master Creator handed him at that night party, the one that lets you reincarnate with all your past memories, as long as your partner agrees and offers a token. Prostal begs him. Please, just trust me and accept that power. Let me use it on you. White goes still. His mind snaps back to the day he turned down the same offer, all because pride got in his way. But now Prostal leans in and asks what he truly wants. White's mind snapped back to that ancient moment, like it had been replaying on loop for years. Prostal crowned him the perfect pick to become the final demon bound to his contract. White was shaken to the core because that oath didn't feel like a command at all. It felt like pure trust and real friendship. Back then, he refused because he genuinely believed their dream of building an ideal town could happen without needing the insane power of a contracted demon. Stood there and he scoffed like it wasn't power worth needing. But in the middle of that war, the cruel truth finally snapped into place. This wasn't some normal town upgrade. It was a demon lord building his base. No power. None of them survive. His friends, his ideals, everything he fought for would get wiped out. Now he's drowning in regret because why didn't he snap up that power the moment it was offered? Trembling, White clings with shaking hands, reaching for Prosal. He begs, please use the power the Master Creator gave you. I need it. I don't want to leave you. Not while we've got everyone counting on us. I'll guard our dream all the way to the very end. Prosal clamps White's hand tight, too tight. Then a blazing surge of light ignites and White's body starts to dissolve into nothing, leaving only a single glowing token behind. The Medal of the Dead. Prostal stares at the medal, jaw tight with determination. White's power. The kind that'll protect his friends. That medal is the answer. The thing that'll make the wish come true. And now he turns to the next name. Strauss. He melds the dead metal with the dragon-forged metal, and the moment they fuse, the whole thing ignites. Prosal's eyes snap wide open, like something just hit him between the ribs. This the dragon metal's omen, Berserk. It's a brutal power-up that rips away intelligence and logic, turning the demon into something one rank stronger than before. He remembers the evening party, the moment that can't be controlled. Power flipped allies into monsters. If he hands this Berserk power to the reborn White, something that's beyond S-rank is going to claw its way into the world. If he stepped back now, it'd rip away everything that makes White his kindness, his wisdom, his heart. Prosal's fists clench so tight, it's like he's begging the world not to change. No way. I can't let that happen. Then he reaches for his power of creation. Maybe he can wipe out the BR until his thoughts get cut off mid-sentence. White's metal starts to blaze with intense light, hovering right in front of Prostal's face. White. A voice booms inside him, and White tells him he can crush and steer the Berserk power all on his own. Prostal exhales, finally letting the fear go. Got it. I'm behind you. A brilliant beam erupts like a flashbang, blasting Kuna and Rorono's eyes until they can't see a thing. Prostal snaps his hands over his eyes. Then when the glare finally dies down, a colossal shadow looms ahead of him, dragon-shaped and ready to crush everything in its path. The dragon never utters a word, yet it dips that massive head toward him like it's judging him. Dwarf Smith stammers through his fear, and all he can think is, don't tell me Berserk finally got him, right? Prostal tilts his head to stare at the towering monster and grins like he's already won. I believe in him. Then the dragon's massive hand slams to a stop, just inches from Prostal's face. It slowly drops, steady as a heartbeat, gentle, unshakable, and getting closer. Prostal cringes as exhaustion hits hard. His voice going thin, he's moments away from crumpling from sheer fatigue. Prosal let out a quiet smirk, then told himself to breathe. This war's final command has arrived, and I'm handing it to you. Meanwhile, his three contracted demons Kuna, Rorono, and Aura are still locked in a brutal brawl with Kahaku. Kahaku's magic is almost drained, and Rorono blurts out whether Kuna can still transform, only for Kuna to scream that she can't do it again this soon. A thunderous voice slams into the battlefield, and before they can move again, everyone is told to fall back. The three whirl around, stunned, because from this moment on, it's White's job. They crane their heads up and their eyes blow wide with shock. Above them, a giant black dragon hangs in the sky, scales shining like polished obsidian, and Kahaku just stares. Pure disbelief hits him hard. Prosal nods. White reborn. The dragon rumbles a deep growl that shakes the ruined battlefield, and I'm Sigworm, the black dragon of death. He bows his head toward Kahaku, and with those words, "Now it's over, Sir Kahaku." The final moment hits. White raised his undead army from the shadows, and Kahaku charged ahead with raw, unbreakable determination. A tiger exploded forward, snapping for White's neck, and Kahaku clenched his teeth and bit down with all he had. But the moment he felt it, he knew his fangs couldn't punch through White's hardened scales anymore, because his magic was totally drained. In a heartbeat, White snatched Kahaku with one hand and slammed him to the ground. The pressure crushed Kahaku so hard he couldn't even manage a single cry before his consciousness shattered into darkness. When the fight finally ended, White's monster shape crumbled away and his body snapped back into his human form. The win was locked in for him, no doubt about it. Rorano sucked in a breath, staring as he ripped into a human form, while Kuna marveled at how polished he looked then. Aura went still, realizing the white madness that once wrecked him was gone. Instead of being trapped by it, he weaponized that very chaos to become his dragon self. Prostal praised White's efforts, and White nodded with respect, then leaned in and reminded Prostal that he'd once asked him to play matchmaker for his wedding to Sexan. This time, he wanted to ask for a whole different favor. White sank down beside the defeated demon tiger and ordered Prosalo to take a step closer. Haku let them in like family, convinced this would be the best, actually the biggest way to lose someone of his caliber here. Procel snapped back that the fate of that call rested on the demon lord of steel because he alone held the power to decide. White froze and demanded, "So Zagan's here?" Procel nodded hard, saying he'd spotted Zagan shaking on the road, tied him up, and dragged him along with him. Zagan, completely crushed, mumbled that they could do whatever they wanted. Then he finally gave up, and White grinned because the fight ended without any more bloodshed. Out of nowhere, a dim glow flared in front of them. Zagan's eyes shot wide as he recognized his crystal instantly, and he demanded to know why it was there. Prosel figured the crystal snapped into being the moment Zagan threw in the towel, and honestly, it was way too convenient, so he lunged forward and touched it. The thing instantly shattered into dazzling glitter, saving Prosel a ton of work, while Zagan just stood there in total disbelief, screaming as his crystal got ripped apart. Right then, a voice they knew by heart boomed through the room, saying it was all settled so. Prostel snapped around and caught sight of Strauss. She told him she'd been watching the whole fight through her crystal, and it taught her a lot, yet it also knocked her down and humbled her, because now she could see an even bigger gap between their strengths than before, and apologized for being no help at all then. Prosel fired back, disagreeing. He insisted that her standing there gave him the courage to move without fear, because he knew she had his back then. He told her straight up how thankful he was to have a friend who would always sprint in when he needed her. Strauss let out a breath of relief and smiled like the weight finally lifted off his chest. As soon as he remembered, Strauss spun toward White, and the Seaworm was right there, ready to strike. Asked if he noticed any changes since becoming white physically or otherwise, and Seaworm snapped back that everything felt completely different now that his race had been flipped. But the only real pain came from forcing his berserk state back down, so Prostel shot Strauss a question, asking if this whole thing had anything to do with him. She nodded, then leaned in and told me it all traced back to the power of rebirth. Astrazama told her the truth. Rebirth was way too easy and way too strong, and with a creator that cruel and twisted, there's no way they'd hand Demon Lord's power on that level just out of kindness. There's always a price behind the warning, and Proso finally took her seriously. She swore she'd reach out the moment anything weird happened. He wrestled with her words in silence. Did he go too far with rebirth? Maybe. But if he didn't use it, then what was the point? Because that power would have been gone forever, and there was no other way. Then boom! A thunderclap of a voice crashed from above, shaking everything around them, and it roared. "Children of the stars!" A booming voice declared that the war was over, creation had won, and just as the fighters were about to be sent away, it kept going, saying the creator himself had carved out a place where everyone could finally talk freely. Then it invited them all to his round table, and Prostel and Strauss froze in shock at the very idea that the creator himself, Just as they were about to react, a blinding flash swallowed them whole. In the blink of an eye, they were seated at this massive round table like the world just snapped into place. Ringed by the other demon lords who fought in that war, he couldn't even breathe. Ranov spun around, stunned that Morix was nowhere in sight, and then the creator's voice hit like thunder, every question answered in one brutal truth. Evil was gone for good. The crystal of evil was suddenly handed down to a brand new demon lord, and right at that same moment, everything shifted. Right in the heart of the round table, the creator stepped into the spotlight, and instantly, every single gaze in the room locked onto him. He pushed them to start by forging stronger ties of friendship right there, speaking with a steady, commanding calm as he once again called them children of the stars. Prostel and Strauss stared at him, speechless, because the man standing in front of them looked like nothing but a plain, ordinary old fool. And then it hit them. He really was the creator himself. So their thoughts slammed to a halt in pure shock, until he straight up replied to what they were thinking, confirming that, yeah, he was the malicious, sadistic monster they'd heard about. And then he demanded to know if his current form was really not good enough. Without warning, his form erupted into something else right in front of them. A terrifying demon stood there, pouring out pure dread that stabbed straight into the soul. And he even asked whether this look fit them better than the image they'd built of him. The demon lords shook with terror, stiff as statues, voices cracking because every instinct screamed for them to cower before him. Prostel could feel it in his bones. This being was so far beyond them that any fight was dead on arrival, and the creator burst into hearty laughter as he slipped right back into his old man form. Noting with a sharp grin that creation was downright genius, he made it clear he understood exactly where he stood. Russell could only let out a tired sigh, stunned that the creator could read their thoughts like it was nothing. The creator spun to Procell and spoke straight to him, since Procell had kept him entertained through this war. The creator promised him a bonus on top of what was already owed for his victory. He'd answer any question, just one every time, and he'd tell the truth. Procell froze. He had 1,000 questions burning in his chest. Was rebirth hiding some deadly price? Why were the demon lords called the children of the stars? What were they really meant to do? And was there any way to break free from that brutal 300-year lifespan? Before he could even stop himself, the words slipped out like a spark. Who am I? When he finally looked back, it hit him. Since the day he was born, he'd been carrying knowledge, tech, weird crops, and facts no one in this world should ever have had. It felt way too natural to wonder if he was someone's reincarnation. If those old memories ever came rushing back, would he still be himself? The thought wouldn't let up, scraping at his nerves, and the creator just raised an eyebrow and answered on the spot. He didn't have a past life at all, just a brand new existence as Prosell, the demon lord of creation. Procell's been set up for failure from the very first moment, right from the start. Everyone had him totally wrong. The demon lord's personalities weren't pulled from some past life at all. They were ripped straight from the memories of the star they were born from, and when the creator told Prosell the truth, it hit hard. The tech and crops Prosell knew had once been real here, locked away only because the planet itself kept the past like a living vault. The memories hardened into the demon lords themselves. So that's why they're called the children of the stars. And while the others slipped through their parts indirectly, the demon lord of creation took the job straight on. He carried out the star's will with no detours at all. The creator's voice still crackled with power, but it softened as he spoke, and you could feel it. He was already excited to see what creation would bring next. Once the gathering finally wrapped up, then the creator slammed down brand new rules. During war, unfair tricks were done or else. And everyone finally learned the truth. Zagan and his crew had been borrowing demons from their parent demon lords, and that was being stamped out for good. And as for Zagan, the one left defeated with his crystal shattered, he'd be tucked under the palace demon lord's protection. Ranov shocked everyone by declaring he was done being a demon lord. He ditched the title completely and lived free as his own person. The war finally ended. And even though that pressure in their bones wouldn't let go, peace swept back in. When Procell and Strauss finally stumbled back to their domain, the whole place lit up with celebration, warm smiles, cheering voices, and the mouth-watering smell of food hanging in the air. Strauss practically inhaled it and blurted, "It smells amazing." And just then, Queena came flying in like a burst of sunshine, shouting with pure joy, "Daddy!" Rauno announced that everything was finally set for the victory celebration, standing tall and proud as she clutched a huge pot, then bragged that she'd cooked enough of their master's beloved tomato stew to feed the whole crew. Procell swept his gaze over everyone and declared, right then and there, that before they did anything else, they were going to celebrate their victory. Chapter 28 starts in an ancient fortress belonging to an old demon lord. A sinister presence stirred. The old demon lord, Musea, the one you don't survive unless you're already a legend. He never got to see how the recent war ended for himself because the crystal of evil had been shattered. A crooked grin tore across his face, and suddenly, Praso, the demon lord of creation, felt like the wildest, most irresistible mystery of them all. He replayed every report S-ranked demons under Prazel's command, weapons no one in this world had ever seen, and the way he crushed archdemons and even the gargoyles that had been handed over to the demon lord of steel. Even after Kahaku the tiger demon was finally brought under control, his overwhelming power had been terrifying demon lords for ages. That monster finally got taken down, and now it was forced to serve the creation spanner. The ancient demon lord kicked back, grinning like he'd won because the demon lord of creation had just turned into the most notorious demon of them all. They had to make the call, crush him or use his powers, and either way, there was no way they could fall behind. For now, though, he clenched his resolve and decided, maybe we should poke him a bit and see what the young lord does when he's finally pushed just the right way. Meanwhile, in Avalon, Procell sank into his office chair, lost in deep thought because sure, he could now forge more metals. But every last one fought him when it came to using them right. Just a few days after the war against the three demon lords finally ended, peace crashed back into the world at last. He didn't think any other rookie demon lord would dare challenge him now because he'd already won a brutal 3-versus-1 brawl, and that kind of win breeds a terrifying reputation fast. And under the rules, until a rookie hits their 9th month of independence, the older demon lords were locked out from interfering, so now he could finally lock in and focus. He decided to focus on running Avalon for a while, and all the while he weighed the idea of forging a brand new demon to spice life back into the town, because sure, he could craft more metals now. But that brutal rule still stood. Only one original metal per month. Right now, he's got time wrapped in water metals ready to use. He had no clue what he even wanted to build, so he figured he'd just crank out another metal creation for now until the door exploded inward and Klopp stormed into the room. With a bright cheer on her lips, Rono swept in carrying a tray of refreshments, then told everyone that even their master deserved a break now and then. Prostel shot to his feet, grinning warmly at the two, because he'd heard they'd both been grinding harder than ever, while Queena beamed and proudly raised her hand to show off a gorgeous ring. Of course they were driven. He'd given it to them, so that gift burned in their hearts. After the war, Prosel swept in with ruby, sapphire, and emerald rings and handed Kona, Rorano, and Aura each one. He'd handed them both over as thanks and as proof of the bond he shared with his contracted demons, and seeing how much they treasured those rings filled him with a calm, satisfying warmth. As the two of them beamed and admired their gifts, Prosel figured the time was perfect for a quick break. They'd head to the apple orchard to kick back and breathe for a while. In the orchard, Kahaku lounged under a tree, chowing down on an apple, then grinned at Prosel like everything was fine, way calmer than he'd ever been during the war. Prostel felt the sign around his neck reading, "Watch Tiger," and the terrifying aura that used to send demon lords into full-blown panic was gone, completely gone. Kahaku just tilted his head, staring at Prostel like maybe something was stuck on his face. Nearby, Aura told me that even after she shoved Kahaku's murderous intent down under their contract, he still kept stirring up little disasters. So instead of the usual guard dog gig, they stuck him with the watchtiger job, and Prostel couldn't help but smile, because Kahaku was way too carefree for someone like that. Still, it was a relief having him there for security until right when he was about to speak. His gaze snapped to something glowing in the trees. A radiant light exploding from a single tree, and he went still. "Wait, what is that?" he whispered. "Why is the tree shining?" Aura caught his reaction and blurted out that the first time she saw it, she got the same shock because once she became a contracted demon, her power lit up everything she'd blessed. The trees began to glow, and yeah, it was weird, but the boost to their life and fruit quality was insane. Prostal picked up one of those luminous fruits and had to admit to himself, "They're gorgeous, but eating something that actually glows feels wrong." Aura smiled and said the orchard didn't just change it, even grew a brand new peach thanks to her influence, and Prostal was genuinely grateful for that discovery. While he was savoring one of the fresh peaches next to Kahaku, the tiger's playful mood vanished. He went stone serious and told his master about White, reborn now as Seagworm. Kahaku grabbed Procel's attention and warned him not to put all his hopes on White's power. In his dragon man form, White had to burn through insane amounts of energy just to keep his berserk state locked down. Because the second he lets it loose, Kahaku kept warning him, White would eventually snap, losing his sanity bit by bit. He was incredible, but he demanded careful handling and tight control. So Prostal flashed a smile, gave a knowing nod, and promised he'd be extra cautious. But deep down, though, he mulled over it. The truth was still murky. Berserk, rebirth, all of it had way too many unanswered pieces. Maybe it was finally time, he decided, to sit down with White and dig into it for real. In the buzzing town of Avalon, where every street felt alive, Prostal sprawled in his favorite tavern seat, dug into a perfectly cooked meal, and let himself breathe. He'd shown up just to scratch his hunger and steal a rare moment of peace, because in this town, there were only 2 taverns, and both were run by humans. One tavern had adventurers lining up for its insanely low prices, and this other one? People came for killer-quality food, cooked with ingredients pulled straight from the region. Of course, this was the one Prostal wanted most. He was halfway through his meal, savoring the calm, when suddenly his peaceful thoughts got cut off hard. A familiar voice called out from right behind him, one of those long-haired merchants, smiling as they greeted him like it was the best day ever. Prostal snapped his head around. There was that merchant, a big shot from the Cotito company, and before Prostal even opened his mouth, the man smirked and said he'd heard Prostal was now a regular here. Then the merchant bragged that he was the one who built the tavern, praising it like a trophy for having the demon lord of creation as a customer. Prostal's happy glow instantly curdled into dread. Maybe he should quit coming here after all. Trying to keep his face calm, he said he'd seen the merchant's latest requests, everything from the pleasure district to a gambling den. And sure, he admitted the town felt more alive, but then he played dumb and warned, real quiet, that this was spinning way out of control. The merchant snapped back that he was just fueling the town's growth as a business partner, then pointed out straight to Procel that the brothel he'd approved was booming like crazy. Prostal clenched his teeth, no denying it. Yeah, it was true, but every time this merchant showed up, unease crawled up his spine. The merchant then leaned in and said Prosel felt way different than the last time they met. His face, his aura, everything screamed he'd crawled out of some brutal ordeal. Prosel just nodded in silence, and the merchant's eyes said it all. This guy was sharp to the bone, so don't you dare underestimate him. And yeah, that recent war was brutal after it finally ended. Prosel sat down with Strauss and spilled the information he'd gathered. From what he'd heard, she ran her dungeon like a machine, copies, clone after clone of her demons, while she poured every last bit of magical focus into strengthening the dungeon's structure, and the whole system was brutally efficient. While everyone else was carving out dungeons, Prosel built a whole town, because he'd dreamed of giving his demons real, joyful lives, not a life stuck on slaughter and war. But here's the twist: this town thrived only because adventurers kept marching to the Dungeon of Time, and he knew that once its power slipped away, the streets would slowly empty out. That's why he built the Eyeball Dungeon, his desperate stand-in for lost time. But the real lifeline was still trading with humans. And of course, Avalon was so far out in the wild that getting there by land or sea was a nightmare. Then it hit him: Strauss got to Avalon on a griffin, didn't he? If the land and waterways were blocked, maybe there was still one path left. Right in the middle of his deep thoughts, a long-haired merchant slid in like he owned the moment, praising Prosel for probably cooking up something exciting and saying he wanted in on the plan. Then, before Prosel could even answer, the guy dropped an alcoholic drink in front of him with a grin and said, basically, Relax. It's on me. Prozel arched an eyebrow and took a swig of alcohol in broad daylight. A sudden commotion yanked his attention across the room, and the dwarf smith looked freaked out, shouting for White. Samaso Prostel spun around just in time to see White, totally wasted, swaying as he bellowed apologies for dragging such a disgraceful sight into the lady's presence. Prozo froze in shock. White? He couldn't wrap his mind around what he was seeing. Like Kahaku said, the strain of holding back his berserk state was wrecking him, and then White slammed his drink down on the table. He blurted out, a jumbled mess, raging over his shattered heart, screaming that he loved Suksan with everything he had, until she ripped it away, declaring she'd never be with a reptile. Procel watched the merchant lean in, eyes buzzing with curiosity, and blurred out, "What in the world happened?" Procel stalled, caught between words, because all he could really remember was White saying he was about to marry another skeleton. So yeah, that plan totally detonated. His gaze slid to the dwarf Smith White's adjutant from the last war, and he caught that quiet, faint affection in her eyes as she fretted over him. Come on, White, he thought to himself. Open your eyes and see what's right in front of you. The long-haired merchant cut through his thoughts again, his face sharpening into a more serious look. Before he lost it, he blurted out that he had some nasty news to spill, and when Procel snapped his eyes to him, his face tightened like a trap. The merchant leaned in and warned him that Avalon was next on the target list. From a neighboring town, the region's biggest, most savage disgrace, their greed ran wild, and they set their sights on swallowing Avalon whole. He leaned in and warned Prostel to watch his step, because that peaceful calm he'd been enjoying wouldn't last for long. That long-haired merchant warned me Avalon was in the crosshairs of a vicious neighboring town, and they were coming for it. The commercial city of Akleba sat all alone, no other towns anywhere close at the start. Procel once visited Akleba for a city development chat, and it still blew his mind that the same place was now coming after them. Avalon sat beyond human reach, so most nations had no reason to meddle, but that rule didn't stop greedy leaders. Prostel's thoughts got cut short when Cab smashed into his office, shouting that strange people had shown up. And right then, it hit him this danger wasn't coming later. It was already right there, on his doorstep. Outside, a man blared his demands, yelling for the town's leader to come out now. He even accused Avalon's leader of being a coward for refusing to face the delegation from Ekleba. Yuko kept her cool as she faced the rowdy men and told them Praso was busy with other guests. Then the Ekleba delegation's loudmouth leader, all swagger and filth, yanked at her and sneered about her demi-human looks, reaching for her with sick, suggestive intent. But just as he started to go on, Procel burst in, clamped the man's hand hard, and blurted that she was sorry they'd been waiting. She was just about to say the rest. He introduced himself as Avalon's leader and invited them straight to his mansion to hash things out. Inside Procel's office, the Akloba delegation swaggered in like they owned the place, planting their feet on his desk, cracking loud laughs and barking for more food and alcohol like this was some rowdy tavern, not a meeting. Procel and White leaned over the document in silence, brushing off the jeers like they didn't even hear them. The words carved into those lines were absolutely outrageous. The document basically says this: the Empire had Avalon under its thumbscrew. It promised protection, but Avalon had to bow to Akloba's jurisdiction and hand over its wealth, resources, and rights, then prove loyalty with tests and favors again and again. Bottom line? But the absolute worst clause of all slammed shut any hope. Demi-humans were declared unacceptable, and every single one was sentenced to slavery or forced exile. Rage flared in Procel's chest, and White narrowed his eyes, disgusted at that kind of arrogance, because this was the human way. Procel muttered that it wasn't just arrogance. It felt like those terms were built to slam the door on anyone who tried to accept them. White finally got it, and in that moment he saw the trap. Akloba was setting up an excuse to unleash force, maybe even kick off a full-blown war. Prostel nodded with a grim certainty. Worst case, yeah. He'd use every trick to dodge open conflict, but before he could get another word out, a sudden splash smacked his back out of nowhere. The Akloba delegation's leader lurked in the doorway, clutching an empty glass, then hucked his drink at Procel loud, laughing, and mocking them for whispering behind his back while his subordinates erupted and egged him on. White's fury flared bright in his eyes, but Proso slammed a hand to his chest and stopped him cold. He dipped low and tore his pride from his chest as he apologized to the delegation, saying that if the Empire's protection meant peace, then that town would finally taste its greatest joy. He bowed with fake humility, while pure rage roared under his skin. Then the Akloba leader burst into triumphant laughter, convinced his intimidation had truly won. Before the man could lock anything in, Prossel demanded they get the townspeople and local businesses fully informed first, and he swore they'd deliver a formal reply as soon as the talk wrapped up. Right after the delegation finally tore themselves away from Avalon, Prostel and White just watched them storm off, while White seized under his breath at their blatant insolence. Furious that anyone would disrespect Lord Prosel like that, and Prostel only thanked White for keeping himself in check. He insisted he could swallow the humiliation for now, and that all he needed was a little time to craft a plan to shield the city and everyone inside it. But he knew the clock was chewing through the last seconds. Before he could even catch his breath, Kanana swept in and demanded a private meeting. Proso's eyes widened at her sudden, ruthless urgency. In his office, side by side, Kanana's face went stone-cold serious. Akloba started raiding Avalon's market, harassing every merchant who dared to come trade. Prosel went rigid, listening hard, his mind racing over what brutal kind of harassment could be happening. Kanina snapped out an explanation through the text, like every word was a blade. Most cities make you pay tolls and face customs the moment you roll in, but Avalon didn't. Its guards only checked your cargo when you were leaving, hunting for anything they weren't supposed to find. Akloba started squeezing merchants who dared to travel to Avalon, then hit them with a tax that was basically the same as the import tariff, making it even more brutal. The merchants realized they were getting taxed twice, once, then again, like the system had it out for them. Avalon had blossomed into a bustling market and lured wave after wave of traders. But if it kept going like this, the merchants would eventually vanish for good. Prosel clenched his fists, pure frustration burning through him. So that's what Akloba was doing. They were trying to strangle Avalon's economy before he could even get a formal reply out. Avalon's situation turned grim fast still, nowhere near self-sufficient, so its days depended on Akloba's merchants, and if those trade routes got cut, the town wouldn't just struggle, it would face extinction. Then Prossel's thoughts snapped into place. If they could strike trade without leaning on Akloba, there was still a shot. He remembered the griffin Strauss used to fly, and with the sky as their highway, they could dodge Akloba's land routes completely. Determined, Prossel leaned in and told Kanana that Avalon would move fast, launching countermeasures right away to back every merchant hit by the harassment. Kanana blinked in surprise, because Prossel was already one step ahead. Prostel nodded hard and said he had to demand one thing back if a clash with Akloba was coming, no matter what, whether it stayed small or blew up into something massive. See how brutally powerful their military really is. Kanana and the long-haired merchant locked eyes, both of them uneasy, and Kanana snapped, half in disbelief. Did Prossel really mean to pick a fight with Akloba? A city packed with over 200,000 souls? The merchant swallowed hard and said Akloba's standing army was only about 3,000 men, and even if reinforcements came, their numbers wouldn't jump much higher. The problem wasn't the numbers, it was the caliber. He warned Prosel that Avalon's demi-humans were strong enough to go toe-to-toe with demons, and that brutal edge was everything. If Akloba actually had champions or heroes who could stomp even demons, or a Bakemono strong enough to slaughter demon lords, then everything changes. Big time. Prostel's face hardened. Could Akloba truly be the one hiding beings like that? The merchant didn't even try to bluff. He snapped that he had no clue. Those were hardened military secrets, locked down so tight they were nearly impossible to snag, even for a grizzled trader. To sniff out that level of intelligence, you'd need a spy who can slip into Akloba and vanish into the shadows. Later, Prossel and White slipped away to talk in private, away from everyone. Why even bother thinking about it? Kahaku had already talked up this exact idea before. Demons with insane information-gathering powers prowled the shadows, hunting secrets like it was sport. Those freaks had senses so razor-sharp they could read the world like a map, and they could even bend animals and insects to their will. Even people who lived between dimensions could feel it. Prossel remembered Marco's demon slipped through the shadows, and he knew right then, it wasn't just any monster. It was an interdimensional thing, using darkness as its doorway. He grimaced because those demons from other dimensions weren't just scary, they were practically illegal territory, and if one of them slipped into Avalon unnoticed, that was a disaster waiting to happen. White nodded and said, "That's exactly why Kahaku pushed for demons trained to spy. If those allies weren't standing with them, then the next demon lord who marched up could rip Avalon's hard-earned strategies and hidden secrets wide open." Prosel gave a small, eerie smile because he'd already picked his next demon, an infiltration type, the kind that could slip through dimensions, like Marco's demon. It'd need a medium you can find almost anywhere. So he whipped his gaze to the window, watching raindrops crawl down the glass. Water was flooding everything because he already owned an original metal that could handle water. The second metal would go to the human who proves they've got brains and the gift to connect and communicate. The third one, the one that burst into existence through creation, would be song. White stared at him, confused. When he grabbed that metal, Prosel snapped that sound and water play perfectly together, and through water they could trade and send information like it was effortless. He lifted the metals and called them forth, water, song, and the human's names, until everything answered at once. And the water became the gate itself, dragging up a demon from the underworld. Relia Diva burst out of the summoning circle. Prosel laid it out plain. Relia Diva was the intel hunter. She'd spy on their enemies and make sure not a single secret escaped Avalon. Her very first mission: crack open the commercial city of Ekloba, dig into its economy, size up its military, and every other area of importance. Then he leaned in and demanded to know if she could actually pull off a job like that. Relia Diva wore a calm, confident smile and answered that intelligence was her specialty, then stepped forward like she owned the moment. She said it like a lucky break. Right now she had nothing to do, because her master, the Great Old One, was sunk in a deep, peaceful slumber. Prostel's face tightened the second that name hit Great Old One, pale and furious because of course Prostel had pulled out another impossible thing again. This time they couldn't afford one mistake, not even by accident. They might just wake an evil god. Relia Diva snapped her gaze to the window and noticed the rain rolling in perfect timing to start her work. She brushed Prosel, siphoned a slice of his magic, and with a soft chant, she called forth a rank B demon, a patron, an ocean singer. She locked onto the target and demanded specifics, so the commercial city of Ekloba, right? With that order sealed, she barked her command and her brand new subordinates scattered on the spot. Their forms slid away like water droplets joining the rain, darting fast to scout out Ekloba. Proso's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted, "Wait, aren't you coming with us?" Relia Diva stayed cool and steady as she explained that her summoned demons could report every scrap of what they found straight to her, letting her supervise the whole operation without ever leaving her spot. White stared at her, amazed by how powerful she really was, and right after that, Relia Diva started firing off reports what her people had uncovered in Ekloba, where the prices for food and even iron were soaring. The numbers had shot up hard like a neon warning that war was being cooked up, and White's expression snapped into cold, unshakable resolve. As he'd feared, trouble was brewing. They really were gearing up for a fight. Prosel clocked the whole situation in seconds, because those price jumps weren't some tiny problem. They were a siren. And with all the demons counted, Avalon's total population still barely scraped 100. Were they aiming to wipe them out for good? Or was this part of a darker plan? He fired a question at Relia Diva, asking if she could size up the power behind Ekloba's soldiers. And after a quick pause, she said, basically, there wasn't anything truly standout about them, but there was one place her subordinates couldn't break into. The area was sealed behind a brutal, unshakable barrier, and something huge had to be hidden inside. Prosel nodded, like he finally got it. He ordered her to hunt down every one of those restricted spots and write them all down. He'd cook up the countermeasures later, and Relia Diva quietly gave her assent. Prostel flashed a quick, smug smile. This kind of sharp thinking was exactly what they needed. Prosel rallied every merchant in Avalon to pack the city square. He stood right before them, smiled, and greeted the merchants as his dear friends, thanking them for showing up so fast. Then, he leaned in and admitted, "I've got bad news. Ekloba's been clamping down with corrupt, crushing trade rules, so he called them together to pitch a simple idea. Pick Avalon instead, and make it your new trading base." Procel flicked his hand upward with total confidence and declared, "That right there? That's the sky." The merchants exchanged wide, confused looks like they had no clue what was happening. He muttered, whispering the sky. So what was he really trying to say? Right when they were about to ask more, a fierce gust of wind tore across the square. A giant shadow swept across the sky, and then, just seconds later, a hippogriff plunged down from the clouds like a bolt from above. The merchants' jaws dropped because right there, a demon stood before them. Laughter burst as Kanana touched down like a dancer on top of his griffin, then slapped the beast's neck with proud confidence while his cloak snapped and fluttered in the wind. Right behind him, the long-haired merchant boss of the Treacherous company leapt down with a grin and said this was his first real flight. And wow, it felt way more refreshing than he ever expected. Kanana laughed right along and declared that from now on, horses were officially out. He was done riding them. The merchants were totally shocked and they were on edge, demanding answers. So what's all this supposed to mean? Kanana only smiled and laid it out. The Treacherous company was in on it. Avalon had started breeding and training hippogriffs for flight transport, and the Treacherous company got the honor of being the first ones allowed to test them. To prove it, he yanked out a chunky bundle of rare meat. The merchants just gaped in shock. This kind of meat should have taken 4 whole days by wagon to crawl out of those remote mountain villages. And the worst part? Kanana said this one came from across the ocean. They couldn't even form words. Transporting something that far, that fast, felt impossible. Then he leaned in and explained it all with flight. Bandits stopped being a threat, rough land stopped slowing them down, and political lines stopped trapping them. They could slice through the shortest, safest routes and deliver it straight to the destination, even though he couldn't pin down the exact profits yet, because that hippogriff hauled way less than a wagon. One thing hit him as clear as day. For merchants, this fresh air rub felt like a miracle handed straight from the heavens. The crowd erupted in stunned amazement. Air route? You mean using the sky like that? Like someone had just turned a dream into reality. Then another merchant snapped up a worry. But aren't those demons? And what about the risk? Kanana didn't dodge it. Yeah, the hippogriffs were fully trained, but accidents still could happen. That's why they'd already built an insurance setup. He unrolled a huge banner that read, Treacherous Insurance, Basic and Safety Plan. A long-haired merchant leaned in and said, if a hippogriff smashes something and causes damage, the Treacherous company will cover a slice of the loss after they inspect it. Sure, merchants had to cough up an insurance fee, but the contract spelled every last detail out clean and clear. The merchants surged in right away. Perfect. Now we can take the air route with way less risk, someone blurted. Another guy shouted, I'm trying it too. And a third instantly said he'd sign up for the insurance. No hesitation. Watching the crowd erupt, Procel smirked to himself. Everything was running exactly as planned. The demonstration had gone off without a hitch. Kanana proved she was a real shrewd, capable merchant who knew how to fan profits and comfort at the same time. And thanks to Treacherous company's stamp of approval, Avalon's name shot up fast among the merchants. With the hippogriffs drilled to always head back to Avalon, trade kept flowing through the city because not a single merchant ever rode off empty-handed. Avalon's economy would boom then. Later, in Prostel's office, the Akloba delegation slid into place across from him, their faces set hard, because Prostel had just finished reading their demands. The leader's face twisted into a scowl as he demanded to know if Procel had really shut them down cold and rejected every last term. Prostel nodded, unshaken sure he could stomach taxes, but there was no way he'd hand over Avalon's tech, order his own dispatch staff on their leash, bow to the Empire, and start slapping tolls and tariffs where it benefited them. And he'd enslave or exile every demi-human because there's no way he'd ever accept them. The delegation leader slammed his fists on the table, bellowing in pure rage, calling Procel a brat and demanding to know what happened to his submission. The other day then Procel stared him down and answered coolly. And, yeah, it was a lie. Rage exploded in the leader's chest, and he lunged forward right before he could reach Prostel. The wall at his back shattered in a deafening explosion. A golem tore through the rubble and slammed the man right in the face, knocking him sprawling to the ground. Rorano stepped through the smoke, eyes blazing with satisfaction, and unveiled her newest creation, Avalon Ritter. After the last war exposed the older golems as total failures, this new one rolled out with a twin light drive engine built from the ground up to become the perfect soldier. Prostal stood his ground, voice steady and ironclad, knowing Ekloba had already started gearing up for war because their negotiation was nothing but a trap to enslave Avalon and snatch its riches, especially the gold-producing tree they were hunting all along. His eyes hardened. If they wanted it this way, then fine, but they'd get consequences. With pure grit in his voice, Prostal swore he'd protect Avalon no matter what it cost him.